My name is Denise White, and I'm going to be your host today for the Rising Star Model Actor Bootcamp VIP Ignite style. And I have the one and only co-founder of VIP Ignite, Miss Alicia K, back here today. Oh my gosh, we're together in the same place. 2 days in a row.
Never happened. We're never together in the same place at the same time for a boot camp.
No, and you look like a princess today.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Until I open my mouth, because you guys know we're here to tell you the truth about how to get into modeling and acting.
Yes. So today we have so much going on for you guys, and today we're gonna be back to back. So I'm gonna go over the ground rules real quick. Then we're gonna bring on Mike Fomkin. Got it? Okay. So ground rules are in the comments section. We're keeping it to the comments. Remember, we talked yesterday. If you weren't here yesterday, we talked about how has anyone ever been a part of one of those annoying group chats where your sister, your aunt, your uncle, and your third cousin twice removed, they just keep texting, and you're like, shh. So in the comments, we're keeping it to when we ask you to comment, you're going to keep the comments in there. Got it? Everyone got it? If you got it, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Second thing, Milena, I like your outfit. You were a devil last time.
Woman on here.
Ooh, I got distracted by costumes. Number 2, what we're going to do is stay on camera all day long. We're going to have agents here. We're going to have casting directors. One of the biggest casting directors in the United States is coming on today. She's looking for new talent to work with, but she's not going to be like, oh my gosh, hi, Black Box, you look amazing. No, that's not the way it goes. She wants to see you. She's going to see, wow, Dakota has a great look. And you know what? I'm casting for something and he would be great. Denise, can I have Dakota's phone number? Or can I have his information? Yeah, let me talk. Let me give it to you. But he's not going to be like, hey, Black Box, Denise. You know what I mean? Got it? So we're going to keep our cameras on. Third, this is an open forum. We're not sharing our personal information in the comments. Stranger danger, okay? It's not so much stranger danger. We just want to keep you safe. I know a lot of you on here, but I don't know 100% of you. So no personal information in the comments. Last but not least, if you have to go use the restroom, do anything like that, please don't tell us in the comments. You're not in 2nd grade. Just turn your camera off. Go do what you got to do. Come back, turn your camera on. Does everyone understand the ground rules?
Also,
Yes.
We don't care. I mean, we care. But your cell phone should be charged. Please don't announce it to everybody. Just charge your phone.
Yep.
Because here's what I want to tell you. For the last 2 decades, I mean, you guys know about Finding Fame. The company started with nothing. We've literally, not only are we number 1 right now on Amazon, but we've worked tirelessly to work with Academy Award winners, to work with Emmy winners, Tony winners. So in order to get to this level, I really want you guys to understand we've surrounded ourselves with some of the biggest names in the industry. So when we read these chats, we don't want anybody to deter from what we're doing today or yesterday, honestly, to help you guys navigate through these treacherous waters. So when you guys are deterring each other and kind of like, what am I trying to say? I got to take off this crown. When we have casting directors on today from Remember the Titans and Fried Green Tomatoes and Glory and all these amazing shows, nothing drives me crazier, Janine, than when somebody says, I have to go to the bathroom or I have to charge my phone. Just everybody, I want you to stay on point. Can we all agree with that? If we can agree, type amen. Type amen. Hi, Sid.
It's my fault.
Type amen. I need more coffee this morning.
All right. So with that thought in mind do we understand the ground rules? Do we understand why we're doing all of this? Type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Yes? Okay, awesome. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to introduce the Amazon #1 best-selling author to you, the one and only Mr. Michael Fomkin. All right. So Michael Fomkin is a visionary entrepreneur and investor who has founded and funded companies across entertainment, technology, and social impact sectors. As a Broadway investor and producer, he has been honored with over 38 awards, including 6 Tonys. In 2013, he achieved the rare feat of winning the Tony Award for Best Play. Beyond Broadway, Michael is the founder of Truth Management, one of the fastest growing talent management firms in the USA. Through Truth Management, Michael has empowered models, actors, and musicians to unlock their potential and connect with top influencers in the entertainment industry. His firm has catapulted talent into major TV shows, films, and fashion shows domestically and worldwide. An innovator at heart, Michael has over a decade of experience pioneering new techniques in online marketing and brand building. He is regarded as an expert in leveraging digital platforms to build influence. In addition to his entertainment and business ventures, Michael has dedicated himself to social impact programs, including Operation Underground Railroad. Through strategic partnerships, his initiatives have helped rescue over 3,500 children from sex trafficking globally. Michael Fompkin's unique synthesis of entrepreneurship, entertainment, and marketing and philanthropy make him a one-of-a-kind business leader. His ventures span industries, yet are united by his core vision of empowering people and ideas. Everyone give it up for one best-selling Amazon author, the one and only Mr. Michael Fompkin.
Hey guys, how's everybody doing? Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Never gets old. So anyway, yeah, it's pretty cool. Definitely surreal, for sure. You know, it was interesting. I got the call from Mark Victor Hansen, the publisher, on Monday, and he was like, "Oh, just to let you know, we decided to push up your launch date. It's this Friday." And I was just like, the first thing that went through my mind, I was like, I don't know, like this is gonna be pretty. This is like right down to the wire. I was totally like not prepared to do it, and then I was like, all right, well, you know what? You always say yes. You always got to push forward, no matter what you're going through. And then Thursday we were just like, you know, it's like the problem for us. The problem is like we've always pushed so hard for everything. Like, you know, even, you know, with the Tonys, the very first show we invested and produced, won the Tony for best play, and you know, always, you know, we're always fighting this uphill battle. Like, right, we're always like the underdog, or at least that's how we, you know, we feel that we always have to prove to ourselves, because our whole concept and value is around inspiring people to be the best that they can. So it's like when Thursday night came, I was just like, I just couldn't sleep at all, because like my greatest fear was I knew we would hit a #1 somewhere, like we would, you know, maybe in a subcategory or something like that. But I already know how like haters can be. And it's like, if we didn't hit like arts and entertainment, like hit the main category for #1, like it would have been like to me, like 18 years, I would have felt like we're wasted, because then people would have just said like, oh, you didn't do it, right? Like you failed and so forth. So I want you guys to understand, like the things that you go through when you're going on auditions or you're studying or you're training, like they come in handy. Like everything I've had to learn, everything I had to do, like got us through that. Like we, like literally, if you could have seen behind the scenes, it was literally like I think Deneen made a comment yesterday about being like, it was almost like a presidential debate. I was calling up every single person I knew, and you know, sending out messages to, you know, where I'm in a lot of different masterminds and so forth. And it's really interesting because so many people reach out to us, like, you know, just outside of the modeling and acting community, we get a lot of like, you know, people and entrepreneurs and business people, you know, people from Tony Robbins' organization, from ClickFunnels organization. You know, we have a meeting in a few weeks with Kevin Harrington. We have a couple of weeks. We have a meeting with Jay Abraham. He's like one of the top business coaches in the world. If you don't know who he is, look him up. He's really an interesting guy. So we're going to be doing some stuff with him. But it was interesting that when you started reaching out to all these people in the time of need, you found out who your real friends were. Like you literally found out who your real friends were. And it's so true. One of my business partner, Bill Wolf, says that a lot. And every time he always said that, I was like, you know, we got a lot of friends. I'm never worried about that. But it's so true that when you need something, your real friends are there. Your real friends are the ones who celebrate you, whether you were, you know, on top of your game or you're still, you know, trying to get there. So I want you guys to know that everyone on this call, you're our true friends. Like you're our true supporters. We believe in you. You believe in us. And I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. We're working on a whole bunch of cool bonuses. You guys are all going to get access to them as part of the book. We didn't get to finish everything, but there's a whole video series that comes with the book, and audio and all kinds of cool stuff. So everybody everybody who bought the book, you know, from the past and go forward, you'll get access to all of those. And then we're working on something really cool. We're doing an event in Tampa early next year. And if you've never been to Tampa, it's absolutely gorgeous, like right on the Gulf Coast, on the Mexico side. The sunsets are really beautiful. The food's really beautiful. If you've never been to Tampa, it's a really cool city. But we're working on we're working with the same studio that there's only 4 studios like this in the world. They're the ones that do like the filming for The Mandalorian and a lot of the different Disney shows. where they have this like 4K screen. It's I can't even describe it. It's crazy. But when you're in the studio, like they can create like any world, and then they build a set in front of it. So we're going to be doing some really cool videos there. But we're also going to, they have like a really cool like studio for shooting videos and interviews. So we're going to be doing something kind of like the history of the company and bringing in some speakers. So you guys will all get an invitation to that. I don't have the set dates yet for that. We're kind of coordinating it all, but you'll probably hear a little bit more about it as we get closer to New York City. For those of you coming to New York, of course, we're going to be inviting a lot of the speakers from the New York market there. So make sure you bring your book to get photos and pictures and all that. Make sure you definitely put the reviews up too as soon as your book comes in, because you're a verified user. And that's like you know, that's the most helpful thing you can do is putting up the 5-star reviews, because it's, you know, not to get into the tech side of how Amazon works, but the more reviews you get earlier on, it helps propel the book. Just so you guys know, even though we did a pre-launch party and a launch party, this is still considered a soft launch. We're going to be doing a larger launch. So how when you write a book, and I'm just learning all this, guys. So those of you interested in writing a book ever, let me tell you, you got a long journey ahead of you. I'll be more than happy to answer any questions on it. But our goal is to land on the New York Times bestseller list. So you'll see like a lot for that. Like there's a process where you gotta get yourself onto Amazon, get yourself #1 on Amazon, get yourself like at least like 100 great reviews. And then from there we have to have like ads running. You have to have people getting the book from like Barnes and Nobles, and you'll see the book will be available nationwide. So the way you get on the New York Times list is you have to have a certain amount of sales and books sold from various parts of the country, from different retailers. It's like a whole complicated thing. And it doesn't even guarantee you're going to get on it. So you could do the biggest push in the world, and then you still don't get guarantee, even though you can make the amount of sales that they require. But so that's our next goal. So we always like when, for those of you who come to our events, we always try to outdo every event we do. We always try to outdo every boot camp, right? We're always putting ourselves to the challenge and just, you know, increasing. So our next big goal is going to be the New York Times bestseller launch. And how this will help you guys, honestly, it's going to open up a lot of doors for us. So it's going to open up a lot of doors for very high level speakers, a lot of, you know, like we get the best people in the world, but there's still like that next level, right? You know, getting the president of Paramount, getting like some real key players, some, you know, big time investors to come out to like that can oversee final decisions, right? So we always get like, you know, the senior casting directors. We'll get the head of Ford, the head of Wilhelmina, right? Like other companies, they can't get access to those people. So I want to get the next level is to get their bosses, like the final say. Like this is the person. Doesn't matter what the casting director says. Their boss is this person. That's like what we want to start bringing in, those types of level people, because I think as whether you're aspiring or you're in SAG-AFTRA, whether you're a model, musician, access to those people give you access to so many others. You know, it's like I always like to say, like, you know, if you're really close with like a Lady Gaga, you know, and she dropped your song on her, you know, Twitter, or she dropped your song on Instagram, like that song would blow up the next night. You know, like I've been following a lot of stuff with Taylor Swift, whether you love her or not. Like her marketing and the way she does things is just like incredible. Like her next tour is going to be $4.1 billion. You know, she's at the top of her A game, not only from branding and marketing. And I want to bring that kind of level of quality to you guys. Like I want you guys to be able to see yourselves at that type of level, you know, like really, because if you can shoot for $1 billion brand, right? Even if you shoot for the moon and you fall into the stars, you still created yourself like an incredible career in the industry. And a lot of people, they do this for so long. Like, you know, I'm sure you see so many people online, the struggles they go through with, you know, the modeling and acting industry. And at the end of the day, it's not because they don't have talent. It's not because they haven't invested in training. It's just because like, they just don't have the right connections. They're just off, right? You know, great examples, like if you're flying a plane, like literally if you're flying a plane from say Orlando to Chicago, the plane drifts like ever so slightly. It just slightly drifts. So all it takes is just like the pilot just to kind of keep the plane on track. And it's like less than 1% drift. You will wind up missing Chicago and like wind up like in Ireland or something like that. So it's just crazy how such a small, minute change can make such a huge difference. It's just there, it's like a horse race, right? Winning by a nose, right? Just by the nose, like the slightest difference makes the win. Or if you think about like boiling water, 1 degree less is warm water. So what I really want is like for 2024 for us to really dial in for everybody who's with the company, like on your branding, your marketing, like to really create that, because there's going to be so much changes in how social media works over the next few years, and how brands work, and how people are discovered. Like the raw talent is needs to be there, the training needs to be there, but at the same time, it's really, really stepping into what makes you unique and really making the world aware of that, right? It's those little things, the charities you're involved with, the things that you're doing, like really becoming transparent with your story, who you are, the things that you're doing, and then the modeling, the acting, and the music is wrapped around that. Because when you think about it, like most of the people, when you follow, I was watching a really great movie this morning, the one about the NWA, and it's so interesting, like the whole music industry side of that was built around stories when you think about it, right? Like you think about East Coast versus West Coast and so forth. People follow the stories through the music, and that's what really made them successful. And I had a really great talk with Keith Shockley about this, and it's just so true. Like the stories you put out there, like in rappers, the music, right, created the stories. People follow these journeys. It's the same thing now with social media. You have to start telling your stories. It's no longer about posting, pictures and so forth, but really getting deeper into who you are and building up that fan base. That's what a lot of these larger studios are going to look for, because things are going to get really niched down, especially with artificial intelligence and so forth. But that's something for the future, just kind of showing you guys where we're headed, what we're doing. It's going to be an incredible journey. You guys are at the perfect time, right? I used to always say it takes 20 years to create a success story. We did it in 18 years. So we got here 2 years early, right? So instead of looking at things like, oh, it's taking me a long time to get there, you know what? Yeah, you're going to arrive at the perfect time. You're going to arrive when you're meant to arrive for success. And it's just a matter of, we're going to go really into following up too, making sure you guys are following up with everybody, sharing, stories, sharing the people that you're working with, meeting with, and so forth. So, early arrival. There we go. Hashtag early arrival. I love it. All right. So I'm going to turn this back over to Ms. Deneen. Today is going to be a little bit different. Boot camp. Today is Finding Fame Sunday. So we literally have back-to-back speakers all day. So enjoy the day. It's our little thank you for everybody being here. You guys are in for a treat. We got some amazing speakers coming up. And the first one, I believe, is Jen's going to be coming up first. So for those who got to hear her speak before, guys, hold on, because she's going to change your life. She's the most amazing person. I love her with all my heart. I'm actually going to be with her in Orlando in a few weeks. You guys get to see some things that we're working on, and we're going to be doing a lot more. So you're going to see a lot more of Jen in our community, and a lot of projects that we're going to be working on with her. So she's an incredible human. So with that thought in mind, guys, let me turn this back over to our wonderful host, Miss Deneen, and I will talk to you guys later. And again, thank you from the bottom of my heart. You guys, you made this happen, and we are just so proud and so happy, and it's going to be an incredible journey. All right, guys, thank you.
Oh my gosh, give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you so much again for your support. Like Mike said, you have no idea what we were doing. And literally as we were going through and seeing people sending us emails and text messages, like we were at dinner the other night and we were like crying and just so excited. And I owe a lot of you guys videos, which we'll get soon, but you guys are amazing. But I don't want to hold this up. We're going to tell you how amazing you are all day, but let's get ready for our first speaker. Are you guys ready? If you're ready, type 1 or 1 in the comments. Let me see that. 1 or 1 in the comments. All right. Let me find my speaker. There you are. Okay, awesome. All right. So our first speaker, here we go. Add pin. Okay, our first speaker is Jen Conkey. She is a peak performance coach who brings over 2 decades of experience in personal and professional development. Certified as an NLP master practitioner and business strategist, She specializes in breaking down mental barriers and reconditioning mindsets for unparalleled success. Who's ready for unparalleled success? Jen has been pivotal in helping individuals exceed their performance goals across various fields, employing a transformative approach that goes beyond conventional coaching. Her strategies are designed to equip you with the mental and emotional tools necessary to not just meet, but exceed your objectives. As the visionary behind a groundbreaking performance coaching platform, Jen has disrupted the traditional coaching landscape. She offers a transformative experience that is as relatable and enthusiastic as it is impactful. With Jen, you're not just getting advice, you're undergoing a comprehensive shift toward peak performance and success. Everyone, give it up for the one and only Miss Jen Conkey. Oh, Jen, can you unmute yourself? There we go.
Yes, ma'am. Hello, everybody. I am very excited to be here. I know I was here a couple of weeks ago. I'm not sure how many of you were here then, but if you are, nice to see you again. And for those of you new faces, it's good to see you as well. What an amazing kickoff from Michael. I cannot believe, first of all of you look fabulous. I love all the makeup. I love the way you have yourselves presented. This is awesome. This is going to be a very interactive experience while we're talking and interacting together. So just be prepared for that, because one of the things about peak performance is I'm going to get you not only to visualize things and then feel them, hear them, and taste them and smell them and all of that, but I'm going to ask you to fully engage your entire body, your nervous system, and everything. And I see that Michael, Deneen, and the whole VIP team has got you trained to participate in the chat. And that's exactly what I'm going to be asking you guys to do also. So today, my goal with you by the end of this is I want you to step into your power. And in order to do that, what we're going to do is we're going to go on a journey. Right now, we're standing at the precipice of this monumental experience that's not going to seem so monumental right now, but at the end of it, when we're done, you're going to be a different person. You're going to be changed a little bit. So in the chat, if you're ready to change a little bit of how you see the world, how you show up in the world, put a 1 in the chat for me, please. I just want to make sure everybody's here. We are going to get to work. Okay. I'm going to first ask you to let's go ahead and stand up, because when we're like this and we're sitting and we're chilling, we are not engaged. I'm going to stand up with you. So everybody get up on your feet and let's go. All right. I want everybody, if you can, with me. This is going to be just a quick breathing exercise to get you going. I want you to grab your hands and put them up by here, by the side of your ear. And what I want you to do is as we go down, we're going to exhale through our mouth. Okay. Now your hands are between your knees and you're bent over. Knees bent, back straight, string pulling from your chest and your chin straight out. Okay, now we're going to inhale through the nose and then exhale through the mouth. Inhale through the nose, exhale through the mouth, inhale through the nose, exhale through the mouth, inhale through the nose, exhale through the mouth, inhale through the nose. Hold it. Oh, I want you to put your hands on your heart. Oh, left hand on the heart, right hand on the belly, and swallow. And release the oxygen from your mouth slowly. All right. You feel your heart beating? You feel that? We're connecting to our hearts. Our mind and our hearts are now connected. We're going to do one more time. Hands up to the ear. When we go down, we're going to exhale through the mouth. Inhale through the nose. Exhale through the mouth. Inhale through the nose. Exhale through the mouth. Inhale through the nose, exhale through the mouth, inhale through the nose, exhale through the mouth, inhale through the nose, and hold. Hand on the heart, right hand on the belly, swallow, smile, and let that air out slowly. Now we're ready. Who's ready? You guys ready? All right, put a 1 in the chat if you're ready, and do me a favor, go ahead and it's okay to sit down right now. So I want to talk to you for a second. Anybody that almost passed out, take a little seat. Take a little seat. If you do that activity, anytime you're feeling doubt or worry, thinking about the future, ruminating on the past, maybe something didn't go so well, you do that activity right there, connect your brain and your heart and get back to your breath. Be in the present moment. Okay, because that's all that ever really exists. Now, I want to talk a little bit about this pervasive lie that has contaminated the minds of humanity. Now, it is all consuming, yet it doesn't show its face. Instead, it whispers and it tells us things like you're not good enough, right? It tells us these things and it weighs on us as we hear it. And 99% of the world believes what they hear from these whispers. But today, I want to expose it for what it really is. And I want you to believe me instead. You already know what I'm talking about. You know, it's the inner voice. We all have that inner voice, myself included. And I listened to that fucker for 2 decades until one day I hit a threshold. And some of you are going to be hitting a threshold today. And I'm here to give you the nudge that you need to break on through the other side, just like the doors. We're going to break on through the other side. Is it okay with you guys if I share a slide with you, walk you through a little bit of a presentation? Okay. So what I want you to do, let me get this up here for you. And we are going to walk through a couple of things. I need you guys to make me some commitments today. That's ultimately what this is. No, that's not it at all. Ooh, I don't know how to do this. My goodness. You know what's wrong is like sometimes I could do this and sometimes I could not. So let me try and find this one more time. I think I got to pull it up without sharing it first. In the chat, can you guys tell me what's your greatest fear? What's the fear that you have the most? What does your inner voice say to you? Biggest fears. How many of you have self-doubt? How many of you have an inner voice that says, everybody else is already doing this and you don't even have a place right now? There's already people out there that know how to do this and it's not you. How many of you have that? Or think you have this, you got to compare yourself to people? Anybody else comparing yourself to people out there? Anybody else see somebody else doing it and you're like, man, when will it be my turn? In the chat, anybody? That's right. Today, we're going to get through that. Okay, we're going to talk about that a lot. Here it is. The time to be ready is not the time to get ready. How many feel me on that? Do you know what I mean when I say that? The time to be ready is not the time to get ready. Write that down. Write that down. All those people out there that you're comparing yourself to and you're saying, man, God, they just came out of the woodworks overnight, didn't they? Anybody ever feel like that? Like, where did this person come from? All of a sudden, they're just out there everywhere. And the thing is, we don't see the journey they were on that got them there. All of a sudden, we just see them blow up. And you wonder, when is it my turn? When is that going to be me? Well, I'm going to tell you what. I want you to know that is very common. And we call it comparanoia. It's where we compare ourselves to other people. We wonder when it's going to happen for us. And then that's when that voice kicks in. Okay. That's when that voice kicks in. And it causes this confusion. It causes fear. And then it causes inaction. So if it's okay with you to make these commitments today, put a 1 in the chat for me real quick. I love that the chat blows up. It just blows up. These are the commitments. All right. 5 of them. And I want you to write this down. If you make these commitments to yourself every day, just make them every day. The first one is I want you to commit to stretch yourself. I'm going to be asking you to do some things today that might seem a little woo-woo. They might seem a little ethereal and out there, but I'm telling you it works. It works. We got to get you out of that beta survival mode in your brain that's saying, you're not worthy. You can't do this. Everyone else is already out there. There's already stars out there. It's not me. We're going to get that out of there. We're going to get you into an alpha state and we're going to create a ring of power today. In order to do that, you've got to be totally accountable to what your biggest fear is. First of all, and you got to be absolutely open and honest with yourself that you have the responsibility of learning everything that you can while we're together, fully engaging while we're together, and then making this ring for yourself. And then the most important part, and I want to hear it in the chat. I want to see you say, I am committed, Jen. I am committed to putting this ring down on the ground 21 days in a row, 3 times a day to rewire my brain and get these old neurons to disassociate with one another and keep rewiring new neurons. Because everything that happens in your brain, there's all these synaptic things that happen. And every time you have a feeling that turns into an emotion, because feelings are just the 5 senses, it's what you're feeling. And every time you stack those feelings and they turn into this emotion. And then that emotion drives your thoughts and your thoughts drive your action and your action drives your results. So we got to refire all that doubt, disconnect it, refire it into power. That's what we're doing today. Okay. You feel me? Are you ready? Let's do this. I am going to stop sharing my screen. Oh my God, how do I do that? Okay. Now, here's what we're going to do. How many of you know about what you want? Are you clear on what you want? Anybody? Write down in the chat. What do you want? What do you want? Anybody? Basic thing. I remember when I was little, I wanted a lot. I also wanted to be, man, I wanted to be so many things when I was young that I was like distracted. Anybody out there distracted? You want everything, or have you really niched down into what you want? Write down, be very clear on what you want. I'm going to give you a couple minutes to just write it down. I want you to put in the chat 3 things very clearly what you want. What outcomes do you want 12 months from today? What outcomes do you want? Write that down for me. Share it. Just be vulnerable. Put it out there. And as you're saying it, since your mic is off and it won't be disruptive, I want you to say it out loud. Because here's the thing. When you say it out loud, it's crossing your throat chakra. And what's happening is you literally, your body, which is a separate entity from your mind, by the way. Well, that's a whole other class, right? Your body can hear you. And sometimes when you go to do something scary, put in the chat, put a 1 in the chat if you've ever gone to do something that you're afraid of and your body, all of a sudden you're sick or you got a cough or you're tired or something pops up and you're just like, I don't know. And then the voice creeps back in. Does that happen to you? If it does, show me in the chat. Tell me a 1. Does that happen to you? All right. We want to fix that, right? You know what you want, to be on a commercial. Yeah, okay. You want to be on a commercial. What kind of commercial? Do you know? Does it matter? Some of you want generational wealth. Write it all down. Write everything you want. If you had to dream and there was a magic wand and all you had to do was push that button and you could get it, what would it be? What things would you like to experience? What would you like to experience? Happiness, face my fears, don't procrastinate. I love this. This is good stuff, guys. Get my health back. That's important. Health is wealth, right? House, a car, $1 million. Who in the heck doesn't want an extra $1 million in their life? Almost everybody does, right? An extra $1 million. What about your first $1 million? Anybody want your first $1 million? Put that in the chat. This is awesome. I just want you to dream, like dare to dream. Dare to dream. Dare to dream. You got this. Now I want to talk a little bit. We're going to flip the script here because you want these things. What's standing in the way? Tell me in the chat, what is standing in your way? Why don't you have them yet? What do you think it is? Age. Oh, Dakota, no. We got to break that out. Age, that's what you think is in your way. Finances in your way. Self. Roxanne, you are a student's pet, aren't you? You know. Your teacher's pet, I mean. You already know. Self. Self is in the way. It takes money to make money. That's yourself believing that. Age is in my way. That's your belief in your way. Money is in my way. That's your belief. That's you. When it comes right down to it, guys, it's yourself that's in the way and what you believe. How many of you are cool to change a belief today and to be aware of it consciously? Is it okay with you to change this limiting belief with yourself today and be aware of it consciously? Tell me, is it okay with your unconscious mind to change this belief right now? Okay, okay, yes. And you're going to be aware of it consciously. Now, what I want you to do, I know we did that breathing activity, so you're no stranger to breathing. The thing is, I'm going to start asking you a couple of questions right now. They're going to be coming at you rapid fire. Some of them, now, honestly, they're designed to hit the belief it's stored in the back of your mind. It's an unconscious thing that happens. Autonomically, you just automatically respond this way. You start to feel things, sensations, they develop into an emotion. That emotion, like I said before, it drives your thoughts. The thoughts drive your behavior. All that stuff. How many of you all of a sudden have lost your shit? And you're like, how did that happen? How did that happen? Did it just come out of nowhere and you felt like you got hijacked? That means that you are wired to that emotion. It also means that if that happens to you automatically, it's been wired into you for a long time. And that's the number one thing that's stopping you. It's holding you back. So you've got to change your belief. But the real thing is you got to change your addiction to that fucking emotion. Can you feel me? That means you're addicted to that emotion. That emotion somehow has a secondary gain that you view that you need to hold on to it and you need to keep it. I'll share a story about myself. For myself, a long time ago, I was a professional poker player on the side. I've always done real estate. Okay. I've done real estate for over 20 years. That's just my jam. That's what I do. I was also in corporate America for 22 years, climbing that corporate ladder, only to find out it was on the wrong wall. And for 12 years, I did both. I did real estate and working in corporate America because I was afraid. I was afraid that if I went out there, what if I failed? What if I failed? And then I got my MBA and did all this stuff in corporate America, and I was working my way towards the C-suite, and that seemed more certain. But if I left what I knew and what I had mastered to go try this other thing that I also really wanted really bad, what if I failed? And I got stuck there. So it took me 12 years to finally say, I'm done with that 9 to 5, which was really a 5 to 9. And I'm going to go do real estate. That's all I'm going to do. It took me 12 years. If I think about that 12 years and what it cost me, it is 8 figures, guys. 8 figures is what it cost me. It took me so long, so much longer than it needed to. So I want to help you avoid that. Okay. Now, what happened is in 2015, my wife, who was not my wife at the time, I started dating her. We started talking, and her model of the real estate world was so much different than mine. She changed and shifted my vantage point to where I saw a new possibility, and I created a new belief through her without really knowing it. But today I'm going to do that for you so that you can create a new belief, but you know it, and you're going to continue to wire that in. Okay. So now that it's okay with all of you to rewire this, and you're all associated to that one thing, you all know what it is. I want you to think about it. All right. I'm going to be speaking to your unconscious mind right now, and it's going to process this information very quickly. It's like a supercomputer. You know, it's like you're going so fast. You ever get off the freeway and you realize, wait a minute, how did I get here? I don't even remember that. That's an unconscious competence that your body took over and started driving and directing you. That's what we're going to do today. We're going to overstep. I'm going to overstep that conscious mind and get right back into the back of that conscious mind. And speaking of that, I want you to think about your pressing problem or challenge. What is it that's standing in your way? You know everything you want. You told me in the chat. Did you say it out loud? Say it out loud for me real quick if you haven't said it out loud. I'm watching your mouths. I can see you. I'm here. Your cameras are on. If they're not on, please turn them on. There we go. I can see you. Don't worry. Everybody's doing it. Everybody's doing it. It's not looking foolish. This is about you. Some of us are like, I'm too vain to do that right now. Don't you know, Jen? I'm not going to look like that. No, you're going to do it. You know what? Because pretty soon you're going to make enough money. It's called FU money. And it doesn't matter what you look like or what you're doing, because you're standing there strong in your convictions and your dreams. And that's what you're going to do. Okay. So here we go. Now you know what you want. Now I want you to think about that absolute challenge that's standing in your way. I want you to close your eyes now and think about it, if you will, please. Close your eyes. Now hold that pressing problem right there in the forefront of your mind. I want you to think about it in your thoughts, and I want you to know what's wrong, what caused the problem, how have you failed to resolve this, and how have you overcome the solution to your problem? What would you like to change, and when will you stop it from being a limitation? And how many ways do you know you've solved this? And I know you're changing and seeing things differently now. So what is it not? How do you know? What is it that you need to not know to know this? And what is it that you are pretending to not know to know this? And what is it? How do you know? When did you decide that? When don't you do it now? What are you not deciding when you don't do it? How's that different from how you were? And how do you know that now? And what other changes would you like to make? And what would happen if you didn't make those changes? What would happen if you did make those changes? What wouldn't happen if you did make those changes? And what wouldn't happen if you didn't make those changes? I want you to go inside and try in vain to have the same problem. It was a terrible problem, wasn't it? And you want to make changes, haven't you? And what would it be like when you've made those changes now and in the future, as you look back and see what it was like to have had that problem? As you think about it now, if you can make this change for yourself so that you could stop having made this change for yourself and see yourself now, do you like the way that you look? If you could make that change and look back at yourself having made that change now, go ahead and open your eyes. Stand up and shake your body up. Shake it up. Woo! Ooh, you guys don't know it, but y'all just made some different decisions right there. You're going to do different things. Okay. I want you to go ahead, just shake it out. Sit back down, and in the chat, share with me how you feel about that old problem. Or are you having difficulty associating with that problem now, aren't you? And now that we've settled that voice down and we sent it off to go think about itself, let's use this time to focus and learn how to prep into your personal power whenever you need to. There we go. Feeling better now. That's right. You should be on fire. I want you guys to know that Tony Robbins is our coach. Yeah, I literally love this man. He's the only one that I take guidance from. You stand there in that power pose for 2 minutes. And this power pose, anytime you're feeling like there's some doubt creeping in, and you step into this and you do that breathing that I showed you earlier, and you think about what you want, and then you think about what's in the way, you're going to remember, no, that was just myself in the way, but I made a different decision today. Okay. Now we're going to always remember to do those things because your inner voice, it needs to be put in its place. It needs to be put in its place so that you can think and act from a state of peak performance, connecting your heart to your mind. You're congruent. It's like a rhythm. It's like a rhythm. And that rhythm of your heart beating and the rhythm of your thoughts, when you're connected and you get into a flow, it's like all the planets in the universe completely aligned, and it feels amazing, right? That's where we are right now. We're in the perfect state. So the next thing that I want to do is I want to talk to you about momentum, because momentum, that's that force that keeps driving you forward. It's driving you forward. And some of you, your body is going to want to stay back here, and it's going to feel like, that's going to give you some friction. And that's when I want you to stand up, do that breathing technique that I showed you at the beginning. Think about 3 things that you're grateful for as if they've already happened. Like, I'm so grateful that I have that $1 million in the bank. I'm so grateful that I nailed that interview, or I nailed that audition, and now I've got the role of my life. I can't believe it. I am so grateful that that just aired. Literally, the premiere is this Tuesday. It's coming out, and I can't believe it. I am so grateful. I am moved to tears. Like Michael spoke about, like Dan spoke about. Denise's over there talking about we were crying and having a good time because of the book. That's you. You act as if it's happened inside your body, because when you feel that and you feel it in your body, that's what makes you start to step into that power. That's the trigger. Okay. So momentum, I want you to imagine like a 3-foot by 3-foot snowball on the top of a mountain. We're in the Andes. It's cold. You feel that cold? Oof. You got gloves on. You see this snowball and you're like, that is the biggest snowball I've ever seen in my life. That is the biggest snowball. I'm going to push it. I wonder what would happen if I push it. I want you to just go over there and you're going to push that snowball. And you know what happens when you push a big ass snowball down a hill. You watch it. It's going to roll down that mountain. It's going to pick up more snow, and it's going to get bigger, because as it gets bigger, it collects more snow. And then the momentum kicks in, and the bigger it gets, the faster it rolls. It's awesome. And the bigger it gets, it keeps going faster. That now has momentum on its side. You imagine this big snowball. Now, as it gains momentum, it's unstoppable, right? And that moment all began with that 3 foot by 3 foot at the top of that hill. But it didn't just create itself. It wasn't just sitting there waiting for opportunity to come kick it over the edge, right? It took some time to form the snowball. And it takes time. What if you don't have resources? It takes even longer if you don't have the resources. Like, what if you didn't have gloves or a wheelbarrow or a shovel? And you already know where I'm going with this. What if you didn't have access to equipment, but your life depended on making that snowball? What would you do? How resourceful would you get? Tell me in the chat. What if someone you loved was at risk if you didn't build a snowball in some weird world? You know, there's weird movies out there. Y'all are probably going to be directing them or being in them. You got to saw off your own leg in order to win or survive. Like, what if for some crazy movie reason there was a snowball, and if you didn't build this snowball, your whole family was going to die? How resourceful would you get? Using my hands. That's right. Bare hands, whatever it takes, any means necessary, anything. I would figure it out no matter what. Patricia, bam, whatever it takes, right? It's that Imagine Dragon song, whatever it takes. That's exactly right. Whatever it takes. Okay. You would get very resourceful, right? Because everyone comes resourceful when there's something on the line, when they are leveraged. So what if you just imagine that snowball scenario was the same as your career in the entertainment industry? Whoa, right? Like, you may be feeling uncertain because that inner voice seeds doubt, but in times of uncertainty or the unknown, we seem to lose perspective. So it's important to condition yourself that, oh yeah, this is just a snowball. So I want you to visualize a big 3 foot by 3 foot snowball in your mind. Close your eyes really quick and just imagine it at the top of that hill. And I want you to remember what it felt like. Reach your leg out and kick it over the edge. What did that feel like? You could feel it. You know the smell of snow. Anybody not been in the snow? If you haven't been in the snow, that's okay. I want you to imagine when you open the freezer at your house and all that cold air comes out. That's what it feels like when you're out there in the cold and there's some wind chill that's like -10 degrees. and it's like blowing on you and you're like, oof. And if you were to reach out to that snow, you've ever picked up an ice cube where it's stuck to your thumb and you're like, and it starts to hurt a little bit. Like that's the feeling, you know, it's that cold out there and you're kicking that snowball out, just like stand and like try to lean, but the snow is, and you kick it, feel that. That's the visualization I want you to remember the next time you think you can't do something. I want you to remember the snowball did not build itself. And I want you to remember when you decided that you were going to pick up the snow with your bare hands and do whatever it took to build the snowball to kick it down. And that is the same exact scenario as your career in the entertainment industry. And you're going to do that every single time. Okay. Now, who's with me on that? Are you good with the visualization? You good with snowball work? Okay. I have to give you that visual because when it comes time and you start to hear that inner voice, you're going to snowball. Okay. And I'm making these loud gestures and loud movements because I want you to remember that's activating your nervous system. So everybody just clap your hands with me and yell out, snowball. Yep. All right. Who's ready to build their ring? Are you ready to build your ring? If you're ready to build your ring, put ring of fire. You're going to name it whatever you want today. Here's the best part. What I teach you today, you can do in the future. It is a repeatable process. You do not need me for this. I'm going to teach you the repeatable process so that if you need to create, I don't know, an identity for a role you're auditioning for, you can make it. You can figure out, well, man, I want to do this role and it's a cowboy, but he's calm, cool, and collected. And he's like really good at these things, but I'm not that. You can create a ring that's like a cowboy ring, throw it on the ground, boom. You're going to be able to neurologically associate yourself to those feelings, those characteristics, and that identity for your audition. That's the level of power that I'm about ready to give to you. So pay attention to how we do this. All right. Pokemon. Yeah, like a Pokemon. Whatever it takes to visualize that. My kids collect Pokemon cards. I love that. You guys are awesome. Okay. So here's the thing. What I need you to do is we are going to write down 3 characteristics that personify the power that you feel you need. Now, most of you are a little stuck. So we're going to get you into a state of what I call resourcefulness. Resourcefulness. So there's 3 things. This is always, it's the power of 3. 3 past experiences where you felt 3 different ways. I'm going to bring up a slide and walk you guys through this. Okay. Let me make sure I got this slide ready for you. In the meantime, what I'd like you guys to do is I want you to start thinking about 3 times in the past where you were very curious about something. You got very curious about it. I want you to take a minute, write down those 3 experiences in the past where you got very curious. When you have them, I want you to think of one word for each experience, one word that just summarizes the entire experience of that one time. For me, you know, I always wanted to be going to college and personal development and learning and all these things. And I had, my family wanted me to be the first kid. I was like the first grandkid that ever went to college. So I was doing it for others, not doing it for myself, which is probably why I needed to motivate myself. Because if I had to go back in time now, I probably wouldn't have gone to college. Probably would have went straight into real estate. But college, that's a time where I got really curious about it. What did that look like? So my first example is college. I want you to think about yours. I'm going to walk you through it. All right. Write your 3 examples down. When you have it, please make sure that you put in the chat, got it. And then write your 3 words in the chat for me, please, if you will. Space. There you go. April. What I'm going to do here too is I want you guys to see this is, I think, you know, you've got a couple things: curious, creative, determined. I want to keep enough time for you guys to think of these. There are 3 things. I want you to look at it this way. It's like you're going to come up with 9 examples, right? The reason why I want you to have these 9 previous examples. So for curious, I have college, mindset, real estate. Those are 3 times where I got really curious about learning a new thing, stepping into a new identity. Creative, I had to get very creative on one of my deals that I did in a multifamily real estate, had to do syndication. Then my portfolio, at one time, I had this situation where a lender called and said that the whole note was due on one house. I only have 2 single family homes in my entire portfolio, and on this one house, they were like, the notes due because you changed the scope of work. I had to get super creative to make sure I didn't lose everything based on one note. I ended up saving it. So I have that really cool example of when I had to get creative and save a multi-million-dollar portfolio fund. I'm currently learning how to do a fund of funds, got super curious about that. So here's where I creatively figured out how to do it. The last one is determined. You know, I was determined once I figured out real estate to launch an academy. So I got determined and I did that. You know, it's been 4 years now. NLP, I got super determined to become a master at NLP and hypnotherapy. It's why I'm able to be here and serve you today. I was determined though. There was nothing going to stop me. And I was also determined to create my capital company. These are my 9 examples where I know and I know and I know that I did these things in the past so I can show up again in this same form whenever I need to. It's kind of like when you get a dog. What's the first thing you do when you get a dog? You name it. You name it, and then you train it to come when you call it. That's what we're doing today. So that's why it's important to name your ring what is going to be meaningful to you. I call it a ring of power. Some people call it a ring of fire. What's your ring going to be called? Put in the chat what you want your ring to be called. Sometimes people pick a whole new their identity. We have a student, she rewired herself. Her name is Denise, but she wanted to be able to show up in negotiations a certain type of way. So she renamed it, made a ring, named herself Dakota. And whenever she needed to go into negotiations, she threw Dakota on the ground, stepped in, got that identity locked in, and did what she needed to do with that mindset. And now anytime she wants to just call upon that, she can, because it's wired in. So what do you want your ring to say? What do you want it to be called? Infinity, platinum power circle. There you go. Music, now acting. This is awesome. Curious about being a famous actress. Yes. A tax lien expert for houses. The wolf and coyote ring. Okay. My ring of power. Duh. Jamie, that's awesome. Inner circle. I had one person name it Power Circle, Roshan. That's interesting. I love these names. Make it yours, right? That ring, you make it yours. Walking into church, strong woman power, living up to expectation. Wow, Terry. Make them your expectations though, okay, Terry? Unstoppable, Cynthia. I love that. I love that. That's good stuff. Okay, perfect. Survivor warrior, ring of time. All right. Hey, once you have all 9 examples, I want you to be crafting the 3 that you were curious, the 3 that you were creative, galactic. Go on, Ryan. I love that. And then 3 for determined, being awesome. Shamar, I'm doing my being awesome ring. I love it. Okay. Okay. Now, once you have all 9 of those examples, we're going to get started. So put a done for me in the chat once you have all 9. You've got all 9. You've got your ring name at the top. And don't worry if it doesn't look pretty right now. It's okay. And I have an 85-inch screen in front of me, guys. So if I'm not looking right at the camera, it's because I'm reading your comments. It's everywhere. So I don't want to lose connection with you though, you know. Okay, so we've got the 9. Done, done, done. Does anybody need time? Name the second and third again. Patricia, so curious, then you need 3 for when you were creative and 3 for a time where you were determined. Ryan is done. Patricia, you good with that? 3 examples of when you were curious, 3 examples of when you were creative, 3 examples of when you were determined. Okay, cool. Perfect. All right. Go back to college. Okay, Marjorie says she's going to get caught up. All right. In the interest of time, let's go ahead and do this. You guys ready? You guys ready to make your power ring? Okay. Would it be helpful if I left a slide up, or would it be better? I prefer to be like right here with you. I think it might be better if I just stay right here with you guys. What I want you to do is let's stand up. This is going to be amazing. And we're going to be very active in the chat. Okay. Very active in the chat, because I'm going to ask you once you're ready, we're going to move to the next example. Now, what I want you to do is I want you to stand strong in your super pose. You're going to stand strong, power pose. There we go. Whew. Now, I want you to look down at the floor in front of you. Okay, look down at the floor in front of you. Make sure there's enough room. Make sure there's enough room for you to step in, because you're going to create this imaginary golden circle on the ground. Can you do that for me? Imagine there's this, it's kind of like, you know, the Lord of the Rings, that big golden ring is just glowing, right? It's glowing and it's on the ground. And that is your power ring right there that you're going to be going into. Okay. So what I want you to do is we're going to think about the very first 3 examples of when you were what? Curious. Okay. So all I want you to do is when I tell you to, I want you to go back and think about the first example, the second example, the third example. And for every example, we're going to step into the ring until you can feel that feeling and go back in time. And as soon as it starts to peak, we're going to step back out. And as soon as we're done and we're all stepped out, we're going to think of the second example. We're going to step back in and we're going to feel all of that. And then we're going to step back out. Then we're going to go to the third example. We're going to step back in, feel all of it, and we're going to step back out. Then we're going to go to a time where you had to be creative. Do it again. 3, 1, and then 2, and then 3. And then we're going to come back out and we're going to say, okay, the time you were determined. And I think you guys get it right now. You're going to be stepping into the circle 9 times. And each time you're going to be feeling it and stacking it. I'm going to ask you to get a little crazy and scream at times when you're stepping out of the circle. So once you step in and as you step back out, you're going to be like that with power. Okay. That's going to activate your nervous system and you're sinking that one in. All right. So here we go. I want you to inhale through your nose as though you are inhaling from the soles of your feet through the earth and getting in all that Mother Earth energy. Get all that Mother Earth energy in. Okay, here we go. I want you to go back to the very first example that you have where you were absolutely curious. Go back to that time. Go back on your timeline. Go hovering above it. Look down at the top of your head. I want you to jump back into your body. Slide into your body. See what you saw. Feel what you felt. Hear what you heard. Taste what you tasted. Smell what you smelled. All of those feelings. As soon as you're there, I want you to step forward. Take one step into your ring. Start to feel it. Remember what it was like when you were curious. What were you seeing? What were you hearing? What were you feeling? What was in the air? What decision did you make? You're so curious. As soon as it peaks, I want you to step back out and make your scream. Claim it. Claim it. And now I want you, go to the second example of when you were absolutely curious. I want you to step back into the ring, step back into your body, go back in time to that moment. See what you saw, feel what you felt, hear what you heard. Taste what you tasted, smell what you smell, all of those feelings of being completely curious. As it peaks, step out. Now, I want you to think about the third example when you were absolutely curious. Go back into that time, step back into your body. I want you to close your eyes, see what you saw, feel it. Feel what you felt, absolute curious. You were so curious. As it peaks, I want you to step back out. Loud, loud. All right. How many is that? How many is that? That was 3. That was 3. We're going to the next one. Be with me. Be with me. Now, when you were creative, let's go back. When you were creative, go back. Look at your timeline. Look above your head at that time you were the most creative, that very first example. Go back into your body, step into your body, step into your ring, step forward. I want you to feel what you felt, see what you saw, hear what you heard, smell what you smelled, taste what you tasted, everything. As it starts to peak, I want you to step back. We are getting more and more powerful. Can you feel it? We're going to the second example of when you were absolutely creative. Step in to your body. I want you to feel what you felt, hear what you heard, see what you saw. Ooh, feel it rising inside of you as it peaks. I want you to step back. Ooh. Third one, here we go. That last time you were creative, step into your body. Go back in time, feel what you felt, see what you saw, hear what you heard, feel all those feelings. And as it starts to peak, step back. You have 6 of them now. 6 of them. Are you guys ready? Because now we're doing determined. We are doing determined, and we're going to put our hands on our hips and we're going to go back in time. We're going back, hovering over your timeline. Go back to that first one, looking down at your head. I want you to slide back in your body, step forward, step into your body, feel what you felt, hear what you heard, see what you saw. All of those feelings of being totally determined coming back to you now as it peaks, step out. Oh, 2 more. All right, with your hips, I want you to go back. Go to the second example of when you were so determined. There was nothing going to stop you. Nobody could say anything to you. This is who you are. Step in. You feel it. You feel so determined. You feel everything you felt in that moment. See everything you saw, everything you heard. You feel it rising inside of you. Step out at its peak. We're going to make this last one so powerful. You're going to jump in the air. Go back to that third example, that third time when you were so determined, so unstoppable. Close your eyes, feel what you felt, see what you saw, hear what you heard, all of those feelings. It's building inside of you now. There is nothing that's going to stop you. Step back. Jump up and down. Do it. Yes. Inhale through your nose. Who's with me? Hand on the heart, hand on the belly, swallow. What did you name your ring today? What is this ring? What's it called? That ring in front of you. Say that ring name out loud. Unstoppable bitch. That's my ring. You see it, it's on the ground. You see your ring. Pick it up with your fingers. Imagine shrinking it down. Put it on your pointer finger, any finger you choose. Put it on your power hand finger. Your right hand is a power wand. Your left hand is your receiving wand. You receive information, love, feelings. You give information, love, and feelings. This is your power hand. Put your ring on your right hand. Now, here's the deal. I want you to throw it off your finger, pull it off, throw it back on the ground, step into it. You're anchoring yourself into that ring and those feelings, okay? You're going to do that 3 times a day. Step back out, pick the ring up, shrink it down, back on the finger. You're feeling it. Grab it off your finger again, throw it on the ground, step in. And you're feeling it. Every time you do that and you're inhaling, inhale through the soles of your feet, taking all the earth's energy and all the commitments you made to yourself today. Step back out, pick it up, put it back on your finger. Your commitment is to do that 3 times a day for the next 21 days. Anytime you're feeling doubt, what are you going to do? Show me. That's right. That's right. Pick it back up. I don't care where you are. You're doing it. I don't care if you're at dinner and you got to get up and go to the bathroom and do that shit in the stall. That's what you do. That's called commanding your destiny, commanding your feelings. Right now, this is the deal. Right now, all of you that are having that doubt, that is just your body trying to defy you and stay comfortable. Comfort is the enemy of progress. We're not going to be comfortable. Your mind is the power, not your body. All right. If you got something out of this, put in the chat for me. What did you get? Are you now in control? Your mind is the boss. It's in control, not your body. Whenever your body is telling you, no, feel it in your body where it's coming from. Focus and be aware and sense that feeling. Know where it's at in your body. Try to get in touch with, what kind of fear is it? Is it fear of not wanting to be feeling shame? Fear of not wanting to feel less than? A feeling of, I don't want to be rejected? Whatever that feeling is, you're then going to close your eyes, be aware, sense it, feel it, and send powerful love and affirmations to that feeling in your body. You're going to breathe it, and you're going to focus on bringing that energy up and sending it out with your power hand back to the earth. Let the earth take that for you. Okay. I know that sounds like hippy dippy stuff, but it works. It works. All right. Was this helpful, guys? I feel like I maybe lost my voice. I feel like I maybe lost my voice. Whew. It's good stuff. Was this helpful? Yeah. All right. This is the deal. I want to share something else with you. Is it okay? You guys can go ahead and sit back down. Now that we've made this ring, I want to share something with you about the path to mastery. Because I'm telling you, right now, a lot of folks give up too soon. We give up too soon. But I don't know if I tell you about this, then what will happen is you'll be more aware of it. And then you'll be able to catch yourself along the way. Is that cool with you guys? Put a 2 in the chat if you want me to do that. If you want to know the process and know what's actually probably psychologically happening and how to combat yourself, let's do this. Okay, I'm going to share the screen. All right, this right here, this is the path to mastery. I will tell you the very first step is unconscious incompetence. And unconscious incompetence just means that we don't even know what we don't know. So we don't know what to ask because we're not even aware. Then something happens and we become aware. That's what's happening today. I just made y'all aware that your body is actually trying to mess with your mind and you're going to reclaim that power. Okay. So now what you've done effectively today is I've moved you from step 1 to step 2. And at step 2, you're now more aware. you have a conscious incompetence. That means you know that you're going to struggle. You know that your body and your mind are not connected and your mind needs to take control. But I taught you today, now that you're consciously aware of it, you're going to move to number 3, which is consciously being competent at managing your emotions, managing your peak performance state. And eventually, when you get to level 3 of conscious competence, you're going to work on that. You're going to stay there. And guys, it's going to take you probably 4.5 years, maybe 4 or 5 years before you can master that if you just do this haphazardly. But if you commit to throwing that ring down 3 times a day for 21 days, you're going to shorten that learning curve. You're going to shorten your level of mastery, your learning curve to mastery. Do it, make that commitment to yourself to throw the ring on the ground 3 times a day. Because when you do, what happens is you ultimately will rewire those new neurons and you are disassociating the old ones. You're teaching your body, that's not what we're doing today. We're doing this instead. And with power and certainty, your body will absolutely submit and follow your leadership. Put a 3 in the chat if you got that. All right. Because here's the thing though, a lot of people, what happens is they become step 2, consciously aware that they are incompetent in this. They become aware and they try. And there's like this river, but just imagine this river between conscious incompetence and conscious competence. And this river, we got to cross it together, right? Sometimes on that journey across the river, what happens is we start to freak out and our body starts to take control. It starts to revolt. It's kind of like a horse that's digging its legs in. And it's like, we're not doing this right now. And you got to say, yes, we are. Take the ring off. Oh, we're doing this. And they go, oh, okay, we're going to do this, and take the ring off, put it back on and grab the lane, grab the lead rein, walk across the river. You're in control. You're in control. What happens is most people will not do that. What they do instead is they revert to what's comfortable. They go back and say, that shit's weird. I'm not doing that. That stuff is not cool. It's too weird for me, right? But if you lean into this instead of leaning out, your life will change. So I absolutely implore you, please do not go back to that comfort zone. You are better than that. You are bigger than that. And that place is going to get you exactly where you've been for however long you've been trying to do this. Instead, step into that power, cross the river, be aware of the journey, be aware of the tools that you have. Make sure the lead rein is in your hand. And as soon as that body of yours, while you're riding that horse and you got the reins and that ear twitches, you're like, nope. That's not today. We're not doing that. We're crossing this river. Can I hear you in the chat if you are committed to doing that, please? Yes. Yes. Okay. There we go. Committed. I love you guys. This is awesome. This is awesome. All right. You know what? These are the 5 reasons most people quit. It's not going to be you. All right. It's not going to be you. Not today, not on my watch, not on Danine's watch, not on Michael's watch. First one is wrong motivation. Some people get into this and they just expect it. Oh man, I'm doing this because I want just the fame. You got to have a different motivation, that intrinsic feeling inside of you that you know you're doing this for a compelling reason. If you don't know why and you don't have a compelling reason, you need to ask yourself, why do I want this so bad? Ask it 5 times. And through that process, you're going to unveil the compelling reason that's actually driving inside of you, right? Second reason is wrong expectations, wanting it overnight. I'm going to tell you, there is a way to get it overnight that you got to do some woo-woo stuff. You got to do a little woo-woo, because what's happening is you want it overnight, but you're still in beta brainwaves. Beta brainwaves are they're survival mode, and you're not really thinking and connecting or creating. If you get yourself into an alpha state or a theta state where you are literally not even aware of time or your body, you can manifest shit at a faster level, but you gotta do the work, okay? The other one is lack of time. We all have the same 24 hours in one day. Figure out how to bend time. Time block. Do stuff in 90-minute, 60-minute increments. Lack of enjoyment. Some of us are in that beta brainwave for so long. We're trying to survive so long that we might even hit a milestone and not even recognize it, or even give ourselves grace, or, hey man, good job, Jen, you did it. You hit that one small little milestone. And the problem is that we don't think the milestone is worthy of celebration, but it is. Every time you take a small step and make even 1 degree of improvement, it's like what Michael said at the beginning. 1 degree, 1 slight change like that sends you on a different course. You're in control of your course. Enjoy it. Make a goal. When you hit 90% of that goal, plan the next goal. That's called momentum. That's the snowball. Pa! It's like a Sparta kick. And this is Sparta. The last one is lack of support. Some people feel like they have a lack of support. I'll tell you right now, you do not have a lack of support. I see this community. I see the faces. I see your leadership. You are supported. You are supported. So make sure all of these 5 reasons, they no longer apply to you because you're in the right circle now. And you have your own circle of power. This is what I want you to do. I want you to think about 80% of why you are here is going to drive you. The 20% is how. But when you have the why wired inside of you, you're going to figure out, all right, this is what I need to do. This is why I need to do it. And what's it going to cost me if I don't? It'll keep you going. Then you'll be clear because you'll be so certain of why you're doing it. You'll be clear on the 20% of what to do and how to implement it. And you'll get very clear with that. And then plan it in 90 days and execute in 90-day increments because stuff changes. You got to be able to stay in tune with what marketing strategies you need to adjust to, like what Michael said. Stay connected. These guys are leading you in the right direction. Okay. So here's some questions I want you guys to think about. Why are you here? Why must you master managing your peak performance state and understanding that that's 80% of your problem? And as soon as you master it, you're going to show up in a different way. And now that you have this ring, using it, impacting your life, getting the results that you want in the entertainment industry is all about you and your perceived control, okay, over what you can influence. Speaking of that, I want to tell you guys what I'm going to do today. And Deneen, I think it's okay to do, but Deneen's a friend. Michael's a friend. I love them. We are in the same groups together and learning and growing. I'm so excited to be associated with them. And I'm so excited to see what they're doing to lead you guys. I have a free gift. And if it's okay, I'm going to drop the link for my free mindset course in the chat so that way you guys can just have it. Okay. If you're interested in it, you can click on the link in there. In that mindset course is what I call my resilience factor. I'm going to teach you guys how to strengthen your resiliency. So there's an entire assessment where you go through and you assess, hey, where am I? What is my resilient factor score? Like, what's my score? And what are the gaps? And how can I improve it? It's all in that course. All right. If you guys feel like you got a lot of value out of this, just show me some love in the chat. Make a commitment to me. Tell me what you're committed to doing as a result of our time together so that I know that I've actually touched your life. Now that you've got your ring, what are you going to do? You are very welcome. Become unstoppable. That's right. Promise me that anytime you have that voice kick in, you're going to throw your ring on the ground and you're going to step in. Engage your whole body, making a sound. And I'm going to tell you what, there are some of you in this room, if not 95% of you that are making these commitments. One day you're going to be rich and famous. You're going to be so rich and so famous. You're going to be too busy with all that money you're making. You feel me? Put a 10 in the chat if you're one of those people. 10 in the chat. I am so blessed this is happening. I want you to remember that Jen Conkey can help you invest your money. So don't forget me, okay? Get your mind right. Get out there. Find your fame. Follow everything Michael and Deneen are telling you. And when you go deep in one area of life, you create wealth, all right? Then you come see me to protect it. Thank you so much for the time today, guys. I appreciate it. I'll drop the link again.
Jen Conkey, you had me in tears. I'm sitting here behind the scenes, trying not to be on camera, let my crazy Halloween makeup
I love
run.
you.
But I just want to thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Every time I hear this, oh my gosh, I hope you guys understand that we kicked off your Sunday, Finding Fame Sunday, with $1 million or more worth of value. Because if it's such a, I hate the word if, when you start applying what you just learned. And for some of you, this is the second time, and I'm looking at you and I see you. When you start applying this, Finding Fame, you're going to be in our next book. But here's the thing. You have to take action. You have to take action. And Jen, I from the bottom of my heart, I'm so looking forward to seeing you in person. Oh my gosh, it's going to be so
I can't wait.
Mike and I are like dying to hang out and spend time. But
Yes,
thank you
ma'am.
so much for being here. And thank you so much for just sharing your Sunday with us. If you guys grew in the last hour, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. And I want you to give Jen a huge thank you also, because literally what you just experienced is life transformational when you apply it. Jen, thank
so
you.
much. Yeah, anytime.
Whew.
Is it okay if I stay here for a little bit? Just
You can, we're going to be here probably until 4. You're welcome to join us for the rest of the day if you want.
right on. Okay, I might pop in and out and just listen here because I'm really excited about what you guys got going on. And man, you guys, you are leading this team, this group of people, this amazing group of humans in the most loving way that I just want to kind of check in and just see how things are going. And thank you, Deneen. Anytime
Thank
you
you
need
so
anything.
much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. All right, guys, how awesome was that? I want you guys, again, I want you to really take stock of the value that you're being given right now, because this whole weekend was set up to celebrate you. Mike is not listening to me right now, so I could say whatever I want. I want you guys to understand how much you rocked his world over the last couple of days. Like, you all stepped up to the plate. And I want you to do that. It's easy to, how many of you know it's easy to step up to the plate for other people? Like for me, it's so easy. I am so good at stepping up to the plate for each and every one of you. But I want you to start stepping up to the plate for yourselves in that way. And I want you to really start thinking about, I want you to step up to the plate for yourself. Because a lot of times in the Bible, it says, love your neighbor as yourself. And so many times we don't love ourselves and we don't realize that we don't love ourselves because, oh yeah, doing self-care. But I want you to love yourself enough to take action. At the end of the call today, we're going to give you an opportunity to take action. And I want you to love yourself enough to do that. Okay. Is it okay if I want you to love yourselves? How many calls are you going to get on love yourself? No, you have to do this. You're not doing it for us. We already have an Amazon bestseller. You're doing it for yourself because there's something in you that needs to be brought forward. Do you guys understand that? If you understand that, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. So I'm very emotional today. You guys have no idea the emotional roller coaster that the last couple of days has been. And I'm so proud of you guys for being here right now. All right, let's see here. Whew, okay. Maybe it's the makeup. Okay, let's go. And my tech is being a real piece of work today. So my mom's here laughing at me somewhere. She's like, oh, to be in technology. All right, so let me see here. I'm looking. Oh, you're gonna make me cry. Okay, well, I'm like Dolly Parton in Steel Magnolias. Honey, we ain't here. I have one rule. You cannot cry alone. That's one of my rules in life. If I see someone, there are some people when they cry crocodile tears, I'm like, okay, just stop it. Okay, you're not winning the Academy Award. But when I know tears are genuine, I cry right along with you. It's the truth. I feel like since no one's listening, I can say whatever I want right now. Although I'm listening on Facebook. How dare you? Okay, are you guys ready to move on to our next speaker? All right, so our next speaker is actually featured in the #1 Amazon best-selling book, Finding Fame. Allow me to introduce him to you. All right, so our next speaker is Bobby Finaro. You may know him from playing Eugene on The Sopranos. Robert Finaro was born in Brooklyn, New York to Anna, a deaconess, and Vincent Finaro, an interior decorator. His parents are both second-generation Italians. Finaro began acting professionally in New York theater with the European tour of A Streetcar Named Desire as Stanley with the late James Gandolfini, who played Mitch, where they became friends. Robert's breakthrough role was Eugene in David Chase's The Sopranos. From then on, he has been known for multiple film and TV roles such as The Sinner, Ron Sinetti with Jessica Biel and Bill Pullman, on Ray Donovan as Lieutenant Bricker with Quincy Tyler Bernstein, on HBO's Vinyl as Tony Del Greco, directed by Martin Scorsese, or as he likes to say, Marty. The Irishman as Johnny with Robert De Niro, and American Gangster as McCann opposite Josh Brolin. He is forever thankful to his friend James Gandolfini for, as they say in show in show business, sending the elevator down. Everyone give it up. One and only Mr. Robert Finaro.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. What a beautiful introduction. Thank you.
know, That's
thank you,
how we
Janine.
do.
That's how we do it.
That's
This is how we
here,
do it.
Bob Finaro.
This is how we do it.
Yep.
Here we are. I see
So-
some people from the workshop, so that's
Yeah.
great. Reginald, all these people. I'm not going to name names, take too long. Hello, everybody. Hello. Good morning.
So I have a question for you before we get started.
Yes.
You have worked with some of the greatest directors. I'm looking at you, Marty Scorsese. You've
Marty, I
worked
got to
with
say
some
that name
amazing
more.
actors.
Marty. I want to say it more.
Marty. If you're watching this YouTube, call Bobby. Got it.
Yes. For your
Um,
next film.
But now you can also add that you're a part of a Barnes & Noble best-selling book in multiple categories. How awesome is that?
Not very often. I mean, the last time I was in hits was books about the Sopranos. There are some Soprano books that I'm in, and it's really an honor to be in them. And it's another honor to be in the Finding Fame. It's really great to be in any successful venture, play, theater. Making spaghetti too is no, it's a big difference.
Hey.
It's a big difference. There's a lot of resistance, and there's a lot of hurt and trials and tribulations that are wrought into a book like Finding Fame. And it's through those failures that we learn how to move forward.
Yep. Yeah. P.S. We had Italian food last night, and we were thinking of you the whole time. It was so good. Every
Good.
time we have Italian, Alicia's like, "Is it gravy? Is it sauce? Is it gravy? Is it sauce?" I'm like, "It's gravy. Just stop."
That's right.
now."
It's got to be gravy if there's meat in there. Yes.
Gotta be gravy. But we're not here. I mean, we could talk about food for the next 45 minutes or so, but I think that the people are here to hear from you. So can you start? I gave a very brief overview of your career, but can you tell us a little bit more about Bobby Finaro, the actor, and how you got your start?
Well, I started with HB Studios in New York, studying, because I realized that I needed to really work with good people. You have to try to find good people to work with. As it says, you quoted the Bible, I'll quote this quote, iron sharpens iron. So you want to surround yourself with people who are positive, other students that you can learn from and interact with, even if it's on Zoom. You can always chat. And that's how I started in New York City at HB Studios. And then I got the base of my training there. But then I did a play with Paul Savino. He was starting a group theater company in New Jersey. He tried to. A lot of people have tried. The group theater tried also, but it doesn't seem here in America, it's not so easy a task. So what you have is subscription theater, which is very good theater. Manhattan Theater Club, the group theater, the Atlantic Theater Club. Anyway, so I did this play with him in New Jersey, and I wound up doing a play later on in my career at that same place. So it was kind of weird. I returned, but I did a play. I understudied the Rain Man, and I played the part of Noah. And after Paul gave us a chance to do some performances in front of invited audiences, not in front of the subscribers. But he gave us a chance to act. And afterward, I said, you know what? I don't really feel like I know what I'm doing. I really gotta. I think I need a change from HB Studio. I got to find someone or something. And I happened to befriend a man at the drama bookstore. Everybody's important. This man at the drama bookstore called David Seminin. We were friends. And if you're in New York and you want to find a good bookstore for plays and theater and film, the drama bookshop is a great place. Lin Miranda had, he saved it from going out of business from Hamilton, the writer, creator of Hamilton. And you network, and you network here, you meet people, and then maybe a friend of yours is doing a film, you need somebody or holding a camera, whatever it is. So then he helped me, and he got me, he laid out the money for me to study with Bobby Lewis from the group theater. And after that, this is what I teach in the workshop, the 4-week process of our first reading, a concept talk, and putting it up on its feet and actions and stuff, and a final farewell performance. after taking that for about 2 years, I really knew what I was doing when I got up to a play. So when I landed the role of Streetcar with James Gandolfini, I truly was ready and knew where I had to be in terms of rehearsal from a first reading, because everyone thinks that, you need to bring in the character. So many times in the workshops, people don't have the paper in their hand, and I tell them, "What are you doing? You're learning it before you're running before you learn to crawl. You got to learn to crawl first, right? Correct? Raise your hand. You got to learn to crawl, and then you need little steps. So then James and we toured Streetcar, and that was the beginning, Deneen, of my career in terms of acting. And then, of course, professionally later on, James came and asked me to play a role of Eugene, which everyone knows. Or if you don't know, he asked me later on, about 15 years later. So it's important to, I would say, try to make an impact on anybody you're working with, a casting director, an agent, a fellow actor, because if you're friendly and you make an impact on them, that you did a good job, they might get up there and say to you, like James said to me, "Hey," or I could say to you guys, "I'm doing a film next week. I need some people. Hey, would you like to audition for this thing I'm doing?" And that's important. So, and that's how I got to do what I did. And James came and offered me an audition, not the job. He said, "I can get you the audition." And I landed the audition. And from then on, I've been working professionally since 2020 to today. But even though there's a strike, I've been working. And that's really the trajectory of and I did a lot of pounding the pavement and studying and watching a lot of films. I still watch a lot of films. It's important to watch films and to read. But remember that films are visual and TV is visual. It does take a lot to say something in TV and television. It takes a little bit more to say it on the stage. You show it with more emotion because it's live. But in film, it's a look that it's the cameraman, it's everything, it's everybody involved in film. And that's basically my beginnings, D.
That's awesome. I love that. So
He just called you D.
I know.
Hi, Bobby.
Hey, Allie, how you doing?
together.
With the DA or the
AD.
Hey,
I think AD. You're kind of like the AD.
Look,
So
you
let me
give
ask you a
something.
question. Let me ask you a question. You said that you watch a lot of films. So Mike does this training on script analysis that I feel like totally destroyed my life, because I can barely watch a movie now.
messed her up.
He messed me up so much. So as an actor, when you're watching a film, can you tell me how I'm sure sometimes you're watching it from an entertainment standpoint because you just need to turn off your brain. But I also know that once you know something, you can't unknow it. So can you talk to us about how you watch films?
Well, I think I watch them. I watch one film numerous times, maybe 3 or 4 times. The first time basically is for the entertainment value. The second time is to really closely look at the scenes and know that this scene really didn't take. This could have been 25 takes. This scene until they got where they wanted to. The actors, so to say, laddered up. They got up the ladder to where they really needed to be in terms of emotionally. And, I always look to see if the actor's pursuing what they want. Of course, the verisimilitude, the truth that they kind of convey, the naturalness, the relaxation. You look for relaxation, you can kind of tell the actors are a little bit uptight and the actors that are really relaxed and leave themselves alone. It's very important to create that, or to work to be relaxed, especially when they say action. It takes a lot of concentration. So I'm picking it apart. I'm looking for things, a happy accident, so to say, Deneen. Things like a glove drops, like on the waterfront with Marie Saint, with Brando and Terry and Marie Saint. They're walking across the park. She dropped her glove. He picked the glove up. This is when they first met, and he picks the glove up and he takes it and she wants it back, but he doesn't give it to her. And the next shot is on a swing and he's got the glove and he's putting his hands inside the glove. That wasn't scripted, but they just met each other. It showed you like this person that wanted to get inside her, not, to be inside her, to be with her. That one glove movement, that's a beautiful, happy accident that that doesn't, it's not scripted. And that's what that's what I really pick a scene apart for. You know, you can really tell, you tell like, wow, that definitely wasn't scripted, man. But that's cool. Like De Niro in Taxi Driver, we spoke about this once before. What are you talking to me? And these things that they happen, you can tell, you can really separate them and say, wow, that's something else. Sometimes, most times, the great things in scenes are what people come up with, you know,
Yeah.
right then and there. So that's what I look for a film, in film as an actor, you know?
Yeah, we once had a class with Dan Lauria from the Wonder Years, who was
Yeah.
in Alicia's show, Dinner with, you know who he is, but in case
Yes.
anyone doesn't know who Dan Lauria is,
Yeah.
but he did a like a 3-hour class with us talking about how he breaks down films. So when you're watching films, are you watching, I'm sure, I know you're watching modern films, but what is like one classic film, if you will, that you like to go back to as well? And how do you break that down?
A classic film. There's so many classic films. I guess I go back to, I go back to, Taxi Driver is a classic film that, I'm not saying that I'm Travis Bickle, that sense of loneliness. And as an actor, you do get a sense of, hey, look, you're talking to people in the world and they're not part of your world. You're part of the entertainment world. You're kind of separate from those people. Those people, as Herbert Berghoff said, there's a high price tag in what we do, but anyone can go to a store and settle for something that's a lot less money. It's easier. You can go to the Dollar Tree. I go, and I get stuff from the Dollar Tree. But if you're going to get filet mignon, well, you got to earn it and you got to pay the price to get it. You know what I mean? And it takes time. So, Taxi Driver is a great film that I'll go back to. And some of the older films, The Treasure of the Sierra Madre by John Huston. I like that with Bogart and Joel McCrea. And so those are classics, but they resonate in the sense of what they're saying. That moral compass, that greed and ambition doesn't really pay off in the end, but the work itself and working for a moral cause, for something that's good. Hamlet, its conscience. These things that I tend to want to go back to and review them.
That's awesome. I know you have some questions.
I always have questions.
Oh, what questions do you have for Bobby?
Bobby, the business has changed so much. I mean, especially since 2020. Do you miss going into the casting offices and auditioning live, or do you prefer doing everything via self-tape Zoom?
Well, the one thing that, there's positives, Ali, it's a good question because it comes up a lot. There's positives in making a self-tape. You can do 25 takes, because sometimes when you walk out of the casting director's office, you say to yourself, geez, I could have did this, I could have did that. Well, here it is now. You have a little bit more control. I always have a reader with me. I don't do it on Zoom with another person. I just try to have a live person in the room with me.
But I'm sorry to interrupt, but if you're brand new, what is a reader and how do you find one?
All right. So reader is someone, a friend of yours, and you ask them, they're opposite you, like they would be on the opposite side, and they'd be reading the script, the other side. The script is given like there are sides to a script, your side and the other side, the other person. And that's what happens in drama. Those two sides either agree or they disagree. And then you have drama and you have conflict because one person wants one thing, the other person wants the other thing. So anyway, so that person is reading with you and you do the tape and you can edit it. You can take out the beginning, a little bit of the beginning, a little bit of looking away, and that's great. But I do prefer after that going into, if I had a choice, Ali, I would want to go in and meet the person, because there's something about meeting a person live that resonates as opposed to on tape. There's a safety behind the camera, but to the person to really get to know you, to get to know your personality, talk to them, the greatest casting directors, and they give you great notes because you could be on it's funny, it's the first impressions. It's like anything. You get a first impression about somebody. You can do a scene, you playing it wrong, right?
Yeah.
And they could say, they don't have sometimes there are casting directors have the imagination to look beyond that, to bring a person in. But with these self-tapes, some of the casting directors don't have that imagination. Not putting them down, but they got to get the product out. They got to find the right person. So they're looking for the person who hits the scene just the right way. That's what we're looking for. But that other person, it could even be myself or anyone here in this room, this Zoom room, they might have been given one direction and they land a role. They're right on spot. And that's the difference, Ali. Being there, being directed a little bit, the casting director, usually the same, Ellen Lewis works with Martin Scorsese. I don't know if Marty works on the East Coast, but I'm sure it's probably Ellen Lewis. And she knows what he likes, and she knows what he is looking for. They have simpatico with each other. And that's the key of that live thing. They can give a direction and they'll say, okay, when Ellen said, okay, that was good. I'm going to show it to Marty. Okay, that's right. She gave me some direction. She said, right on, you're right on. When I came in and my intention was slightly off, she made me more comfortable in what I was doing. And comfortability is 100% needed. You're all comfortable when you're doing the videos. You're self-tape because you're by yourself. There's no one, but if you go in, you got to kind of get comfortable. So she did that. And that's the great thing about live performance. Ultimately, you got to put the gloves on and you got to get in the ring, Ali. You know what I mean? You need to get, and that's what being live and that's what performing live and film live and takes and all that stuff. That's the fun of it. You got to mix it up.
I mean, this business has changed so much, Mike and I were bi-coastal for 6 or 7 years and living in New York, living in LA, being there for open calls. When somebody walks into the room, sometimes the energy is just electric. And I've been in the casting rooms and I'm like, oh my gosh, regardless if they went to Yale or Carnegie Mellon, Juilliard, it's so competitive anyways, but sometimes they just walk in and you're like, this is it. This is what we're looking for.
Yes.
And their personality is just like, oh my gosh, I hope this person can act. But sometimes, kind of like Tinder, okay, this person, I hope they win. But, now that it's on Zoom, and I'm going to say this, the competition is fierce. And in a digital world, especially, and I'm going to say this as it's not, I'm going to put this as lightly as I can. Since COVID, this business now is so much more competitive now more than ever, because back in the day, you had to live in New York or LA and you would physically go into the casting offices, which means you were pretty much competing locally with everybody else that, was up for that role, which was still very, difficult to break into. But now that it's on Zoom or you're submitting self-tapes, now your competition is the entire freaking world. So you don't even know if they're actually seeing your tapes, which is annoying because if you went into the casting office, you're physically there. You can make eye contact. They're watching you. But if they're only watching 10 or 15 seconds of a tape, supposedly, I mean, oh my gosh. And, it was funny. I was talking to a casting director friend of mine. She works with Apple. And she said, I've seen so many amazing actors that I know can act, but they just can't self-tape. Do you know actors in that situation right now that that they're tremendous, but like they're just not booking work via self-tape? Have you ever been in that situation or know people that just are just not doing well because of this whole new digital era?
Yeah, I mean, what you're saying, I'll first address the first thing you said, which is so true. The talent pool has opened up since Zoom. So not only are you competing with other actors, sometimes you're competing with some influences and people, somebody that are there. So it's wide. They demand more in terms of scripts. We're fighting, SAG Union, AFTRA is fighting that we have less material to audition with because some of the casting directors they give us like 10 pages to memorize, and you got to memorize it because I told you this, I spoke about this before in the Zoom, is that everyone's memorizing. You got to kind of go along with the crowd because this is the new norm. I mean, this whole Zoom thing is the new norm, the self-tape, and everyone's learning it. the problem, a big problem is that adjustment thing, Ali, and you're trying to, you don't really, you take one tack and it requires a different adjustment in order to really to land the role. So there are a lot of obstacles to doing this.
But now you
Yeah.
don't even know who your competition is. It could be some kid
Right.
in Mississippi. You have no idea. I mean,
Yeah,
it's hard enough to move to New York, right? Or to LA, and then you're auditioning with your local market. But now you're literally auditioning against the world. And think about it, like as an actor, it's difficulty enough. But now
Yeah.
you're your own cameraman, you're your own camera, you're handling your lighting, you're handling your backdrop, you're your makeup person,
So
doing
what do you-
everything.
So, the thing is, the best thing you can do
Yeah.
is to take the workshops, the VIP Ignite workshops. I'm not just saying that, is to be as
To
sharp as you
promote
can
because
be.
you're part of the
want-
company, but
You want
it
to be
works.
ready. You want to be ready. You want to read as much as you can. You want to perform as much as you can. You want to be ready because, well, like what you said, a person walks in the room and there's something about that person that he has it or she has it. And you
je ne sais
can't get
quoi,
that
they
in a
say. Yeah.
self-tape because sometimes a casting director will engage even a director. I've been there, with Barry Levinson. He's engaging me in a conversation because he knows ultimately my essence is going to be on camera. There's an exercise I do. I've done it maybe a few times, once or twice in the VIP Ignite thing. Estelle Parsons used to have this exercise called an essence. You come in and you talk about a personal experience in your life. And that could be good. It could be fun. It doesn't have to be sorrowful, tragic, or it could be something that you regret or you're guilty about. But that, as honest as you can say it, you're not acting, you're just sharing a story. Well, that person that you're sharing that is your essence. That's what you
Right.
bring to the camera, to the stage, to TV. You bring yourself. Not everybody could be everybody else. That's why a good casting director can separate people, what they're good for, what they're not good for, and they kind of get used to you. So we all have our talents, what we're good at and what we don't excel at. And sometimes if you're good enough, you kind of can work around that circle. And that circle means, like, for me, it's like being a non-typical, playing that, not that wise guy. That's my
The
challenge.
stereotypical,
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm stereotyped.
trying to
you
get
know.
out of the box, the soprano
Even my picture
box.
on IMDb is kind of stereotyped. I need, like
I
you
still
said.
want you to play that romantic comedy,
Yes.
the
we
loving
need new pictures.
husband. I mean, maybe you're killing people, when you're supposed to be getting ice cream, this is,
Yeah, but it's a challenge. You're totally correct when you say these things. It's just right, spot on.
but I mean, like it's kind of like the kids from Twilight. It's hard to break that stereotype. It's hard.
Yeah.
It really is hard.
So you need
It's-
people. You need people around you to keep supporting you. And nowadays, even Marty talks about, you can create your own little short film. It's a lot easier to do a little short film for yourself with a bunch of people. Remember, it's the short film. It's what's inside the short film that's important. What's it saying? Is it true? Is it meaningful? Is it interesting? And also, it's the way you put it together, because you're going to edit it and you want to put it together, not just for its content, to how it can impact people. One of the channels I like to watch is the Criterion channel. I subscribe to. It's like $10 a month. I'm paying $9 a month. But they
What
have a lot
channel
of-
is it?
The Criterion channel.
Well, I've
Criterion
never heard
channel.
of that. Okay.
Yes, and they have a lot of early short films. I was watching a couple of Martin Scorsese's short films early
Oh.
on in his career. They're short films. Some won awards, some didn't, but they could be 5-10 minutes. You get a chance to see how other filmmakers thought, and the actors also. And it's instrumental, because you see that, like I said, a first reading, you see the beginnings of a filmmaker, how they progress, but you can see the inklings of talent there. Just like I look for the inklings of talent with all the people in the workshop. I try to place them in scenes that I think are right for them, that kind of say what they need to say about themselves, express themselves.
Yeah. I kind of want to, I'm going to ask you to do me a favor. So I talk to a lot of aspiring talent, and right out of the gate, they say, I need an agent. when did you actually get an agent? And kind of take me through the steps, because again, there's a lot of up and comers on here. And the very first thing they say is, I want an agent. And then they think that they're going to get like a series regular. So can you kind of take me through the steps? Because you didn't just get on The Sopranos because you woke up and just said, I want to, I deserve. So you put a lot of money and time into this business. So can you kind of walk me through
Yeah,
steps?
I'll walk you through. My first agent was James Gandolfini. I mean, he was the guy that opened the door for me. And then when I was on Sopranos, I asked James again, hey, James, you think you can help me out with an agent? So don't be ashamed to ask if one of your friends has the possibility of you. And James, of course, was not fearful that I would get his roles. He was very secure in who he was. Some actors are kind of, well, you don't want to give a friend of yours that's the same type, your agent, because you're going to be going up for the same things. But at the same time, if you're Tony Soprano, it doesn't really matter. So he suggested me to write as an artist, and they handled me for a little bit of time. I never signed with them, but they handled me and they sent me out for Law and Orders, and I started booking them. Not the first ones. I had to go about 3-4 times before they started booking me. And as things progressed, I got more and more. And then they went to LA only, so I had to find someone else. And then that was my job to look for someone. And then I had found a commercial agent who turned to be a manager. He was going to be an official manager. So I didn't have an agent, but the first year I had to give him 15%. The second year he took 10 because he was on his feet. But he was from Atlas, Eric Faber. He used to work for Atlas, a legitimate
Eric
commercial
Faber.
agent.
I know Eric. Yeah.
Eric, yeah, was a great guy. And he became a legitimate manager, and he really pushed for me in all things, the Sinner, all things, not just Wise Guy. And we worked really well together. So, but it took some time. And then Eric became an official agent in this place called Independent, and he was going to bring part of it was bringing his clients in. So then I had independent agency. I had a legitimate agent. But then that agent decided he was going to disband. He stayed up for maybe 3 or 4 months, and he went into bankruptcy or whatever. And he was the same agent for Jack Monash from Independent, and he disbanded. So then I continue with Eric, but it doesn't. A lot of the work, I would say 70-80%, you're your own agent, you're networking, and then that 20%, maybe even 10, are the roles that your agent's going to send you out or your manager's going to send you out for. So what does that tell everyone? You've got to work, try to get into plays, try to get into films, take your VIP Ignite class.
You need training. And I'm going to say this, and
Yes.
Tanya said this yesterday. She's a SAG-AFTRA licensed agent. You have to put in the training. You have to be what an agent wants. Agents are looking to submit talent. Agents, like theatrical agents, only make commission. They essentially work for free, but you have to have all the components ready. They don't train you. So a lot of people want an agent and then they'll train. That's half-ass backwards. You have to be 100% ready.
There are advantages to this.
You don't get an agent, then you train.
Right.
That's not how it works. So
Right,
you have to put in the training. So you spend a lot of money in training. You have to pay for your own headshots. And
Yes.
so if you're really trying to do this, that's why you're here, because I don't know who taught you that you don't ever invest in yourself. You have to. This is show business. No one pays for anything.
You'll get paid back tenfold when you get.
Yeah,
that
it's an
first job
investment.
on
It's not an
TV.
expense. It's an
You'll either
investment.
get paid back if you stick to it and you don't leave the poker table, you don't leave the chessboard. You stick to it. I promise you'll get work in the business. You will, but you have to stick to it and not walk away. And as Ali said, you need to invest in and it's a good investment in yourself. A lot of people throw their money away on things and everything, miscellaneous thing. You're investing in yourself, and there's definitely a payoff to doing this. The 80% is you working with other people.
It's like starting your
I
own
work with
business.
them. Yes.
Essentially, you're an entrepreneur of your own business. Do you
Yeah.
remember when you got your SAG card? Do you remember?
Yeah, I remember when I was on Sopranos. And first of all,
You weren't a member of SAG when you got booked?
You don't need it until you hit a certain threshold.
Okay. So you
Anyone
had
can
a
get
tapped
booked
hardly?
in a TV
Okay.
show here. They'll be
Yeah.
booked in a TV show. you'll be on the road to getting your SAG card. You don't
So
have to
you were
buy it
SAG
right away.
eligible? Did you have any
Yes.
waivers before you got booked?
No, it just became like I started making money. When you hit that threshold,
Yeah,
then you're forced to join, which makes sense.
a must join. Yep.
Yeah, because the SAG card, hello, I'm a SAG actor. I like to have this job. It doesn't work that way. I wish it did. It doesn't. So even the agent, I have a great agent. I should get that job. Well, guess what?
Entitlement, dirty
You're
word.
not, you're
Yeah.
not going to get that job because that casting director doesn't work with your agent. So when you do it, you can do everything till you're blue in the face. It's not going to happen. But what's going to happen is you have control of your working and networking. That's what you have control of. Take charge of that. And the card will come. And also the agent will come because there's more opportunities for these managers and agents because they'll see you in something and say, you know what? That person was really good. I really like that person. And then when they say, well, what have you done? I've done this film, this interview. Oh, I seen that. You were good in that. Okay. So there you go. There are more platforms, not talking about TikTok. Hello. I'm talking about
I love the fact that
platforms that
Bobby said
show
TikTok.
short films and stuff like that, Ali,
So what year did you join SAG?
in 2000.
2000. Do you remember what the investment was back then?
Oh, yeah, I think it was about maybe almost $2,000.
Okay, because it's 3 now.
Yeah, maybe a
Yeah.
little less, maybe about 1,500, maybe 1,600.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And
Yeah.
so your opinion, strike, 100 days. 100 days right now. What are your thoughts on the
Well, my
strike?
thoughts are, I think not today, but perhaps tomorrow, I'm really going to do a video, not for TikTok, for maybe Instagram, letting people know that, a lot of people I've spoken to, they believe that the strike is over when it's still going on.
The writer's
And-
strike is over.
Yeah, I know. And I tell you, Ali, 9 people out of 10 say, hey, it strike's over. You guys are doing good. I can't believe. Now,
We
I know
were making headway and then bye-bye. Now we're right back at square one. Yeah.
I know it's the disparity between the writers and the actors is crazy that people are not aware that we're still on strike. But I know Israel and Palestine,
That's taken precedence. Yeah.
that's taking precedence, but it still
course.
doesn't get that writers coverage because people don't realize we're still on strike. And
3
that's really what's getting to me. I can't believe it. That's what I have to say about it.
I do know.
What do I have to say about it? The AI is a problem. Getting paid the right amount of money. They've made concessions that you'll get paid more money in the beginning, a little less back end money, but they're going to give you more money in the beginning, and that's fine. Well, we're fine. We'll negotiate those things. We don't have to have gigantic residuals if you're going to take care of us in the beginning. And I think it's true because the residuals, I've got one coming next week for 1 cent.
Whoa.
Why even write the check? I mean,
Right, it's just
the
ridiculous.
postage is more. I mean,
Yes.
The
it-
paper
the paper
is more.
The paper is more.
Yes, yeah. So that's what I think. I mean, it's definitely worth fighting for. But, we all need to stay together in this, but we need to spread the word that it's still going on.
And video games, right? Voiceover, you're also on strike for that as well, right?
Yes, that also, yes.
And you've done Grand Theft Auto, which is really cool. And
Yes.
I know last time we spoke, everybody was freaking out about Grand Theft Auto. Any aha moments, anything that you wish somebody told you before? I mean, you've had such a lucrative career.
Well, I
Any-
definitely wish somebody told me that you didn't really need an agent and you didn't really need a union card to work. I wish somebody told me that.
Well, Andy films, student films. I think people have this grandiose idea like, I want to be an actor. I need to star in a movie today. No, you need training. You need to learn the basics first. You need to plant the seeds and learn your shit. I mean, that's the hardest thing about getting into acting. You need to learn the basics because no one is going to want to book you. You're a liability. Think about it. Like, and I made this comment yesterday, like when you watch the red carpet, okay, great. You see an actor, a celebrity. How did they get there? Think about it. They auditioned. They had a headshot. They had a monologue. They had to beat out the competition. They had training. So guys, you need these things in place. That's why you're here. I mean, this is Bobby from The Sopranos. I mean, Bobby, you are amazing. You've literally,
thank you.
I mean, you've achieved greatness because you're amazing. So
Well,
I want
thank
you
you.
guys to understand, like we talk about proximity, proof, and power. You are here because you want to get into this business. You're not listening to your friends, your family. We changed the trajectory of your life just by being on this Zoom call.
Right,
You're at the right place at the right time.
and everyone, I know everyone here, wherever you live in America, some people perhaps New York, some people wherever you live. How many of you have gone to any of the colleges from around where you live, and they have or found out they have film programs and gone to the college and said, hey, is there a list of people that you use? Could I get on that list of people, actors that you use? They do this at Columbia University up on 120th Street. They have a list of for the directors of actors. You go in, you write your name down, what you've done, say that you're available to do independent short films from the students, from the film schools. NYU has it in New York, the film school. You just register with them. It's something that you can do, and then you gain some experience. That's a really practical way. If you're near a college that teaches film, and some of the filmmakers, they need actors. You put yourself in the window, so to say, and you're not going to, we don't know what you're off. You don't put yourself in the window. This is one window that you put yourself in, the window of gaining experience through lectures and through acting, and then the other window of performing. And that's important that you try to look around where you're at. You might be near a college that does a lot of filmmaking, and you make yourself available. You'll be surprised. They'll give you a call, and then you got your start really. And you might be working with the next Francis Ford Coppola. You don't know. You could be.
We
It
know
happen anywhere.
people. Wink,
Look, if
wink.
Soundgarden and Nirvana came from where was it? Seattle.
Seattle,
The Seattle. What was it they called it? The
grunge scene.
grunge scene. Yeah, that could
Argue.
be. That could be
He
where
wears
you
his
live.
hat once,
That could be
and
where you're
now he
living.
knows
You know, a
grunge.
bunch of grunge filmmakers could be the new grunge filmmakers,
Yep.
and you could be a part of that. But you got to be proactive and get out there.
Yeah. One of the people we work with, Mark Christopher Lawrence, he starred in the show Chuck. He does stand-up comedy.
Right.
He literally once a year he does a student film because he said that he lives in Southern California, and he said,
Right.
you know what, no matter what I'm doing, once a year I do a student film because you never know who you're going to meet. And again, like you said, it's a great opportunity. We one of our excuse me, one of our inner circle members, Mike Trash, he does a lot of independent films and student films, and he has a reel now that's been built up because he's doing that, because that you have to start somewhere.
Yes.
Everyone started somewhere. And so thank you for
Absolutely.
sharing. I love that piece of advice. That was great.
Yes. Yeah.
That's awesome.
True.
All
So,
right.
yeah, that's it. I mean, that's here we are, and we keep every day we keep trying to make ourselves better, and in our lives and in our work, because our lives reflect our work, and sometimes you're going to meet that character or that person that's just right where you need to be. And your experience, sometimes you may not have that experience, but later on you'll understand it, and you'll be able to get the opportunity to do it again.
Yeah.
It's important. So, yeah.
And it's important that our talent understand that we are so honored to have you here, Bobby, and
Yeah.
we're excited
Oh,
to see
thank
you
you.
in just
Thank
a
you.
couple of weeks in New York City. Deneen, are you excited to meet
Yes.
Bobby for real?
Oh my
in
God.
person?
I can't believe I've been talking to you for like 2 or 3 years, and I've never met you in person. And I actually
Yes.
talked one of our talent. That reminds me, I have to send you a text message after this. But one of our talent actually came out to to one of your appearances, and I was talking to her yesterday, and she's like, or the other day, and she was like, yeah, so that time I met Bobby Finnar, I was like, shut your mouth. And she was like, what? I was like, I can't believe you met him before I did. I mean, it was awesome. But
Cool.
I'm going to text you. She's actually in a production. She was like, do you think you could tell Bobby that I'm in a production? I was like, of
Yes, for
course I
sure.
will.
If anyone's in something, I'd love to come down
Yeah.
and to see them. I'm looking forward to the workshop December 1st.
Oh.
And we're gonna plot it out what we're gonna do. We got 5 hours of greatness. We're gonna strive to get some work done and have fun.
It's going to be awesome, because you know what? Working on Zoom is great. And it's literally, we were talking about this yesterday. Like if we didn't have Zoom during COVID, none of us would be standing here right now.
Us. I mean,
Oh my
think about it.
God.
We had people from The Walking Dead. We had Monique Coleman from High School Musical doing Zoom.
Yeah.
Had a casting for L'Oreal and Estee Lauder. We had such a thriving community during COVID.
Which
We were all home. It was insane.
which is awesome. But being in
Live.
person, doing it live there's nothing better than a live
In New
workshop.
York City.
I know. In Christmas time.
I mean, the thing
Aiden's
is that
coming.
you can't learn things in one day.
Yeah.
And
True.
You won't learn how to act in the workshop in one day, but you'll be on the right track
Yep.
to continue your work. It's just one day in the life, so to say. And you'll understand how relaxation, how it plays into, into your work and the essence of
Yep.
who you are, how we set it up to give you a kind of foundation of a direction, kind of mapping it out, so to say, like VIP Ignite, you're mapping it out for everyone, the pictures, the headshots, the talent agency, the people who coach like myself, you're kind of mapping things out. So when you finally get on your own, you feel really confident and relaxed and courageous to take chances. Because if you're going to be any good, you're going to take chances. James Gandolfini, I know him, and he was a great man who took chances. He thought outside the box. He didn't act, and that's what you're here for, to take chances.
And I think it's also great to get out of your living room, get out of your comfort zone,
Yeah,
and
that's it.
go to the greatest city in the world.
Yes.
New York City. And it's true. If you can make it there, you can make it anywhere.
Yes.
And I'm bringing the baby with me.
Oh,
So you
beautiful.
get to meet the baby. So
Oh, I
we're
can't wait to
very
meet him.
excited.
I forget the camera.
And guys, how cool is it that you not only get to meet Bobby in New York City, but you get to add this to your resume.
Yeah.
Proof, proximity, and power equals authority. So this is what we
Yes.
do at VIP Ignite. So we're very excited. We love you so
Yes.
much. Thank you.
Love you too, and thank you.
Thank
everyone.
you.
I'll see you in the workshop, and I'll see you on December 1st.
Yes. See you
All
then.
right.
Can't wait. Thank you,
Ciao.
Bobby.
Ciao, ciao.
Ciao, ciao.
Ciao. I have to get used to saying ciao. It sounds so
Ciao.
provincial when you say ciao. It sounds so cultured. Ciao. So when we're in New York, when we're in Hollywood, when we're all over, we're going to say ciao now. Does that sound good? Are you guys on the ciao wagon? All right. I don't know what I just did right there. All right, guys. So what an amazing day. Like,
It's what we do.
I know. It's what we do. And the best part is we're celebrating Finding Fame. We're celebrating all of you.
Finding Fame Sunday.
I know it's Finding Fame weekend. It's gonna
Ryan
be.
Clapham scares the
I know, Ryan. Your makeup is frightening.
when we were doing the watch her, look at her.
Ah!
Ah! I'm glad Caden's not watching this today because
Well,
the therapy would be so expensive.
that's
I mean,
true.
What's up?
Well,
What's next?
we have to find our next guest speaker.
Oh, okay.
Maybe you want to text her.
Oh, let's see.
Okay. Well, in the meantime, how much are you guys learning? How much are you guys growing this weekend? Are you guys growing? Are you learning? Yeah. Are you? In the comments, what has been your biggest takeaway so far? Mm-hmm. What has been your biggest takeaway so far? Type it in the comments. Type it in the comments. Oh, I use ciao with my shoe line. They're handmade in Italy. Ciao is hello and goodbye. I know it's like aloha, hello and goodbye. Growth mindset. Oh, I like that. Training and confidence. Very good. Don't give up. I know, right? You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Oh, there we go. Yeah, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, knowing that I can actually do what I want. Dakota, that's awesome. That is beautiful. I love that so much. Awesome. The power is inside of me and I cannot look outside. Thank you. That's so I'm going to elaborate on that, and then I'm going to introduce our next guest to you. The power is inside of me, and I cannot look outside for approval to get where I want to be. How many of you know that? Like, how many of you, I know, right? Raise your hands, raise your physical hands, do a physical. Yeah, because you know what the thing is with that. I love that so much.
Ready?
Yaz.
You've had the power the whole time.
Just click your heels 3 times. And
Sorry, I need an excuse to use this.
I know, you know me, you know what, I'm gonna take over. Is it okay if I take over the wand?
Yes.
You'll all be magical
yes,
soon.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Awesome. All right. So I love your takeaways, but let's talk about this. You don't have to look for approval, because let me tell you something. Alicia's family, they thought she was batshit crazy for doing
They
this.
still do.
Yeah. Well, my family still doesn't understand. My dad's like, girl, when do I get to talk to you? I'm like, Dad, my phone rings all the time, but
I'll send you
girl,
my Zoom link. I've got 15 minutes.
I know, right?
Just
Yeah.
kidding. I'll see you at Thanksgiving.
Probably. Hopefully.
Well,
Anyway, but what I want you to understand is this. It's the crazy ones that change the world. It's the crazy ones that change the world. And you're here because you're a little bit crazy. Okay. You're doing things different. You're doing things that other people can't do. So if you're looking for people to approve what you're doing, it's not going to happen. Even if you went right now back to get a law degree or something like that, there's always going to be someone who says, nope, you can't do it. But you know what? Tell them to shut their pie holes and you do what you got to do. Okay.
Awesome,
And
right
that's
now.
why you guys are here right now. It's the hat. It's like the hat turns me. It's like my.
she's like Jim Carrey in the mask now.
I know.
Liking it.
I know. I think I need. How many of you guys want to go hat shopping when we're in New York? We'll have to buy some hats. If anyone knows of a good hat shop, either in Tampa, or you have my number. All right. Why is it so warm in here?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
I'm having a hot
Probably
flash.
because we're in Florida.
Well, yeah, we're gonna figure this out. Okay, so why don't we do this? We're gonna introduce our next guest speaker, and then I'm going to take my hosting hat off and put on my air conditioning hat. How's that? It's like
We should
unplugged.
get like a built-in fan. That would be so fun.
We have one. It's right there. Normally I'm
No,
freezing.
inside the hat.
Oh, yeah, my hair would get tangled. Okay, Cynthia, I'm sorry that I'm acting crazy. So let me get our next guest.
It's been a day, a week,
It's
a
been
year, a lifetime.
It's been a lot. Okay, so here we go. Let's see here. You guys are hanging into like champions. Hello, Cynthia. How are you? Let me
Good morning.
introduce. May I
Good
introduce you
morning.
properly?
You
Yes.
can introduce me, or I can just say, hey, y'all.
Hey, y'all. I think I'll go with hey, y'all. Oh my God. Thank you so much for being here today. We appreciate you so much.
Oh, thank you. I love these sessions, and I love what you just said. I have people all forever in my life who said, what are you doing? You're so crazy. Why can't you be more like all of us? Why are you taking these risks? And I said, you know what? Get out of my face. I have to do what I have to do. So bravo, brava to you for extolling these virtues to all of these wonderful people.
Well,
Yes.
you know better than we do. It's the crazy ones that change the world. I mean, we were talking about you after your last session. You literally are the reason that there's a film industry in Atlanta. You're
Wow.
literally the reason that there's a film industry in the South. So bravo to you for
Oh,
being a disruptor in the industry.
Thank you. Can I say something that might be a little slightly off color for some of your folks? But
Yes.
you know what? I think you have to just basically kick ass and take names. That's the deal.
We have a list. Yes.
We have a long list.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's what we have to do. To make it in this business, you have to be very determined, as we all know.
Yes.
Do you want us to go over your bio, or would you like to do it? Because I always love it when you talk about your bio, and I also like to hear about when you put Denzel Washington in his place. Do you want to do it? And by the way, I love you.
Thank you. I love you too. I can talk a little bit about myself.
You know you better than okay. You do
Yeah.
you. Go.
All right. So I'm born and bred Southerner. Go take off your hat, right? I'm born and bred Southerner.
knows you.
I basically was brought up to be a special kind of person to follow in all of the tried and true background, people in society, all of those wonderful things, which is great. I married while I was still in college at the University of Georgia, finished my degree, married a guy who was in law school, And the plan was we go back to Savannah, Georgia, where I was brought up and raised and had all of my family and friends. And then we were going to start our family and start our whole thing. Okay, I did all that. And then I said, wait a minute, where's the creative side to this? So my answer to all of you is, you know, embrace everything you have in your past, in your present, but also never, never, never let someone tell you not to do something that touches your heart and your brain. You'll find a way. You'll find a way. And you'll find a way to explain it to them. And maybe they'll get it, maybe they won't. But we only do this one time around this place, right? And so go for it. So anyway, I got involved in film, in theater first, and then film, and then television. There was no filming going on in Savannah, but I was working and bringing touring shows into Savannah and running a theater and building and renovating a theater that was built in 1865 and renovating all that to create, because that's what I do. I create and I find people who have beautiful faces and become part of my ensemble and give them permission and encourage them to take their own permission to go out and do their thing. So that's kind of what I did. I got involved in film. I got involved in theater. I got involved in film. One of my first ones in Savannah was Glory. You know that story perhaps about the regiment in the Civil War, all Black regiment that was just like, you know, what are they telling this story? Denzel Washington was one of our people. He was brand spanking new. No one really knew who he was. You can think that was back in 1988. So, hey, I don't care if I'm dating myself. I've been around. Anyway, so then we did that. We went into, I moved out of Savannah into Atlanta, and I did things like Fried Green Tomatoes, and I did things like Remember the Titans, and I did things like a lot of TV shows. And then I had a wonderful show that I did called Selma that I cast as a casting director. I cast Selma, and that was like the heart of my heart, because all of the shows that I did really had a great meaning for me. And I think that's important to show that. And I love people and I love faces and I love that ensemble of faces. And we talk about that quite a bit. So I'm just delighted to be here, answer questions, do whatever. I've been around a long time, but you know what? It still feels like yesterday. I'm still learning stuff. I'm still loving people. What else do you want me to say, Alicia?
Let's talk about
That's
How
kind of a broad overview.
do you guys feel the passion? And I kind of want to say this, when you love what you do, you never work a day in your life.
Right.
And you know, you and I met at a luncheon with Deneen in Beverly Hills. Your daughter's a really good friend of mine. Your daughter starred on Broadway. And you know, you walk into a room and you and I mean, other than your daughter, you walk into a room and you and I become like fast friends because you're just like energy, electric, and you just don't.
It takes.
Thank you.
It takes.
But it like energy, right? Like magnets.
Yes.
So now that everything is on Zoom, and I just asked Bobby Finaro from The Sopranos, do you miss the live in-person castings, or do you kind of like the Zoom and the self-tapes? Like,
I love bringing you into the room.
so you like old school?
I love old school.
Okay.
I love old school.
Are you still doing old school?
Yes, I'm still doing it.
Okay.
I'm getting ready to go over to Atlanta and to Savannah, and I'm going to do some things over there, and I'm going to bring folks into the room. Now, look, I'm out here in Los Angeles, and I think it's very important that we have all of these great ways to find these faces and to have a conversation and to see, because how can we possibly be 5,000 miles apart from everyone and still be able to find that right person? So I'm all for that. But there's something that is just so magical about getting you into the room and talking to you and opening you up, and perhaps you're opening me up. It's a two-way street. I'm
So-
just
So when somebody comes in, like, can you give me some things that drive you nuts? Like, I mean, somebody playing on their phone, somebody chewing gum.
No.
I'm talking about my pet peeves, like eye contact is another one for me. Like,
Yeah.
why are you looking at your shoes? Like, what's going on? So can
Yes.
you talk about things that just
Yeah,
drive you nuts?
I love that. First of all, when you're in the room, if you are lucky enough to be in the room and you can bring your whole body, soul, face, everything, voice, whatever, pay attention. Pay attention. Be in the moment, right? Put the phone away. Don't even bring it into the room. It's insulting. That would be like me you walking in and me doing this and just kind of giving you a cursory glance. How insulting is that? We are there to meet one another and find out whether you're the right person for me and whether you can deliver. Okay.
Bad first impression. It's already like you're breaking eye contact. What the hell are you doing? Why are you here?
Totally.
Bad
So if you
posture is
did-
another one.
If you
Right?
right,
It's
if
like
you walked
looking at your
right,
phone.
if you walked in and you were not fully aware and fully watching me and fully in the moment, I think I wouldn't be rude, but I would say, okay, I think we're done. And I think until I feel that you can be totally in the moment with me, I think we're wasting both of our times. And I think that's an important lesson to learn. Now, nerves are one thing, okay? I embrace people who come in and are a little nervous. Come on, are you kidding me? This is real life. You're going to feel nervous. You're walking in. You're meeting someone for the first time. You're trying to figure out if you can get these words out of your mouth, if you can sound natural and all that. I know that. And I'm going to give you as much help as I can. I am an easy person to be with unless you walk in, and I have to say this, with a kind of attitude, looking at your phone, all of that. To me, that's just plain old what we'd call in the South, just being rude. Just being rude. And that's basically. So show the respect for the person that you're walking into the room to see, just as I would be showing the respect to you for being in the room with me. I think it's a two-way street. Okay. And I think that I want to see you as honest as you can be. If you've got nerves, I may open up and say, I think you might be a little nervous. So let's talk a minute. I may very well say that.
And that's when personality would come into play,
That's
correct?
right.
Personality is super important for you.
Absolutely. And don't lie to me because it's all written all over your face. If you're nervous, you're nervous. Okay. Own it. And just be honest. And then you know what? Because if I'm casting you to work with me, whether it's a day or a week, and I'm putting you on a set with people like Denzel Washington and Morgan Freeman and David Oyelowo from Selma and, all of these people, I want to know that I'm putting you on a set where you can react, right? I need to know a little bit more about you because I am your friend. I want to find the best possible person that I can. This is not just a do it and get them out of the room and I'm done, collect my money and go. No, I'm really
You want to book somebody, like you want to find that person,
I
like you're
wanna find
fighting
the
for that
person.
person.
right. And I will go
Yeah.
to extremes. I will go to extremes. I mean, for
She's
example,
like your number one cheerleader. Casting directors aren't scary. She's your best friend.
I know. And I will give you a chance to, I may very well say, you know what? I think you came in to read for something that I don't believe this is the right fix for you, but I'm going to give you another side, and I want you to go out and take as much time as you can and bring some real truth because I'm seeing something that I think you're more you're right, you're more right than for that one. I mean, I feel like if the director, the writer, the director has given me this responsibility, I need to give them the best I can find.
Now, are
Right.
they supposed to memorize, or are you just giving them the side and they're reading it out loud?
No, and so if I said, give you, then I want you to come in, I want you to do some work, take your time, and I want you to know it. I'm not so interested in having, at this point, having every word, every line strictly to the page. I want you to give me a feeling. It's okay. I want you to dig a little bit because I'm going to give you all afternoon if you need it.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to have to squeeze you in from all the other people. Take your time. I'm not going to say bring it back to me in 5 minutes and have it memorized. Are you kidding? Who does that? I mean,
You're looking for voice inflection, tone, speed,
yes,
rhythms.
I'm looking for a connection
Okay.
to you that I think I'm giving you because I'm thinking maybe there's a connection that he or she can bring to this character that's going to give me more that I can come in and laud this person to our director. And maybe we looked at it in the director. I give the director a lot of different faces, and he or she will say, yeah, I like this, no, da 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 da. And sometimes I'll go, okay, but I really want you to see this
So
person.
you go up to bat for that person.
Oh,
Like, you
hell
fight
yeah.
for that person.
Oh, hell yeah. Because ultimately, my job is to make sure that the thing is cast.
Right.
And I'm not going to waste their time.
Yeah.
So I'm going
And
to
you have a
bring
pretty good track record. Like, you know what you're doing.
exactly. I
It's
know
not
what
your first
I'm doing.
rodeo.
It's not my first rodeo. I've been doing this for a while and I love doing it. And I have to say that the comments from the directors that I have been privileged to work with have been so positive because they go, they would say, very much say, there's no way, I've had this quite a bit, there's no way that I would have thought that this person could have pulled this off. What did you do? I said, they have it in them. You just have to, sometimes nerves get in the way. I can't take credit for that. I have, sometimes I give them an opening for them to do it.
So
And
had it been a different casting director, that person probably wouldn't have had that shot.
well, I don't know about that. I just
But
know.
okay. Yeah. So let me ask you a question. How important is the resume for you? What if somebody came in brand spanking new, but they walked in, they were a natural, and like the words just like jumped off the pages, like they were that good. What
Yeah.
happens then?
Well, for me, I'm going to take the chance.
Okay.
If I'm going to take the chance, because look at all these people. I mean, you got to have a shot somewhere. And if I am fortunate enough to find somebody who walks in ready
Diamond
to
in the
go,
rough. Yeah.
a diamond in the rough. Yeah.
Where
if
have
it
you
comes
been?
in,
Yeah.
exactly. And they're honest and they're open and they're malleable. They,
This
they
is a
listen
star.
to me,
Yep.
and I go, man, I want to show this I want to show you to the director. Because I've done that quite a bit. And
Give me an example. Like who's ever been in that situation? 'Cause you've worked with some really, you've worked with
Right.
Ryan Gosling.
right.
We can name drop here. It's a safe space.
I mean, I found, he was doing his thing for years. He was doing little things on the Disney Channel. And when I started, and then he was living up in Canada. And I said, you know what? There's something about when I was doing Remember the Titans. I said, there's this character, and he hadn't done anything for a while since he was like 10 years old or something. Let's put him on tape and let's see if we can, and sure enough, because he was up in Canada, we had to put him on tape. And sure enough, one thing led to another, and I brought him in, and the director went nuts, and he had a wonderful run with Remember the Titans. That was only one of the examples. And of course, please, now, with $4 billion that they keep raking in with all the Disney, with all of the show that he's in now, the Barbie and Ken dolls that he's doing, what I'm talking about,
Yeah,
right?
he's doing all right.
Yeah, he's doing okay, So I feel like give me a challenge. And I want the directors to say, I've been looking all over for this person, and this is what I'm looking for, and I can't seem to find it. That is not daunting to me. I look at that as a fabulous challenge and go, yes, let's see. You know, I've even been, you don't know about this thing. When I've done shows, I did a show called Fled with Lawrence Fishburne and Stephen Baldwin. And I had to, it took place, several scenes took place in dance halls, if you know what I'm talking about. And there were quite a bit, we filmed it in Atlanta. There were quite a few dance halls, and I needed to find people who could be the scantily clad dancers that would not mind doing this for real. So I talked to my director, and I had my assistant, who happened to be male at that time, but at this point, I wouldn't care anyway. And we went into several of the establishments in Atlanta. And actually, all night long, we would sit and watch, shall we say, naked women do their business.
I love it. It's Sunday, scantily clad establishments. I love it.
And then we would go back after we'd say, I'd like to go back and talk to you. And some of them, you know, because they don't care, I would say, please feel free to put on a robe or not. It doesn't matter to me. Of course, I had to leave my young man who was, you know, he was going nuts, but that's okay. This was back in the day. And I was able to find some beautiful people who worked with us for a couple of weeks. And we fed them a couple of lines, and if they wanted to, a couple of them did decide they made so much money because they were also unclad and you have to pay them for that. They said, hell, I do this for a living anyway. You're going to pay me to be naked? Okay, fine. Anyway, throw that in because, you know, ultimately as a casting person, all you want to do is make sure that you are pleasing your director and you're giving your director what she or he wants. You know?
So let me ask you a question. I always joke around about the unglamorous, glamorous life. I mean, you've done so much and you've cast so many amazing projects, but what are some of the unglamorous? I mean, other than the scantily clad, what do you wish people knew about the casting process? Like some of the unglamorous parts of this business?
Well, I think one of the things, you mentioned my daughter. My daughter started with me when she was like 7 or 8 years old, and she would take all of this is back in the day when people would
Evelyn Stillwell, guys. She's one of our coaches
Stillwell.
here.
Yes.
Yep.
Haviland Stillwell, one of the most talented, if not the
Graduate from NYU, Les Mis, Fiddler on the Roof. He's amazing, voiceover artist. I know your daughter's bio probably better than she does. It's my job.
So she basically would sit there and make hundreds and hundreds of headshots, and we would sit in my living room after hours because there are no hours when you're casting. It's 24/7, 7 days a week. And she would make these piles for me. What do you think? 12 to 16 over here, male, female over here. And she would do this for me so I could go through them. And while I was doing it, I would explain to her why this person was, you know, we look on the back. Now, some of these people, as you spoke about it earlier, a few minutes ago, their resumes were not full. But if I'm looking, what I like to say, and I said this when you and I were talking before, I'm creating a tapestry of faces. That's what I'm known for. Cynthia Stillwell creates a tapestry of faces. And you know, in a tapestry, you have everything individual, but everything blends together like a piece of cloth, like a painting, like whatever. So I want to create real life folks, real life photos, real life screen images, and that's what I do. So when you come in to meet with me, I'm going to know you as much as I can. From your face, I'm going to make I may make some assumptions. I'm going to look at your resume. That does not daunt me to think, oh, well, I could never bring him in to work with, for example, like we said, Denzel Washington, have him up there as a day player with Denzel. He'd never be able. I don't do that because how do I know? I want the best possible person to come in and do that. Does this make sense?
Yeah,
You
and
could say-
also, I was just thinking also about liability. I hate to even bring this up, but I deal with a lot of people. I don't have any money, my kids, can we do it a different time? Or, I'm going to be late. Do you ever deal with situations where as a casting director, you could already tell somebody's just going to make excuses? Would you
Oh,
ever cast
please.
that person? Because it's your reputation on the line.
No,
that director would never use you again, right?
No, I can't do that. You have to look at me and you have to make
It's a commitment. Yeah,
It's a
I'm going to call your bluff right now. Let's go. Poker. Are you in or out?
That's right. And so if you have anything on your plate and you have sick children, a sick mom or dad or whatever, I need to know about it. And I'm real sorry. But this is the thing. Be honest with me, because if I like you enough to want to bring you in, if you're honest with me, I'm going to try to get you in at another time. I can tell you that because you're giving me something. However, don't push me in a corner because my reputation is so strong and I'm going to go to bat for you. And all of a sudden you start making excuses and you're lying to me and you don't show up. You might as well, this sounds harsh, but you're dead to me. Okay.
Exactly. One bad move. Like, that's it. Like,
Dead to me because
talk about a quilt. It's the string. Bye-bye.
Exactly. I know. And I push so hard and I'm putting my name and my reputation on the line for you. And now things happen, God forbid, an emergency, but I'm talking about the fact that you're not honest with me and you're trying to, something comes along, you're gone.
This isn't Starbucks where you can call out sick. Like
Yeah.
if you got booked, it's my name on the line. You show
Right.
up.
Right.
You know what I mean? And I think that's so important because as a casting director, like when you book somebody, you're on set until it is done.
Yes.
You made a commitment. There is no showing up late. There is no what time am I gonna, I always look,
I
what time
gotta
am I
go
gonna be
home and
done?
pick up my
When you're
child.
done. When
What?
you're done.
Yeah.
When you're done. Did you have
Yeah.
somewhere else you have to be? Bye.
Yeah.
This isn't
Right.
for you. This is
Right.
not Fred Flintstone mentality. Clock in, clock out. This is show business.
It
You have no
is.
business to be here.
Show me. Yes. Show me your work.
Show me
And
your
show me
serious.
your worth.
Show me your worth.
Yes. Yeah. Exactly.
Wait, are those pictures? We have a computer over here and the cameras over here. Are those pictures of yourself behind you? What's behind you?
Yes. Yes.
So cute.
They are. I have a wonderful artist friend who took pictures of me and did different filters, and I have
So LA.
I have a cottage in LA and I have, 14 feet ceilings and my paintings go all the way up. It's my playhouse. It's Tinky's play. My grandson calls me Tinky. It's Tinky's playhouse.
You're the funnest. Let me ask you a question. So in Savannah versus La La Land, Hollywood,
Yes.
do you see a big difference between how the businesses run, or do you think it pretty much runs the same way?
Well, I would say back in the day, back in the day, Savannah was just, oh my God, it was just so new and untried and untrue. And
'Cause you pretty much ran Savannah.
I did run Savannah.
I mean, you were like the queen. I should probably send you this crown. Yeah.
What I can say, I worked hard, but I worked hard for that crown.
Yeah.
But I loved every minute of it. And I happened to be in a place and a time where I could do that. And I'm a real go-getter. And I saw something, I said, hey, let's create a new theater. Let's take this 1865 theater wall, historic, and let's build it and let's create a live theater. Let's bring in traveling shows and let's get people, part of it. There was no film commission in Savannah, Georgia. There was, my ex-husband, which also was I have to give him credit, was mayor pro tem. So think about this. I had to close off streets. What? You're closing what? Yeah, okay. So he would
The
call
small town probably like
all town.
hated
What do you
you.
mean those trucks are in the
like
way?
a parade. Yeah.
Yeah, and I can't get to my office and I can't park in my parking place.
The
'cause-
money that probably came in, I'm sure they were appreciative.
So I had a lot of things working in my favor, which I want to be real clear. I mean, I have been known as a ball buster, and I am. But I also had a lot of things happening that helped me with that. I had a very, very open relationship with city government, the police, all of that, right? And so it made it easy. Now, of course, we've got so much going on, and they are doing, in fact, I'm going over to check out Atlanta and Savannah for Thanksgiving and Christmas, and we'll spend like 2 or 3 months over there, checking it out. Just
So
seeing
I'll be in
how-
Savannah, by the way, right after Christmas. So I'm gonna text you. I'm bringing the baby, Kaden, who you love.
That's exciting.
I
That's
know.
exciting.
I know.
Lovely. Yeah. Yeah.
But I
So-
kind of want to say this, like, you're a hustler, and hustler is not meant to be a negative connotation. I want to get into show business, and I'm going to figure out how to do it, and I'm going to make it happen. I'm going to be proactive, and I'm going to take risks, and nothing is going to stop me. I'm not going to sleep until this happens.
And I didn't.
I
didn't.
know.
A
And you
typical-
still don't.
A typical day as a casting director, so I would sign on, for several months,
Yeah.
and we would do our prep and start reading the script, and I'd start looking at headshots, and I'd start preparing things, start bringing them in.
You did all
My
this with the
days-
family?
Oh
Like,
yeah,
I'm thinking,
yeah. I did. My days were about 18-hour days, and weekends too, 7 days a week. That's why Howland
it's a
Stillwell.
lifestyle. It's not a
It is
job. It's a lifestyle. And
That's why-
Haviland was part of it. That's why.
Yeah, she was on set with me quite a bit. And she, because I would not leave her all the time at home.
Yeah.
That's why she didn't know anything but being in film and being on a set for, being on a stage and all
And
of
she
that.
even said it didn't help me get into the business. I did everything on my own. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And that was important for her.
Yes, it was. In fact, I may have said this. In fact, when she was 14 years old, she decided that she wanted to start. She had headshots made, and we were living in Atlanta at that point, and it was really starting big time. And she did her headshots, and she used her middle name, not her last
Of
name.
course she did.
And because she didn't want anybody
Special
to
treatment. Yeah.
right, that she felt safe and secure, nor would she ever want to think that somebody was hiring her because her last name was Stillwell and they owed something to me, or they wanted me to owe something
Yeah.
to them, or whatever. And so she was doing a show, and she had her name, and her father came from Savannah to visit to see her in the show, and in the credits it had her listed not Stillwell. And he put a quick no from here. No, your last name is Stillwell, and you will be Haviland Stillwell. And I said, Haviland Stillwell, in fact, most people think she made it up anyway. It is a true name.
Right.
She's named for my mother, long departed. It was an old family name, right? So she got that. So she is still and will ever be Haviland Stillwell. So
I can't imagine where she gets the stubbornness from.
so anyway, you have to have, do you know the word chutzpah?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So you have to have chutzpah, which I say is hustler and ball buster and stick-to-itiveness and commitment and, yeah, be nervous and be kind of tremulous about whether you're going to do it. That brings a wonderful layer when you come in. Trust me, I love that. If you're nervous, don't feel like you have to hide it.
I
Because
think some people love the idea of Hollywood, like just, for like bragging purposes, or
Yes.
it sounds sexy because
yes,
they want to impress their friends and family, but a lot of people aren't meant to be in this business. And that's
It's
not me being
hard.
harsh.
It's real. No, it's
Like,
very
you either
hard.
are or you aren't. It's like black or white. There is no gray. You either are or are not meant to be in this business. And I mean, you know me. When people interview with me, I'm like, why are you here?
Yes.
And people, they get offended by that. I'm like, you're not meant to be in this business. And they think that they're entitled. This isn't for sale. You
No,
can't buy into this
good
business.
point. Good
And
point.
it's the truth. And that's why people get scammed in this business. Oh, I paid to be up on a website. What does that mean? It's like joining Netflix. You're not special.
Watch
Like,
me.
and I hate to sound like that, but
Yes.
that's not how you get into this business. This is so competitive, dude. Like, it is hard. It is
Right.
not meant for, if it were for everybody. Did you ever see Meet the Parents? Sounds place. You know what I mean? Like
Yes.
it's not for everybody.
Mm.
And a lot of people can't handle rejection. You know this as a casting director.
I know.
I mean, you see, especially now that everything is well, I mean, you like face to face, but
but
5,000
look,
to 6,000 submissions, you pick one.
right.
You pick one. You don't have to tell 4,999 you didn't get it, and this is why.
Right.
It would break people.
Right.
You just don't ever talk to them.
No,
You know what I
No.
mean?
no.
So
And you don't know why you weren't chosen. You just know that you never got a call back. You
Right.
never.
But a
and
real actor is going on 10 auditions a day. So it's like next. But someone who like, oh, I want to be an actor, they go on one audition, they didn't get it. And that's it. Done.
Nobody called me. What?
Yeah, that's it. I'm done. I'm broken.
Oh, I
I-
don't have
one
to
bad
say
move.
more.
I'm done. And
Yes.
that's it. You know what I mean? Like next. What?
Mm, right.
You're not meant to be in this business. You can't
Well,
handle it.
It's true. And you have to want it so much. And you have to believe that this is something that if somebody gave you another alternative to do anything else, you have to really think carefully and say, how committed am I to doing this? How
Yeah.
committed am I to really, because there are, as much as people say, oh, overnight success and whatever, that's BS.
It took 20 years for that overnight success.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you learn something every time you go. Now, I happen to think that it is wonderful and exciting. I've been doing this since the 1980s, okay? A few years. And so I wouldn't do anything else. I love my people. I love them coming into the room. I love getting on the phone with them. I love seeing your gorgeous faces here as I look across the way. That's a wonderful thing. Okay. Would I do anything else? No. But that's me and I'm committed, right? Have I had disappointments? Yeah. Did I go for a job that I knew I was the right casting person and they chose somebody else? Oh man, was I disappointed? Yeah. I mean, that's life. And when I looked at the film, did I think they made a bad mistake? They didn't choose me? Yes, I did. Okay, but that's just me. And sometimes I'll look at it and go, man, you know what? They made some choices and it works. It wouldn't have been my choice. I can see why they chose this other person. Hey, life is life. Passion is passion. You do what you do, right?
Yeah. Let me ask you a question. So you became a casting director because you were doing the theater and then they said, hey, you kind of just got thrown into it. Did you ever have a time where you said, I don't think I could do it. I don't know anything about casting. Or did you just kind of like jump off a bridge and build a plane on the way down going, I'll figure it out?
That's exactly right.
You just said yes.
I said yes.
There was no way to there wasn't.
I do have a motto, and the motto is, you know what? Just say yes.
Just say
Think
yes.
about it, 'cause you're smart enough, you've got enough self-confidence. Yeah, you're nervous about it, but you know what? The alternative is to close yourself off and say no, and then have, are you kidding me, regrets for the rest of your life?
Right.
I mean, and only you can do that. I mean, I am my person and I can do that. Some things I said yes to, quite frankly, and I go, oh God, why did I get involved with this? Okay, fine. But I'd rather have that than to, back up. But also, you have to do, it's such an individual thing. Some people, as you said, I mean, ball busters. Some people, I know what I want, but you have to be true to you. I can't say, do this, do this, do this, if it's not natural for you. You understand?
Yeah.
You have to feel good and open to that for you.
Fully understand. And I kind of want to say this, guys. If you're over the age of 18 and you could fight for your country, you should be able to fight for your dreams. You should never have to get approval from your friends and family as to what you should pursue. Because if you can't even convince yourself that your dreams are
Right.
good enough, that's always baffling to me. Like, because that means that you need your friends and family approval before you can move forward. Do you guys hear the passion in her voice? She doesn't give a shit if her friends and family believe in it. It's conviction within herself. If you believe in that, type it in.
Right.
Think about it.
And let me just say to you, I have to say, you have to understand that what you just said. Bravo to that. And also, I was brought up in a community, in a society where every single day, my mother, I was married, I had children, my mother would say to me, why are you dealing with that carnival trash? That's what she used, carnival trash. And I said, because I can't think of doing my life any other way, right? So I constantly was being told that I even had, you'll love this story. I even had my mother come over one day and said, I'm going to take, Howlin was 4. I'm going to take your daughter away from you.
Oh.
Because you're not being a fit mother. She's with me 24/7. Yeah, I know, but you can't take her on sets and you can't do this and whatever. I'm going to take her away and she's going to be raised by me. Now, I only say that, of course I went, are you kidding me? No. We didn't speak for a few months, let me just tell you that. And she had no visits from my daughter, who I named her after my mother. But anyway, so these are all Southern stories. I only share that with you to say, I understand about families and I understand about people saying, you've got to make a choice with this and this. I've been there. I felt the angst. I did it. And then for me, because everybody has to make these choices, for me, I said, I'm going to make this work. I'm sorry, but I'm going to make this work because for me, I can't think of another life. And I'm going to incorporate both my son, who was acting at the time, and he's 8 years older than my daughter. He was acting in children's theater and whatever. I'm going to bring my children in. We're going to share this as a family. I'm going to make adjustments, right? Sometimes it was hard, but you have to, everybody is different and you have to make that decision. This is not an easy business to be in, nor is it an easy business to get into. Having said that, would I do anything else in my life? Hell no.
Fried green tomatoes, guys. Remember the Titans. Glory, Selma. Thank goodness you didn't listen to your mama.
Right.
Seriously.
So I only share that.
Mama doesn't always know best, guys.
So I only share that bit of
We
that,
all deal with it.
because I know this isn't some, oh, I had a great life, I went out. No, there were choices that I had to make, and I
Amen.
understand it. So if you come to me and you say, I thought I could do this show, for example, you cast me, I thought I could do it. I've got this and this happening. You're honest with me, trust me. You're going to have to find somebody else. Trust me, I would say, thank you. I understand, believe me. So we're going to walk away. We're going to shake hands. We're going to have a good relationship with one another. I'm going to find somebody else, not as good as you are, but I will find somebody else, and my director will be happy. You're going to come back when you're ready, and we're going to start it all over again, because I've been through this before, and I know that it's very important. I don't want you not showing up. I want you to be honest with me. You know what I'm saying? Using that example that you had earlier, Alicia. What happens if somebody just doesn't show up?
Yeah.
Be
And,
honest with each other.
and even as a casting director, sometimes somebody isn't right for the part this time, but maybe in the future they could be perfect for
Absolutely.
something. And you
Absolutely.
remember, as a casting director,
Yeah.
right?
Yes, yes. And I have said that, and I brought them in the next time, or I've asked them to submit the next time. You just got to love your talent.
Yeah. Now I want to ask you very quickly, and I hate to bring up the strike, but it is important. I mean, it's happening in our community.
I've been on the
100
line.
days now. 100 days. As a casting director, we just heard from an actor. As a casting director, what is your take on the strike?
I hate it, but I believe in it. I've been carrying the picket signs. I want us to get back to whatever it is that we're supposed to be, but I don't want actors to always be at the bottom of the heap.
So for anybody watching this, can you give us like some of the hot buttons as to what they're striking about?
Well, they're striking about the fact that above the line folks, the producers, and they're cutting out a lot of the money, the residuals. They're cutting out a lot of the things that actors and before them writers were getting, and everything above the line is going to make multi-billionaires, and people below the line, the writers, the people who are creating it, for God's sake, and the actors who are bringing it to the truth, to the screen, they're the ones who are carrying it out. Without them, you don't have a product. Hello.
Yeah.
They're all worried about this AI thing, which is going to immediately get rid of all the actors, which I am. There may be reasons for you to have AI. I don't know. I'm not well versed enough to make a full decision. But give me living, breathing actors. I'm just saying that. Give me people that I can get with, I can work with, take to a director and say, what do you think? I mean, breathing, not AI, not artificial intelligence. Call me old school. Okay, fine. I'll be old school for that.
Old school. I want to open it up to questions. Do you mind a couple of questions real quick?
No, not at all.
Okay. Let's see who has a question. Let me
I'm loving the blood on this lady's face.
Ryan Clapham. Actually Ryan has a question.
Oh, really? Okay.
So when you ask a question, guys, state your name, your location. Let's see, I'm going to ask you to unmute. Go ahead.
Hi, Cynthia. I'm Ryan Clapham. I'm in Venice, Florida.
Hi, Ryan.
Hi. My question, I don't know if it came through, but I am in Venice, Florida. My question is, when you are looking for people now with the whole LGBTQ plus, do you look for people that fit those specific roles? When you have castings come through, so like a transgender person, do you put a transgender person in that role, or do you cast somebody that has no clue what being transgender is like?
I have to say that I'm always about truth. And I would open it up to everybody, but I want truth to be brought to. I want someone who's experienced whatever the situation is in the script. And I've been very much open and welcoming to all races and faces and, LBGTVIO, whatever, and I say that not to not to be disparaging.
Yeah.
My daughter and her wife are very, very active in the community. I've been dealing and knowing and opening myself up for 20 years. And I'm very open and willing and anxious to have everybody represented. Everybody. So does that answer your question?
That does. Thank you very much.
Anyone else? Oh, I have someone. Do I put April?
Do it. I'm gonna
How do
Jamie
I-
Block. Hold on.
Okay,
Jamie
great.
Block. I'm going just based on
Oh, okay.
who- Let's see. Jamie Block.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hello,
Hi,
Jamie.
I
I'm a,
love all these outfits. These are great.
I'm a zero drama llama today. I
Okay.
just wanted to say a quick thank you so much. I recognize so much of myself in you in the best way. I'm from Austin, Texas, and it was just so
Hello,
refreshing.
Austin, Texas.
Yes, ma'am.
To hear my twang. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I would say I just resonated with everything you had today, and it was just great to see a strong Southern woman and
Thank you.
kicking ass and taking names. Thank you for bringing that.
Thank you. That's
Thank you.
lovely. Thank you very much. Keep on keeping on.
All right. Perfect. Now, let me ask you a question, Cynthia. When people are coming in to audition for you now, do you prefer that they do a monologue? Do you ever tell them do you like when they do maybe monologues from famous movies? What are your thoughts on that?
You mean coming in as a cold read?
Yeah, as a cold read.
Instead of having, instead of getting a side.
Yeah.
Okay. You know what? I have to
Because I've
say,
heard mixed reviews, like don't be De Niro. There's only one. And then I've
That's
heard
right.
other, you know what I mean? Don't
I
compete
think-
against De Niro.
no, I think that's true. I think what happens, I think I used to have classes where I would teach people how to find the best possible monologue that they could, that would fit them. And that's a really difficult thing. You don't want to be De Niro. You don't want to be Meryl Streep. You don't want to be Kevin Hart. These are such specific people. So you find something, because if I wanted them, I'd go, the director and I would go get them. I mean, let's be honest,
Yeah.
right? So, and we don't want the poor man's version. Sorry if that offends, but we don't want that, like, okay, we're going to get it. We want you. I want you is what I'm doing. So I would say if you come in and you're trying to figure out what kind of monologue that you're going to do, really work on it and find something that you can connect to.
Because if they
You
do
know-
like a shitty monologue, they're going to get shitty results. Like the monologue has to be like
I need
based on what.
Right.
Yeah.
I want you to bring in a part of you that can connect to those words that you're going to say to me. That you're not just reading and you're not bringing up, I want to feel angst or joy or whatever. I want it to be real. Okay. I don't want to say, oh my God, that was in such and such movie and you're not X, Y, or Z who starred. You're not doing yourself any good if you bring something like that, right?
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You find someone, do some work and get to the point where even if it's a monologue that you find that hasn't been made into a movie or that was a stage play, I don't need to know it. I just need you to feel joined with that. Okay, does that make sense?
Yeah. And how long should the monologue be? Like less than 2 minutes?
Yes.
Okay. No, like 5 minute.
No,
sonnet.
no. No. I want you to come in, center yourself, go for it. We'll have a few conversations and then, let me know who you really are and then exit stage left.
And when do you know? Within like the first 10 seconds? Like if that person has it or not?
Yes, yes.
I want everybody to type 10 seconds. 10. Just
So,
like you go on Tinder and you're like, nope, 10
yeah,
seconds.
right.
10.
So this is important what you just said, because obviously if you walk in, you got to be ready to do that 10-second. Leave, as much as you work with your nerves, work with who you are, keep that face of yours open and real. And I don't care if I see nervousness. Hey, I want, why wouldn't you be nervous? Are you kidding
You
me?
should be nervous. This is your
Exactly.
dream. You're
Don't try
going
to
for it.
bluff this thing. Don't
Yeah.
try to bluff it off. I don't want
Work
po-
through it. The obstacle's the way.
That's right.
Yeah.
No posers here.
Yeah.
Okay.
No posers.
Right.
You're an actor. Act. Let's go.
Bring it to me. Yes.
Bring it.
Yeah. And by the way, let me just say this. You start off and you go, and God, I'm really messing this up. Stop and look at me and say, could I start again? Don't keep going if you know you just totally effed it up. Just say, and I'm going to say, yeah, take a moment, take a beat. Now, I can only speak for me. Every casting director is different. I wouldn't want you, though, personally, to continue with something that you started off the wrong way.
So it's okay to start again with you. I'll take note of that.
Take a beat.
Take a beat. I'm going to get you a shirt that says take a beat.
Take a beat.
Take a beat. I love you. Thank you
I love
so
you too. Thank
much.
you. Best of luck to all of you. I hope to
Thank
see
you.
your faces.
I'm going to text you. Love you.
Love
Thank you, Cynthia.
Bye. Bye-bye.
Ciao.
Guys, did you love this? Scale 1 to 10. Come on. Round of applause. Glory, Selma. Remember the Titans. Glory.
It's that time of day.
The coffee's wearing off. The coffee's wearing off.
Oh
Okay.
my, who are we? We're scared. Okay.
Now, I have to say this, and I'm going to talk about Finding Fame because it's Finding Fame Sunday. 18 years ago, Mike and I had this tiny little office. We just had a dream. We had a dream to get talent face to face with some of the biggest names in the industry. Mike and I literally knew no one. I went to school for TV and film and communications. My dream was always to make a movie, right? That was my dream. I went to school, double degree, 5 years. I graduated, $182,000 in debt. I was a waitress. I graduated, I became a waitress. A year after completing college, I'll never forget, I sat down with my mother for dinner and she said, do you know what today is? It's your 1 year anniversary of graduating from college. I said, what? She said, what have you done? 365 days. And I said, absolutely nothing. And I cried. She said, what are we going to do? And she said, why don't you go to real estate school? I said, that I don't want to be a realtor. I don't want to show people houses. So I said, mortgage broker. It sounds sexier. That's exactly because I was good at math. So I ended up going and I applied for my mortgage broker and I went to school to become a mortgage broker, passed. And I sat behind a desk and met Michael Fomkin, for those of you guys that read Finding Fame. And I find it surreal now to be able to talk to a casting director. And this isn't me like, tooting my own horn, but some of my most favorite movies ever, she casted, and I literally text her all the time. I text her all the time. And that's pretty amazing. The fact that I can do that. And she loves my kid. And I can't even, this is us in Beverly Hills. I don't know if you guys can see it. This is so cool. And we're talking about doing something very special with her. How many of you guys would love to do a workshop with her where maybe she helps you? And I know somebody said, what kind of monologue should I do? Imagine if she worked with you and kind of showed you what to do, and imagine change the trajectory of your entire freaking life. How much would it change your life? A little bit or a whole freaking lot? Somebody type it. Let me see.
Me. Full freaking lot. Exactly.
I'm not saying I can make it happen. I can we make it happen. So can Denise, so can Mike. She's a really good friend of ours, but you can't just pick up the phone. I mean, who are you just to pick up the phone? But here's the thing. We didn't just meet her. We had to start off with a tiny little office. We had no money. We maxed out our credit card. We were in a rental for a lease that we didn't even know if we could afford. We started off with nothing other than debt and everybody around us telling us we were stupid, including our families. And we literally jumped off a bridge, built a plane on the way down. I cried every single day, pretty much for the first 5 years. And we did it. #1 book on Amazon still, I just checked. But you had to work through the hardest times, the darkest days ever, in order to get to that point where somebody of that type of level would even affiliate themselves with us. Do you guys understand that? And I kind of want to say this. We have Academy Award winners, the head writer for Saturday Night Live, and she made a good point. I wouldn't put my name on the line. When we get cast members from The Sopranos, we have people that work with Stranger Things, The Walking Dead, Disney. They would never affiliate themselves with VIP Ignite unless they believed in what we do.
Yeah.
Do you guys understand that? I
means,
love that.
which means in terms,
It works. As
It
Tulane
works.
says.
It works. but that means that they believe in you too.
Yeah,
Especially if
We're
you're
only
a
as good as
member.
our talent.
Yeah. So it's all one big circle. It's one big loop and we're all connected
Circle of
together.
life.
Yep, it is.
Mhm.
Speaking of the circle of life,
What?
we have the one and only Diva himself
Oh dear.
on. Awesome. Oh,
The
here, hold on.
power here.
Bippity boppity boop. All right, guys. So that was amazing. Was it not? Tell me how amazing that was. Tell me. Tell us how amazing that was while I'm getting our next guests up and ready to go. All right. So you're in for another treat. Okay, let's see. Oh, here we go. Okay. So I'm going to pin both of our guests here. All right. Find our other guest. All right. Okay, here we go. Are you guys ready? So you guys know him. I think he bears, I don't even have to introduce him. But let me tell you something. He is part of our #1 Amazon best-selling book in multiple categories. The one and only Mr. Ryan Colby. And then we have, I was telling you guys yesterday. Hello, Ryan Colby. How are you?
What's he
I'm
wearing?
good.
Oh, I think I outdressed him today. I'm a little more sparkly than you are for a
I'm
change.
wearing a tracksuit.
Oh, he's wearing a tracksuit. And then we have one of his models here with us as well. Hello, Arbor. Please unmute yourself. He has walked Fashion Weeks all over the world, and he is so excited to be here with us. Thank you guys so much for being here today.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Awesome. All right. So let's start with Mr. Ryan Colby. How do you know Arbor?
He's one of my models.
Okay.
I met him when he was a teenager, and then he took a different route and he did other things, and I don't 100% remember the trajectory, but we always kept in touch. I always knew he was in New York, and we would talk every once in a while. And recently he reached out that he was leaving his former agency and wanted to reconnect, and so we've been talking about that, and now we're reconnecting, and we're going to see what the future holds. But I've known him a long time, and I discovered him when he was a teenager.
And that's awesome because you two were at a party with Michael with a huge agent, and Michael so Mike, if you guys don't know, he's not easily impressed. He's normally like, oh yeah, they're nice, whatever. But when he came back and he was talking about Arbor, he was like, oh my God, Denise, you're going to love him. He knows so much about the industry. So Arbor, how are you doing today?
I'm doing well. Thank God today's a nice nice weather because it was like raining like for the past couple of days.
I
Yeah.
know, I've seen the weather. And speaking of rain, when Mike met the two of you, that was the
It-
day that New York was flooded like
Oh
nothing I've
yeah,
ever
me and
seen.
Ryan had
Yeah.
an umbrella and we were under it. Yeah, it was pouring.
Yeah,
Oh
it
my
was
God.
not. It was actually a couple hours after that party. We basically missed. We were at that party at Jeff's house, and then within an hour or two of us leaving was when New York City was underwater. So Mike just missed it.
No, Mike
Thank
called
God.
me. He was like, Deneen, the Holland Tunnel is flooding. I was like,
Oh yeah, well he was driving back. We took the subway back, but yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
yeah, it was crazy. But anyway, we're not here to talk about rain because you know what? Anyone could talk about rain. So, what? Oh yeah,
Huh?
Mike talks to Arbor every day too. Yesterday they were on the phone and I was like, it's amazing. So,
Okay.
Arbor, can you tell us a little bit about you, a little bit about your experience?
Yeah, of course. So I started as a teenager. I got into acting then. I didn't really much. I got into acting then. I was in the middle where you're still 15, so you could do kids and do high fashion, but I was under the height requirement. So it was like challenging when I was signed and working as a fashion model because at the time the divisions were different. It was either you were a high fashion model and there was division. There was commercial, it was the print division. It wasn't like nowadays it's all mixed together, you know? So I was a catch-22 because I was short. So, you know, it was challenging for any model, even if you're tall. So imagine being under the height requirement in 2011 or 2012 or even 2013 or 2014, even 2015, even 2016, up until COVID, they broke the boundaries and stuff. They started like speaking about it, but yeah, I started runway. I like still went to the castings. My bookers still brought me to the castings and everything, and you know, I took a stand for myself. And you know, I stood at the castings. If a designer is gonna like me, they're gonna use me, you know, and that's what happened. And you know, it was challenging, and you know, I had a journey where it was tough. It wasn't easy. I have to work out. I have to eat good. I need to I need to take care of my skin, take care of my teeth, because now I broke into commercial models, like fashion commercial modeling, and mostly lifestyle, where they told me I could never do it because I'm too edgy and stuff like that, where I'm real versatile. And it's more of like, yes, you go get signed, but it's more of like you're a brand. You got to take care of yourself, and wherever you go, you're your own brands, you know? You got to maintain your brand just like a business maintains their own self, you know? So my journey's been like, I'm happy that this season was my first year back. February, I booked a great show, and also September, I booked a great show, great features and stuff like that. So I'm grateful for where I'm at, and I'm grateful that I reconnected with Ryan, because I always remember Colby Management as you know, he was always that one agency that stuck out and always worked with diverse people that are long lasting right now, are still working, like me, still working. I'm still here. He's discovered so many people and that are stars just like me, and keep pursuing it, because they keep pushing, and they're pushing themselves, and they're challenging themselves. It's a challenge, and you know, it's how far you want to go. That's the way I think about it. Because if I stop, like, if these top models that were back in the day, that you know, where you know, that moment where they had it, Naomi and them, they worked hard. You know, if they didn't work hard, they would have just been one of those models, you know. So I speak about it. People, I've left agencies. They told me to take off too short for what when I started doing the hashtags at first, and I'm like, why? They're like, it's ruining the marketing. We don't want to show that you're tall. I mean, you're short. I said, no. I said, I want to put that on because Instagram started coming out, and social media and stuff like that. So they started like schooling us on that, and I kind of knew about it already, and I was like, no, like that's who I am. Why would I not show that and speak about it? And I want to make sure the next generation has it like easier a little bit than me or something, so it kind of makes me feel good to have that and give back, because I do want to speak about it. I don't want it to be hidden, like, oh, he's short, but don't speak about it because he photographed long.
But let me
that's
ask
what it
you a
was.
question, Arbor. How tall are you?
I'm almost 5. Yeah, I'm about 5'10".
5'10". Okay.
Yeah.
So Ryan, let me ask you from your perspective. So Arbor is 5'10", and you're working with him. You worked with him in the past, and then you're starting to work with him now. So for you, like, you worked with him years ago and now he's back. Can you talk a little bit about that kind of, like, does that happen often? What do you do in cases like that?
Yeah, it does. It happens often. And I never had a problem with his height. I really could care less. I mean, yes, I do understand that clients care, but I'm also 5'10" and I worked. So it never really dawned on me that he was too short. I just don't care about stuff like that. I have even shorter models than him. I just like personalities and faces. And if I like them, I will push them. I can turn a basset hound into a model if I feel like it. So it's like I can discover anyone and turn them into a model. It doesn't matter to me about their height. I never really considered those things. I mean, I'm not stupid, and I know there are certain clients that do care, but there are plenty of clients that don't care. So I focus on that instead of focusing on the ones that do care. So it was never really an issue for me. And I've had, I have other models that are smaller and I just don't care. Ben Ryan is smaller than he is. He's like an inch shorter, and Ben is killing it right now. Nobody gives a shit that nobody cares that
It's okay. It's 2:00 on Sunday. It's okay to say that.
Nobody cares that he's 5'9". Nobody cares.
Yeah.
And he works, and the few clients that are like, oh, he's too small. And yes, it has happened. I have had clients say we love him, but he's just too small for our clothes. Okay, fine. Next. Don't care.
Especially Ryan, like, you remember, like, where there was that point where it's like girl models made more money. It's not like that. So many brands out, and I'm a non-binary model. But I was always androgynous, but back in the day, and I book women jobs. I book both. So that's the cool part now, where the industry's seeing it more, and that's what I like, because even in 2013 they didn't see as much, and I like that you always pushed, and that's what always stuck in my head, like things that you like. I remember I didn't know who Kate Moss was. I was 15. You're like, Kate Moss is short. She if she could do, why can't you do it? And that stuck in my head, and that's what gave me that drive. Like,
I never really cared about stuff like that, because there's always going to be somebody. The thing with marketing is I'm very good at marketing. So when you're really good at marketing, I will always find someone to match with the talent. And when you find one, then you find two, then you find four, then you find 8. It's a snowball effect. So I'm actually a better marketer than I am sometimes at agenting. So I know that if I like someone and I can market them to death and get one person to agree with me, that's all I need is one, because it'll easily go to 2, it'll easily go to 8, it'll easily go to 16. And that's just how it works. So.
Arbor, do you happen to have your book on you so you can show us your book?
I have my, because Ryan's making my new book, because I do have my book on me, and I have my show cards and stuff like that. I do have my book on me. Oh yeah, I do. It's not much, because Ryan's.
I don't really want the book shown unless it's a certain way. What does the book look like?
No, it's just I like this, Ryan.
If your agent says do not show the book-
I opened it up.
That's fine.
Let me flip it real quick.
Ryan's like, Deneen, this is not a TMZ expose.
No.
You do not run this by me.
I know how. I know. I got it. I got
Okay.
you, Ryan. This is the Volgatalia, that one I sent you.
Yeah.
And this is a really great photographer that wanted to shoot and work with me.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a legendary one too, you know,
Yeah,
Carl.
yeah. Miss
And then
Carl
this is-
Simone.
and then-
She turned it out.
Yep. And then she did. She
Miss
made
Carl
me.
Simone, I know her.
Yep.
I know
And then
her
this
very
is
well.
Brian. And then the rest is, you know, waiting for my new book with my new
Awesome.
agency.
Okay.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah.
Ryan, can you talk about the importance of a book and why you were like, I don't know if I really want this shown?
Well,
Can you
because I don't
talk
know what's
about
in
that?
it. Because I didn't know what was in it because
Okay.
his old agency put the book together.
Got
And
it.
it's kind of like, you know, an old boyfriend. You don't want his clothes in the apartment. So
I can understand. We've been talking so much about these types of things today. No, I can totally understand that.
you don't want his clothes in the apartment. So I don't want to see it. But I'm putting it together different. I mean, obviously, I'm using some of the same images, and some of them are very strong. And I'm using what I like. And I just didn't, until it's ready, I just, I don't know, didn't want anyone
Okay.
seeing it.
Ryan, can you talk about the difference between a strong image and a weak image? Because you say that, and for some of us, we're like, oh my God, everything's amazing. So can you talk about the difference between a
Oh,
strong
everything he
image and a weak
showed you
image?
in that specific series of pictures is amazing. So that's good that it matched what I like. A strong image is just something that I know that clients will like. Here's the thing with strong images, I don't actually have to like it for it to be strong. I know I can compartmentalize and know the difference between my desires and my you know, tastes and the industry's tastes. Just because I don't like something doesn't mean I don't think everyone else will like it. And I have to do that a lot of times with books, with models, sometimes with haircuts, with outfits, with a lot of things. I don't need to like it because at the end of the day, I'm not a client. I'm an agent. I'm not a client. I'm not hiring you for anything. So I don't actually have to like a lot of things. So I just have to make sure everyone else does. So sometimes models' books are a mix of what I like and what clients will like. And so a strong image is something that will get attention, that I know someone will be like, who took that? Or where did you take that at? Or what are you wearing? Or, you know, a question has to be raised for it to be a strong image, whether it's who took it, where did you take, you know, something has to come out of their mouth. And if the images are too weak, sometimes they'll just stay silent because they're thinking, this isn't right for us. So there has to be a question that comes up when a client looks at your book, or sometimes it's a fail. So that's what I'm good at, is making sure that what's in your book, a question will come up. And so therefore I've done my job. The next part of the job is for you to sell yourself to that client to get them to be into you. Because at the end of the day, a picture is two-dimensional. It's not a person, it doesn't breathe, it's not a thing. It's a picture. You have to sell yourself. The picture is just a little bit about you. It's a little bit to show your skin tone, your hair length, you know, your limbs, you know, that's all it's for. At the end of the day, the client is hiring you because you are something that they want to spend time with, hang out with for the day, a week. You know, if you're doing television, a year, you know, so therefore it's a mixture, and the pictures is part of the soup. It's kind of like you can't make a good beef stew without, you know, stock. You can't make it without potatoes. Like, you can make it and the beef stew will be okay, but it won't be amazing without the potatoes. So
Yeah.
therefore, the book is part of the stew, and
Okay.
everything else is also part of it, but that's something that has nothing to do with me sometimes. I'm not present on the castings. I'm not there. You've got to do a lot of the work, you meaning the talent.
Yeah. I love that. And so let's talk a little bit more about the photos. I know that they're like the beef of the stew. They're something that my clients are looking at. I'm not comparing photos to beef. Like, this day is interesting. But let's talk about that. So you work with a lot of our talent on multiple photo shoots. Okay. So you see them grow. They have the opportunity to work with you and you style them, and then you're working with them on the shoot. So how long would it take a model to go from being like in front of the camera until they get comfortable? Like, how What is the trajectory?
Some
for
people
your
are just
average model?
some people are naturally good in front of a camera. You guys have had many, some of the talent you guys have had, I've told you they're naturally good. They can move and I don't have to say a word. They
Yeah,
just take good pictures and they take believable pictures. They take pictures that are marketable. And I didn't have to say a word. The photographer didn't have to say that much. And then some people needed extensive training, and that's fine too. Um, so the training can be one photo shoot and you got it down, or it could take you months because you're just not getting it for whatever reason. And that's okay too. A good example is who took a minute to get it together. Like Brandon Dermond, he
yeah.
took a minute. He took a good 3 months before I felt that he finally understood what had been saying to him, and photographers started catching on. And that's because he was too nervous, too self-conscious, too thinking about it. And I guess when he stopped thinking about it is when the picture started looking like something that could be used. So, I mean, but everyone's different, and if I felt that he had zero potential and he was just purposely not getting it, I would have gotten rid of him. I just think he just wasn't getting it because he just didn't believe it. He didn't believe
Yeah.
it. So he wasn't getting it. He needed a minute to believe it. And that's
Yeah.
fine. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, and I think Arbor, both you and Ryan can speak to my next question is the more that you get in front of the camera, the more comfortable you get in front of the camera. So can you talk about the importance of like doing multiple test shoots? Because I know Ryan, when
Yeah.
you have the model come in, like you have them do like 5-6 test shoots a week. So can you talk about the importance of doing multiple test shoots and getting more comfortable in
Well,
front of the camera?
because it's just law of averages. The more you do, the more success you'll have. You do one shoot a month, that's nothing. You do 20 shoots a month, you're going to get something out of those shoots. Believe me. You're going to get amazing images, you're going to get connections, you're going to get other gigs, you're going to get paying gigs, you're going to get notoriety, you're going to get other people noticing you. The more you do, you're always on set with someone. You're on set with a hairstylist, a makeup artist, a stylist. Somebody else could like you that has nothing to do with the photographer. The photographer's important, but so are other people. So anyone that you can meet that's a connection in this industry is good. They can refer you to something. They could be like, hey, I really like him, I'm shooting next week this gig, and let's use him for that. So the more you do, the more you're exposed to other people in the industry. So I'm always trying to make sure they're shooting as much as possible to do that, and also to get pictures for me. And like I've said many times on these calls, not every test shoot works. So therefore I have you do a lot, because some of them aren't going to work. Some of them I'm not going to use because they just aren't strong enough, or they don't match what is already in your book. Like if you start getting strong shoot after strong shoot after strong shoot, and then here comes a mediocre one, it doesn't mean it's a bad shoot. It just doesn't hold a candle to the other 3 strong shoots that I just put up on the website. So why would I muddy the waters by putting up the mediocrity, even though it's good? If it was your first shoot, then I would say it was amazing. I judge things based upon time and how long you've been here, the level of photographer that you've been shooting with. And sometimes things come in and they're good. By the average person, they'd be like, oh my God, these are so amazing. But to me, my eye is trained, they're just good. They're not amazing. And good is different than amazing. So therefore, I'm not using it. It doesn't mean you're a bad model or the photographer did anything wrong. It just isn't strong enough for me. So you got to keep shooting. So I'm always getting strong stuff. Now, in the beginning, when someone's brand new, will I use mediocre photos just to get them going? Absolutely. I do it every day. I literally do it every day. I'm forever putting up mediocrity just to get ahead, just to get that next photographer interested. And the second I do, the mediocrity comes down. And gets deleted, but I got to, because unfortunately this industry is based upon visuals. And if you don't supply visuals, you get nothing. So I have to sometimes put up pictures, and sometimes it's painful. I'm putting up pictures sometimes, I'm like, oh my God, I don't like this, but gotta do it.
That reminds me of my first shoot.
Yeah.
I still shudder.
Michael needed photos of you, and unfortunately he got meh. you know, but the
Yeah,
next shoot,
I can't blame the photographer for that one, but like that, and
the
that, I
next
think
shoot.
that's why I love to tell our talent, like, you need to do more than one shoot, because my first shoot was horrid. Like, I was like, they're like, smile. I was like, it was done. And you know what? Anyone who's a part of it, I will actually share the photos on the next New York prep call, because it's like, they were heinous. And we still use them for some of the marketing materials. I'm like, can we
I have mentioned
please?
to Michael
please?
several times when he's used them, I'm like, what are you, why?
I know. So if anyone can reach out to my virtual assistant and tell him, stop the madness, please do. But oh my gosh. But okay, so let's go back to talking about you've said the word strong image several times, and I know that you have an idea of what that means. Like, and I don't mean to keep asking the same question over and over again, but can you what makes an image strong?
Just an overall, like, everything's got to be right. The lighting, the model has to be on, what they're wearing has to be appropriate for them. Any movement, if you know, the pose has to be right. All of these factors have to be at least an 8 to a 10, and then it's a strong image. Does everything need to be perfect? No, but it needs to be as close as possible. And yeah, that's a strong image. Now that can change over time. A strong image that you take in January isn't the same strong image in December once you've been shooting for 12 months.
Yeah.
So when I have images, there are times I get images on guys, and then when they first start, I'm like, oh my God, this is like the best ever. And then like 6 months later, they're so meh, because this past 6 months have been so amazing that what they did in the beginning is no longer valid.
Yeah.
So strong image changes depending upon the person as you get better. So, you know, it's just like anything. It's just like a record-breaking track star. Yeah, you had a great record when you were 20, but when you're 25, your record's not broken, and you broke it, and now that record doesn't mean anything anymore. You know, so it changes over time. Arbor, what do you like? Even Arbor has photos that I don't love. There are some photos that aren't in the book because I just didn't like them. It has nothing to do with him. So he takes great photos, but sometimes people get too artsy. They try and do things, you know, sometimes it could get too much. I like books that are commerce based, that are commercial but interesting. I don't need them to be boring and look like, you know, a JCPenney catalog, but I need them to be interesting. But I also don't want to cross over into too artsy where clients are like, what is that? You know, I don't want to hear
photo shoots.
I don't want to hear what is that. I want to hear, you know, that looks great or that looks interesting. I don't want to hear what is going on here. Like, I don't want to hear that, because that's like a dick kiss of death. So
wait, I want to piggyback really quick. Hey, Ryan. Hey, Arbor.
Hi.
I never met you.
Hi.
Quick question. So, Ryan, there's a lot of talent that we talk to that have invested in the wrong types of photos. They've hired photographers and they've gotten photos that maybe they've wanted to see. And they're maybe, you know, a little bit too artsy. You know, they don't know what they quite qualify for. So maybe they've done like the high fashion editorial. Can you talk about investing in the wrong types of photos? Like, could they use any types of photos like that, you know, that I have photo type mentality?
I hear that all the time. Yeah, someone said that to me last night actually on an Instagram message.
Photos. I already have them.
Yeah, and I'm like, no, you don't, because I looked at your Instagram and there's not a single frame on there that I could use. So, would you pay for photos and you're sitting in Minneapolis or you know, Utah or Louisiana or wherever, and you're shooting and you're paying for them? At the time, you have no idea that you're making a mistake, and you think you're doing everything right and your intentions are good, you're doing things the right way, and you're doing your best, what you think modeling looks like.
You're self-diagnosing what you want.
You're self-diagnosing, and yeah, you know, maybe one out of 100 will hit the jackpot and actually it'll look great. But the other 99, it's like, I can't use any of these because they're not good. They're not transferable to New York or LA. They have no trend in it. There's nothing interesting in it. The clothes are inappropriate. You don't look your age. You look too old. You look too young. The clothes are too tight. They're the wrong colors. The lighting sucks. The hair and makeup sucks. The location is whatever. The location is not right for you. And all of these things are something that you couldn't have known. So like I said yesterday on the call, photography is the one thing I can forgive, because as far as, bad photography is
You don't know
because
till you know.
you don't know better. So I can't really blame you that you did this and that you paid $300, $500, whatever for it, because you thought you were doing the right thing. And that sucks. It's just like paying for lots of things. People pay for a lot of things that become duds. You buy a used car and 2 weeks later it stops working. You didn't know that was going to happen. So,
What about like modeling
people-
schools? Yay or nay?
no,
Like runway classes.
no.
Okay.
No,
Sorry.
I mean, if you're with an agency in New York or LA and they have a runway coach that comes in and is like, come to this class because you guys need to learn how to walk, that's different. But a runway class where you're coming every Saturday and you're doing this and you're doing that and you're paying astronomical money for it, that's something that is
More
suspect.
for like etiquette, like a polishing. Yeah. A finishing school. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've taught girls how to runway at the hallway at Elite, but it wasn't a school. It was just like 5 minutes, like, come over here. And if you can't learn how to walk in 5 to 10 minutes, I'm done with you.
How do
I've
you
had
really
enough.
feel?
He loves to mince
Arbor
words.
walks well. He put up a video the other day of him walking.
Yeah, I agree with what Ryan, what you just said.
You have to agree with him, Arbor. He scares us.
I agree with him too.
No,
Like,
runway walking is, it is a specific way to walk, but it is actually fairly easy to do. So to me, I guess maybe I'm being
Well, you're
elitist
Colby.
or whatever.
You're great at
Maybe I'm
everything.
being
We
elitist,
know.
but I feel if you can't get it in 20 minutes of me showing you, it's not like, a ballet recital or some sort of difficult choreography that may take you a week to get down.
Right.
But if you can't put one foot in front of the other and walk with some sort of grace and elegance and sex appeal, then I don't know what to tell you.
But not everybody qualifies for runway. And that's the issue. I think a lot of people want to take runway classes because that,
It feels cool.
it's a fantasy.
Yes, and that's fine, and that's great.
Yeah.
It's just like women, you guys take these pole classes to get a tighter core, or to, it doesn't mean you're going to be
I
getting
took a
20
hip hop
from it.
class. I don't think I'm going to go on tour with Taylor Swift this year. I mean, I'm just putting it out there.
Yeah,
I
I mean,
might,
it doesn't matter.
whatever.
You're doing it for a reason, just to feel
Yeah.
better about yourself, or to tighten your core, or to get better legs, or whatever. It doesn't mean anything. And you can take runway classes all day long because you want to maybe walk better down the street, or you want to
It's a
have
trade. It
more
goes
height
on your resume. Yeah.
and confidence when you walk into an office or something. It can help you with that too, or it can help you be a little, stand out at your work, so there's nothing wrong with taking the classes, but
Right.
it cannot be as a lead-in to the Prada show, because
It
that's not
won't
going to
help you book runway for sure.
No, it won't. No.
Yeah. All right.
I agree with you.
And I kind of wanted to go back to the whole professional photography thing. The most important thing with the photos is they're a marketing tool. So you kind of have to have the photos that best market you for casting, not what your friends and family want to see. So like
Yeah.
you have to dress appropriately. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but like when you're going in the local market, if the photographer you're working with like doesn't work with major brands or magazines, and maybe they do like portrait photography, school photos, or, maybe they work at PetSmart during the holidays, the Santa photos. The problem is you're maybe getting professional photos. Yeah, they're professional because you're paying for them. But the problem is those photos aren't going to yield results in the market that you're trying to submit your photos to. That's the biggest
No,
issue.
but the point is that they don't know that when they're doing it. So
Exactly.
that's
So
why
you're
they
not
need.
dressing the right way. Your
Yeah.
hair and makeup isn't done the right way. The photographer isn't giving you the photos that are going to yield the results that you're looking for. Because the end of the day, it's a new drinking game every time I say the end of the day, but the photos are meant for you to make money. You want the bookings. You want to secure bookings with the photos. And that's why, like with us, when we do photos, Ryan, can you talk a little bit about like when you're hiring photographers, like when people come to our photo shoots, what are you looking for? Like in our photographer?
Well, a lot of the photographers in the LA and New York shoots, I usually know them. So I just picked my friends, but
they're on a
and-
higher level, like they
yeah,
work
they're on
with
a higher
Joe,
level.
Yeah.
But what I'm
proximity,
looking
people that
for,
we couldn't just hire.
yeah,
we
what
could,
I'm
but
looking
yeah.
for people in that smaller cities is just someone who's got an eye for shooting, and it's really hard to me to explain, but I can tell by looking at someone's website or Instagram or whatever they choose to show their work, whether it's someone I would get along with. I can just tell. I can see references in the photo. I can tell who they've studied without even asking them. I can tell by looking who they like, photography wise, and that can give me a sense of, is this person going to be cool for me? And then a few minute phone call or exchange of information, and then I can really tell. And then I can also tell by their demeanor if they're going to be trainable on a difficult set like we have at VIP, because it's not 1 or 2 models, it's 20. So, and some people can be taken aback by that because they've never done that. They've shot 1 or 2 models max. So there's a certain kind of person that can put up with that. So I can tell by talking to them if they're going to be able to do it. And sometimes the answer is no. I've talked to many, sometimes we did, Miami, Orlando, Phoenix. I spoke to 10 photographers before I picked the 2 or 3, because the other 8, as talented as they were, some of them were really great photographers. I just knew there was no way they were going to survive 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. Like, it's just not going to happen. So therefore, I just passed on them and moved on to the next person. So there's a lot of factors as to who I hire, because I know how our shoots are. Now, if it was just say, hey, you're going to shoot Arbor only, then that opens up the door, because lots of people can do that, but when you add 19 other arbors, they're not like, I'm not doing that.
But-
So.
But it's also, when you're saying that too, it's also, we work with a lot of people that are brand new. So for some
And that's
people, it's their
another
first time
factor.
being on set.
That's another factor. And some people don't have the patience for that. They want to shoot models who are working models, who have great books and tear sheets and covers and advertising. And if you don't have those things, they don't want to shoot you. And so that's another thing. People are very diva-ish, and they, I may be accused of being a diva.
Know any of those people.
I may be accused of being a diva, but I can adjust my personality.
That's a really good word. I'm very proud of you for that word.
I can adjust my personality to accommodate new people. My patience is wafer thin.
You can read about his personality in a new book right now on Amazon called Finding Fame. Get your copy now.
Number 1 bestseller.
Down.
Number 1 bestseller featuring Ryan Colby.
Yes, I can adjust my personality to accommodate new people to an extent. And obviously, you know that I have my moments where I'm like, I don't care if you're new or not. You need to
We all know
get
about
it
the 3
together.
o'clock fruit punch rule, guys, on a photo shoot.
But
Arbor,
I can
do you know
adjust
the
my
3 o'clock?
personality to accommodate, because I have worked with the best of the best. I've worked with the supermodels. I've worked with the mega iconic photographers. I've worked with Peter Lindbergh. I've worked with Tom Monroe, Stephen Klein. I've worked with the people, so I know what they expect, and I can water it down to accommodate someone who's never seen a camera.
Listen, if you want to work with the best, you're here because if you want to work with impersonators, go somewhere else. But you're here because you want to work with the best. How many of you guys are excited you're here, right? Type a 1 or 1 in the comments. I've never said that before. That's my first time, right?
So empowering.
So yeah, this is cool, right? Right?
Does anyone have any
ever
questions?
want you to have to
for-
water
does
down the
anyone-
personality, because here's the thing: if they can't handle you, they can't handle this business. They're not
Mhm.
meant to be. in
No,
this
I'm
business.
fairly
You're the
average. I mean,
gateway,
I definitely, I'm slightly aggressive, but so is everybody else in New York. And Brandon is
If you
making
babied them, you
comments in the
wouldn't
peanut
be
gallery.
helping them.
Brandon is here and the peanut gallery is making comments.
Hi,
Uh,
Peanut
my
Gallery.
personal-
You can bring the Peanut Gallery on if you want. That's
let's
cool.
see Brandon.
He's making comments about my aggressiveness. Anyway,
You're aggressive.
Brandon, come say
Wait, wait,
hi
wait.
for 90 seconds.
Can I just say one thing? Your aggressiveness books him work. You're welcome.
Consistently.
Yeah.
Okay.
And had it not
Anyway.
been for our Zoom, he
Sit
wouldn't
down.
be there
Sit down,
mocking
Doris.
you. You're welcome. Oh, and by the
Alright.
way, thanks for tagging us in all those posts.
Alicia, I got it.
Yep.
What post?
The members only show.
The ones
Yeah.
we weren't tagged in.
Oh,
Yeah.
It's okay. I tagged myself.
anyway,
Alright.
does anyone have a question?
Well, you know what? Let's have Arbor talk for a couple minutes. So Arbor, we have
Arbor
Brandon
talk.
Hunter sitting right next to
He
Ryan.
met
Yes,
Brandon.
I met him before.
But
Guys, wait, really quick. By the way, Brandon started on a Zoom and he's in New York City now. No experience in modeling. He's from Reno and he's been walking runway in New York City, working really hard. This isn't just I want to model. This is I am modeling. So it started with a Zoom call. So this is really cool. It works, but you have to take action. So for those of you guys that ordered the book, that's the first step. So we're going to go over in a little bit. What do you do now? But I really want you guys to understand this is what we do here. It all starts with a Zoom.
Anyway, what was the question with Arbor?
well, I want Arbor to talk a little bit about his experience working with you as well, because I know he's done. I mean, and Brandon, we'll come back to you. Don't go anywhere. Just do not leave. Okay. Now I have two people to ask questions of. But I know, Arbor, you've walked runway, you've done a lot of amazing things. So we talk about working hard, and I know Brandon's story very well because I actually was the one who got him started. After he was on Alicia's call, then I interviewed him, and here we are. But with you, Arbor, I know you've been doing this since you were 15 years old. You took a break for a little while.
Yeah.
So you were talking talk about like, what is a day in your life? What does a day in your life look like? Like what your friends.
I mean,
this
I
is one
feel
of
like
Alicia's favorite
modeling.
questions.
I feel like modeling is a lifestyle, and you're always on standby, no matter what. It's there's different types of like international, or you want to be in state modeling. You know, I'm a fashion model, so I do want to go international and stuff like that. But right now, my hometown is New York, and it's the most challenging than London and Paris and blah 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 blah. It's like if you can't make it in New York, then you can't really make it in London. It's same thing, you know, you're gonna get the same divaness and aggressive, like kind of what Ryan said. But like,
What does your average day look like? Like when
I
you
wake up,
up?
I mean, when I wake up, the first thing I kind of do is like I get myself, you know, amped up, and then I go for like either a run or I go to the gym, and then I either have a casting, or I have to do in-person casting or a go see or a self tape or something. But I do maintain myself a lot. I do have apps that models when like you put your agency's link where I get like coupons and or I get free stuff where I go to the gym and I work out in like really expensive high-end gyms, and it's really cool. And you know, that's what I do. And I kind of like have a bunch of friends out in the industry, photographers, and I kind of hang out with them as well. And but
So you do a lot
feel
of
like
networking.
it's not even networking, kind of what Ryan said. It's like when you're in the industry, you work with one person and you end up getting booked by people because I'm like, me, I'm a kind person no matter what. Like I'm always gonna be kind on set unless something like just like something's just wrong, then I speak to my agent, and then, you know, but I'm always kind. That's how I book jobs or editorials or like a bunch of things, or they've like reached out like, hey, we would like to book you for this from a hairstylist. I'm like, oh snap, and it's a good job, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
But like today's Sunday, I had to do I had a requested thing from a client, and I had to just like, they wanted to see more of me, and I finished that. So yeah, today it's like I'm relaxing. Today I'm
Today's an
relaxing
easy
and
day.
I'm
Yeah.
on the Zoom.
All right. Well, let me ask you another question. How do
Yeah.
you deal with rejection and jealousy? Because I mean, one of the biggest things that people have to learn how to deal with in this industry. is
So
rejection.
oh, this is a good one. I like this one. So I'm a model. I go by he, her, them. I don't care because I've always got calling that, like before that, like he, her, like before this was said, like nine, like binary.
Before it
and
was
stuff like that.
trending.
Yeah, before it was a trend. So like started getting jealousy and from a lot of like girl models. I literally got like when I was overseas in model apartment, I got bullied my second day, and they literally they already like followed me and like I didn't know them, but they knew of me. But besides that, they literally they thought that I was gonna steal jobs from them because I was booking both, and I was booking both. That's what it was. My second day, I got literally like not attacked, but verbally like, what does he what does this mean? I'm like, I don't know, you tell me, like, and then but I'm just saying, like, it was a lot of jealousy, and I still deal with that at a casting. I've dealt with
How
that.
do you deal with that? Like, how do you deal with that emotionally without reacting?
So perfect thing. I got my feelings hurt a little bit. She made me feel like this. It was a female model. We were in an elevator. She goes, she's telling us, like, we don't know this, but like, I haven't been in a game. She goes, how old are you? 19. She was really like, she was new to the game. So no one there knew. So I kind of like conduct myself like a mature adult. So I'm like, oh, I know I'm 10 minutes early. It says that. I know my like 2 different agencies, and she's still bothering me. Like, why? She goes, non-binary models like don't book as much. I was like, thank you for letting me know. She's staying, and I just met her in the elevator, and she was really aggressive, and that hurt like for a second. And I'm about to go get tested for shade, and for a minute I had to shake it off because I'm going to a job. So after, like, I kind of like, I know who I am as a person, and I know what I achieving, and I know where I'm going to be, and I kind of like have to remember who I am and then kind of brush it off. And it's still going to happen. It's always going to happen. Like, it's going to happen when I'm working all the time. Like, it might happen, it might not happen. It goes from both ways. Even with guys, I've had male models tell me back when the height requirement, even still, like, oh, like now it's mixed, but back in the day it was like, oh, like, how did you get into casting? Like, even in, I was like, oh, I got requested on the website. Like, I don't know, like, I got, but they were mean aggressively. And that even when I was like 17, I still didn't really care as much because I just had that attitude of like, I'm here, like, I knew kind of what the deal was from just the pettiness all the time. There's always pettiness, but you're gonna deal with
part of human. I think that's part of human. Whenever there's like competition,
rejection.
especially like the modeling industry is very looks based, obviously, right? So if you're like, oh my God, you're not going to get booked because you're not the in look, people are like, what? You have no idea. So I think there's a lot of
But to piggyback off that, I mean, I had similar problems and this was in the 80s and 90s, and I have a different way of dealing with things. But
how do you deal with it, Ryan Colby?
Well, usually I just give it right back to them. I mean, I used to get bullied by the guys in the model apartment because they were 6'2", they were German, they had washboard abs, and they would be like, "You're so small, and how are you getting shows?" I'm like, "Well, I don't walk like a mastodon. I don't walk like a woolly mammoth like you do. So therefore, that's why I'm doing shows." And so you kind of have to insult them back, and they usually shut up because they're not expecting you to do that. And as far as the girl thing, girls used to hate me because I was smaller than them, and I would do showroom for Donna Karen, and I would do the men's clothes and I would do the women's clothes. And the girls would hate me because they were like, well, he's doing more than me. And I'm like, well, if you know, that's not my problem. If, you know, stop eating that burger and maybe you can fit into this pair of pants.
Exactly.
It's not my
No, I
problem.
agree with you. I agree with you. I
Put
actually
the burger
got in
down.
trouble for taking a stand, Brian.
Yeah.
I got in trouble by my agency and got almost sent home. They threatened.
I
models,
never got in trouble.
the girl
because-
models didn't feel comfortable. They all went to to the director and
Yeah.
said, "We don't feel comfortable with Arbor." I was my second day. I was like, "What?" That I didn't get sent home, but still, like that's how petty they were. Like,
Yeah.
Well,
you know, nowadays. Now back it was a little
I
bit
know.
different.
Back
You
in
know
the
what I
day,
mean?
I
Back
would just give it right back to them. They would get mad because they didn't fit into certain pants and I did. And I'm like, that's not my problem. That's your problem.
Exactly.
well,
I agree with
Yeah.
you.
it's tough being fabulous, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
it's hard.
It can be. It can be difficult. I remember one time I was sitting on a beach with my friend Martine. We
Training.
were like we were sitting on Coney Island and we were sitting on this towel and all these people were looking at us because, you know, we looked amazing. We were all, you know, moisturized and looking gorge. And me and Martine looked at each
Exfoliated.
other and we were just like, thank God we're not average.
Oh,
Hold on. Where's the t-shirt maker? We have to put that on. Meh.
Thank
God
God
we're not
we're not average. I hate public beaches. Anyway, I need private beaches only.
Well, thank God we're not average. I love that.
What's editorial modeling? Someone's asking. Editorial modeling is more fantasy based and like higher end, unrealistic clothing. And like, then when you see magazines, like, and you're like, who's going to wear this dress or who's going to wear that outfit? That's kind of editorial modeling.
Not sure.
Yeah, that's editorial modeling. It's where when it's a little more fantasy based, not really based in reality, but it's still cool to look at. That's more editorial.
Got it.
That's what that means. Yeah.
Awesome. Why don't we can you also, we didn't really cover this because we're celebrating finding fame, but let's cover the
Mhm.
different types of modeling. So you have commercial print modeling. Can you describe
Yeah.
commercial print modeling to us?
You have commercial print, you have lifestyle, which is kind of the same thing. They're like first cousins, or brother and sister, or brother and brother, sister, whatever. They're very
They're
related.
siblings.
They're siblings. Commercial print and lifestyle are the same. Then you have high-end commercial, which is similar to commercial, but a little more expensive.
When you're
Uh,
okay, so commercial print, you would say
Okay,
like
commercial print,
Target.
I'll give you an example for each. Commercial print is Verizon.
Okay.
Lifestyle is, you know, a coffee ad where you're sitting at the table with your parents and your daughter and you're sipping coffee. And, you know, that's lifestyle.
Got it.
Lifestyle basically is lifestyle, meaning stuff you do in life. You're driving a car, you're drinking coffee, you're talking on your phone, you're ironing, you're chopping vegetables, you know, whatever, that's lifestyle. And if there's a picture taken, say for a knife ad or for ShopRite because you're chopping onions, or for, you know, a car commercial because you're driving or you're, you know, checking the tires, that's lifestyle. Commercial print is when you're doing the activity, like you're talking on your phone, you're jogging and you're wearing a specific sneaker. That's commercial print. You're you know, showing athleisure wear, that's commercial print, or you're showing a suit, commercial print. High-end commercial is the expensive stores, not Dillard's is more, but Nordstrom's, you know,
Zara.
Saks Fifth Avenue, those Joyce out of China, like those are high-end commercial because it's still commercial. You're still showing the suit and the dress, but now that dress is $4,500, not $45. You know, so that's high-end commercial. Also high-end commercials, Tiffany's, Swarovski crystals, you know, high-end, you know, stuff that's expensive, but it's still commercially shot, but it's expensive. Then you have editorial modeling, which is the magazines and the advertising and the fashion shows, which are higher end. The models are kind of different looking, and and
You
you
say
know,
striking looking.
striking looking, different looking. The clothes are unrealistic. You're never going to wear these things. I don't know if any of you saw Masharad's shoot, you know, that he did for a Japanese client, but not a single person on earth is wearing these things, but they look great in a photograph. So that's editorial modeling. Yeah, that's kind of it.
Okay.
Then there are sub factors. There are beauty models that do a lot of beauty, but beauty girls are usually editorial girls or high end commercial girls. The girls that you see, you know, Revlon and Maybelline and et cetera, CoverGirl. Like they can cross over. They have faces that can be tricked and manipulated in a camera. Where 1 minute they look like your neighbor, smiling, holding a mascara wand, and the next minute they're doing Dior, you know, in Paris, you know, so
Yeah.
those types of girls and guys can fall into the editorial modeling, but their faces will also can be used for high-end commercial or beauty.
Awesome. All right, Ryan. So now let's talk about pay, because everyone here wants to be a paid model of some sort. What do those different types of jobs pay?
If you do the higher end, obviously the better, but even the commercial jobs pay. You do something for Verizon, that's 4 figures. It's 5,500, 7,500, 10,000. You do stuff for, you know, ShopRite, it's a couple thousand, you know, $5,000 for QuickBooks, which is a computer, whatever you call it, program.
It's an accounting software for those of us that have to do admin.
There's a QuickBook ad that I just, you know, QuickBook casting, I just saw that's $5,000. So it depends. It runs the gamut. I mean, some of these companies have budgets and some of them don't have much budgets. I mean, the budgets from the 80s and the 90s to now is quite different. You know, the same ad that you did in 1992 is 3 times higher than it is now. You know, the companies, you know, say for instance, Revlon. I know girls right now doing Revlon that are getting like 20,000, 25,000 per day. But back in the 90s, Nikki Taylor was getting $75,000 to $100,000 a day. So it just, and she's still a cover girl. I just saw a CoverGirl commercial with her 2 weeks ago. She's still doing it at 50 something years old. So the money is still there. I'm not saying you can't make any money. It's just all of you wished you'd started modeling in the 90s or the 80s when there was real money. But for runway shows, don't really pay. It's just more for something to do and something to keep your name in the pop culture annals. Some runway shows will pay a couple hundred, $1,000. Yes, but you mostly do runway to keep your name out there. It's not a money-making venture. You do runway to keep your name out there. And then hopefully you do advertising after that, which advertising season is right now, October, November, December. And advertising pays, you know, advertising can pay $5,000 a day, $10,000 a day, $15,000 a day. It just depends on their budget and what designer and how long you're going to be shooting, how many looks you're going to do. But I mean, there's so money to be made. I mean, my goal for my guys now is to get into television after they model for a little bit, a year or 2 or 3, because the real money is in TV. You know, getting 50,000 an episode, 60,000 an episode, 75,000 an episode for a first year run on a network show is much better than doing a fashion show for a pair of shoes. So.
And all God's people said, amen.
But it's good to do the fashion show for a pair of shoes. I'm not knocking it because it's a means to an end, and
Yeah.
it gives you character, and it shows that you have longevity in the industry. So there's nothing wrong with that, but that can't be your sole purpose in getting up in the morning.
Yeah.
You know?
But when you're a great model and your rate goes higher, like as well too, like because you're your own business model, you know.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
like, or you get repeated clients that will repeatedly book you. That's like the models that are like, I know so many that my friends that are in their 30s or 30s or in their 40s that I've met in the industry when I was young, and you know they're a little bit older now, and you know, and they're still working, you know, and you know, and they're still working with some clients that they worked with when they first started, and you know, their rates go higher, and it's
Yeah.
it's amazing, you know. And that's the best part about you know, this business. It's like people ask me all the time on my DMs, like, is my like, are you full-time? Yes, I'm full-time. Like, I'm surviving off of it. You know, I make sure I survive off it, because you know what I mean? Like, it's 50-50 when you work hard and then you have your agent, because without what is a good model without an agent? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Without a good booker that's pushing them.
Yep.
You know,
Yeah.
I could be on a board and just be standing there and just running, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah.
All right. Well, Arbor, let me ask you one question in closing. What is one thing you wish you knew when you got started modeling that you know now? Because we have a lot of people on here that are aspiring. Maybe they've reached a certain level of success or looking to elevate their success. What is one thing you wish you knew when you got started that you know now that you would like everyone on this call to know?
I feared I feared a lot. No matter like I was working in and out of it, like working in, like when I was at an agency and working, I did fear a lot, and I wish that I did. I right now I'm taking a stand and stuff, but I wish I didn't fear as much, and
So
I
you're
did
saying they
push
should be
more.
fearless?
Yes.
Oh my
Because-
God, we're gonna parlay this into Fearless Rebels.
No, I'm being
No, it was
because I do.
way.
No, there's certain things I do that, like, I don't have any regrets, but that
Yeah.
now that I was scared of when I was like 19 or 16 starting, that I was scared to push because I was short. That's what they were holding on my face, was my height. You know,
Yeah.
we broke the requirement for you. So I was scared to push. So
Got it.
yes, I wish I, like, you know, was fearless to push more. And, you know, now I'm doing it, and, you know, it has to do with age sometimes, and the right timing, you know.
Yeah.
There's different timing and stuff like that.
It's awesome. I love that, because you know what? Everything you want is on the other side of that fear. And I think
Exactly.
it's natural. It's also so natural to feel fear. Like when you're doing something new, when you're about to like break through a barrier, it's
Yeah.
natural to feel a little bit of fear. But once
Yeah.
you push through that, there's amazing stuff on the other side
Feels
of it.
good when you have a team too, though. When you
Yeah,
start, when
absolutely,
you're
and you
out
need a
there and people are
team.
starting believing in you and they're pushing you out there, you see that and you feel it, and you just it connects, and it pushes you to want to do it more and stuff. So that's why I do love Ryan Colby, and VIP Talent is amazing. I do love it as well. Just love what you guys are about.
Thank you. Well, Arbor, thank you so much for being here with us.
And Janine, in closing, I will say something that Maggie Smith says in our favorite show, Downton Abbey. She says, you said, you know, fear is on the other side, you know, whatever you want is on the other side of fear. And I said, I was going to say, well, I wouldn't know because I don't know the sensation.
Oh, yeah, I know, Ryan. Oh.
Diva.
I don't
Swear to
know.
God. How
I
did
don't
he make
know
it
the
into Finding
sensation.
Fame? That's what I want to know. No, but you know, I appreciate that though, Ryan, because you know, one of the things I remember the first time you and I met, and it was on.
Mhm.
I know you remember this, and I'm sure you're probably so
Yeah.
proud of my progress. We should we should do a podcast. But you were literally
Mhm.
the first person that I interviewed on the VIP Ignite Live podcast when I first got started. And I
Mhm.
remember Mike was like, he's the former art director of Vogue. He's
Mm.
fabulous. He's amazing. And I'm like, I was dying.
First words was, you want me to start with him?
Yeah, I was like, oh,
Do you have anybody easier?
well, I didn't know. I didn't know what I
Mhm.
didn't know. It's kind of like everyone on this call. Like, you don't know what you don't know. But
Exactly.
I remember like doing that first podcast with you, and like it was so intimidating. But and the thing I love, the reason I'm telling the story is not just because I'm walking down memory lane, but the thing I love is that so much of what I've learned from the industry, I've learned from you. And it's really it's a testament to someone who like was so resistant to learn anything about the entertainment industry. You've
Really
taught me
was
so much.
resistant.
I was very resistant, but I love the fact that you're blunt, you're fearless, and that you do, at the end of the day, you push everyone that you work with to be better. So thank you for that, Ryan.
Oh, thank you.
I'm feeling
just
How
said
sweet. I'm cheering up. Gotta go. No, I'm joking.
Oh, look at him for clout. Yes, I did it.
Didn't yesterday he said he cries during commercials?
Yes.
I
And
said
now,
I have in the
Just so you
past.
know,
You cry-
Michael took
Ryan,
that
you
clip
cry
and we're
during
using that
commercials?
as part of
The Sarah
Finding
McLachlan
Fame, like
dog
the
commercials
cartoon
are
version, like
traumatizing.
like the celebrity edition, like Ryan Colby excerpts. Like it's gonna be great.
the
No,
uncut
those Sarah
version.
McLachlan dog commercials will get you every time.
I
No,
turn them
they
off
do. They get me
immediately.
too.
I can't. That used to be one of my favorite songs. I just have to
Thank-
turn. I can't
Oh,
even.
yeah. Thank God they stopped doing that.
Okay. Now that Ryan's trying to make me
And some of
cry,
those
I think
coffee
it's time for you to go.
commercials-
Thank you,
Some of
Colby.
those coffee commercials from the 90s will get you too, when grandma like shows up and the
Or
kids
like
haven't
when the
seen
kids come
her.
home from the military and they're surprising with like the coffee. Christmas time. Yeah.
On that note, this has
Those
been
are
Let me
good.
ask you guys a question. Well, Ryan, we're excited to see you in a couple of weeks in New York City. How many of you would love the opportunity to possibly work with Ryan Colby in Los Angeles, California?
what?
What?
And not. I'm gonna muddy the water for 1 second, then we'll go back. How many of you are going? If I just want you guys to know too, we're gonna be working with Arbor in New York City as well. What? That's gonna be pretty amazing.
So
Yep.
fun.
Awesome. All right. Well, Arbor, thank you so much for being here.
Thank
It
you.
was
Thank
awesome. I
you.
can't wait to meet you in person.
Yes, yes, you
And
too.
the next time I talk to you, I will not be. When we spoke the other day, I was ordering like this fancy coffee, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm having like a nutrient smoothie." I was like,
He's a model. We're not. We just talked to them.
"I know that's true. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for that compliment. I
Yeah.
needed that."
Yeah.
But anyway, thank you so much, Arbor, for being here.
Nice
course,
to
of
meet you,
course.
Barbara.
Thanks.
Thank you, Ryan Colby.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tell Brandon Hunter we love him.
Love you too, Denise.
I love you, Brandon. Every time I see a Wawa, I think of you. I'll tell that story later.
A Wawa.
Just go
Why?
with
Did
it.
you used to work at Wawa?
No, we didn't work at Wawa.
Oh shit! Right.
Oh.
This is how
It's a
rumors get started.
I like-
Oh, no.
I'll tell the story. I'll tell the story later.
Okay.
Does Brayden Hunter have any cool upcoming castings or bookings?
He has some coming up, I think. Yeah, there's some stuff in the works. It was some stuff in the works.
Cool.
Awesome.
Can't really
Awesome.
discuss it right now.
Oh, okay. Non-disclosure. Cool.
No,
We're
just
How we told that
it's in the
today.
works.
That's what we do. It's Hollywood. Well, we're always proud of his success.
Yes. Awesome.
Just remember, it starts with a Zoom call, kids.
Yep.
Mhm.
So Arbor, thank you so much for being
Of
here.
course. Thank you
And
for
again-
having me.
You're welcome. And again, if you guys are excited to work with Ryan Colby in Hollywood, type Hollywood in the comments. Type
Mhm.
Hollywood in the comments.
As good as your agent.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you.
All right,
Thank you.
I hope you guys
Bye,
have a good
guys.
rest of the day. I will see you guys later.
See you
Bye.
later, Ryan.
Bye.
See you later, Arbor.
Bye
Bye.
bye.
Awesome.
So fun.
Just us.
Hello. How are you? Fancy meeting you here. I like your hat.
Thanks. It's pretty spiffy.
Yeah. Cool. So, what shall we go over next? Okay. You want to talk? You want me to
You
talk?
can talk. Here, I will. I'm gonna go get some water. I'll be
Switch.
right back.
Okay, cool. All right, guys. Well, it's been an amazing weekend. I hope you have enjoyed your time here. But, the question is, where do we go from here? Well, the answer is, where would you like to go? So Zoom is great. We love it. It's the best we could do in a digital world. I mean, it's amazing that we can all connect. 18 years ago, people would typically have to spend a lot of money and time to fly to come to one of our offices, meet with us face to face. I mean, it was just, it wasn't really cost effective for you to have to come and meet with us. But in Zoom, this is it. This is where the road ends. So the question is, what would you like to do? Do you want to stop here? Or do you want to keep going? Somebody type, keep going or stop here. Where do you want to go? Somebody type, let's see. Keep going or stop here. Keep going or stop here. Where does this road go? Looks like a lot of you guys want to keep going. That means momentum. Okay, so you create your own journey. That's the question. So where are we going on this journey? Somebody type, if we were to set a navigation system, right? Danine's been in a car with me. I've been out here many of times. Danine was in a car with me this morning. I still get lost. I use the navigation system everywhere I go.
And here's the navigation system is called Danine.
Literally. Danine's like on her phone answering emails, and she looks up, she goes, where are we? I said, I have no idea. She goes, you've been here a million times. I don't pay attention. I have no idea where we are. Literally. Right? Unless you tell me where to go, I have no idea. So navigation system, step by step by step. So that's what we're going to do here at VIP Ignite. Now, some people go to Hollywood with a dream. That's sweet. How many of you would like to have an actual plan? Let's see, dream or plan. Which one is for you? Dream or plan? Somebody type it. Dream or plan? Survey says. All right, so
We know the answer is plan.
plan, right? Plan. I
There
mean,
we go.
coming to Hollywood is fun. We just went to Hollywood not too long ago, but we went out there. We had an amazing power lunch, which is where we met Cynthia for the very first time. But we also had one of the head writers for Netflix, who's now one of our partners,
Yes.
Sharon, and Sharon's working with Dawn Cheadle. You guys know Dawn. She's also working with the writer-producer of Power. So getting to work on this type of level, some people may call us lucky. Really? We surround ourselves with the best, and you can too. So we're going to tell you what we can do to help you create a plan to go to Hollywood with us. So we put together a program, and this is for people that are already on, on the path to success. Now, how many of you guys have already got the book Finding Fame? If you've already got the book Finding Fame, type book. Let's see here. How many of you guys have already got the book Finding Fame? Thank you so much for your support.
And for those of you that have not yet purchased the book, we're going to drop the link in the comments, because the first step to going to Hollywood is getting the book. Because you know what? If you want a roadmap, you want to be surrounding yourself by people who are successful, because success leaves clues. So in order for you to hit the ground running on the road to Hollywood, you need to first purchase the book Finding Fame. And just so you know, we talked about this morning. We're sold out on Amazon.
And it's fine if you purchase it and you haven't received it. That's totally fine.
Yeah, give us a round of applause. Give yourselves a round of applause for selling out on Amazon. That's pretty freaking badass. Okay. So this is what I'm going to have you guys do. I'm going to have you buy either the hardback or the paperback. I keep wanting to say softback. I don't know why. But then, because if you guys are anything like me, I am so impatient when a new book comes out. I'm a Kindle girl. I'm like, get that on Kindle. You can also get it on Kindle for like $1.99. So,
And you can get that today.
you can get that today.
Immediate download.
It could be on your phone before you're even done this call.
You can do it right now.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Not
wait
right now.
wait
Just
until we're
We're
done.
still talking.
Okay.
Don't just be rude.
So make sure that you get the first step is to get the book Finding Fame and download it on your Kindle so you can start reading it immediately. Okay. Because going to Hollywood, we're looking for people who want to hit the ground running. Okay. If you want training wheels, you're like, don't. We want people who are going to hit the ground running, because you heard Ryan Colby. He wants to work with people that he has something to work with. So just remember that. Okay. When you're doing this, when you say yes and you schedule the opportunity to go to Hollywood, you need to be able to hit the ground running. Type hit the ground running in the comments. Or if that sounds like you, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. How about that? We'll save some typing. If you're someone who's going to hit the ground running, type a 1 in the comments. There we go. That's it. All right. Sorry. I just wanted to interject.
You're good. But hit the ground running is totally true. And Cynthia Stillwell said something, and we had talked about red flags. There's something really special about Hollywood to us. And, we're looking for serious people that want to take serious action. And, especially if you get a chance to go to Hollywood with us, this is something that we've worked too hard to bring talent with us to go to Hollywood. We're actually going to introduce you face to face with people like Cynthia. I saw some people going, how do I meet Cynthia? Well, Cynthia doesn't meet with talent. That's not like when she's like, oh, you could audition for me. You can't just audition for Cynthia. That's not how it works. She works on Academy Award level, right? You have to be invited by people that are on our level that introduce you to Cynthia. Does that make sense? So when we work with top agents, top casting directors, again, if you read Finding Fame or when you read Finding Fame, we have like the head of Warner Brothers casting. We have people from top agencies like Ford and Wilhelmina and IMG. And, you know, we've had people from like CAA and A3, which is Abrams, or, you know, top Tony winners, Emmy winners, Grammy winners, A&Rs from like Sony and Def Jam. And, you know, if we put you face to face, which is the hardest thing to do in any capacity, regardless of your resume, how many of you want face to face with some of Hollywood's most elite, prestigious industry professionals? Face to face. If you want face to face, let's see, face to face with some of the most, and by the way, these are people that we have busted our butt 2 decades to work with.
And
Face to face. Yeah, these are real people. Face to face. How much would that change your life? Because I'm going to tell you right now, you could Google them, which I'm not going to give you their names. They're not even accessible. Like they would never talk to anybody. This is 2 decades. And again, you guys know what we're capable of. We have 6 Tony Awards. We've opened the Stock Exchange, been featured in Forbes Entrepreneur, and again, #1 book right now on Amazon. It's never going to get old, right? But we've worked really hard to get to this level. We've earned this, right? 20 years in the making, 18, right? So when we've gotten to this level, we produce these amazing networking events. We are not only going to put on an event in Hollywood where you'll get to attend and meet these top people, where you can talk to them, exchange information, and potentially get a chance to maybe even get signed, right? But you're going to get a 4-look photo shoot with Ryan Colby himself, where we're going to pinpoint exactly what you qualify for. So there's no like, I'm going to WebMD and diagnose what it is that I think I want to do. No. We know that there are different types of modeling. We know that Ryan Colby, who has been in this industry for years and has tremendous results, he's personally going to tell you what you qualify for. We are going to dress you, make sure the photographer knows what type of photos to do, hair, makeup, and styling you, give you the proper photos to give you the best results possible. We're going to introduce you to top people. You're going to be live, get to be seen by top people. This isn't, I'm going to put myself up on a website. Real castings are not posted, kids. Okay, that's not how the business works. So you're going to go to Hollywood, sit down live with real people. You're going to learn. We're going to do a mastermind in Hollywood. You're going to network with top people, and you're going to get a 4-look photo shoot. Okay, 4-look photo shoot. The value of that alone, that's priceless, priceless. Okay, for everybody on the call this weekend, $2,997. Now it's not available to everybody on this call, only for people that have already purchased the book. If you haven't purchased the book, you can't schedule. You have to buy the book first. Okay, we're only going to give it to people that have actually purchased the book first. So you have to purchase the book, you have to show the receipt, okay? Because you have to know the story of the people that we work with. I will not let you go and sit down with these types of people unless you know the stories as to why VIP Ignite started, or why, because that's important, and also some of the people that we work with. Because I'm not going to let you sit down face to face and break bread and talk to these people unless you know about the business, because it's not just about you. Anybody can join a website. Anybody can go pay for photos. But if you're going to sit down with these types, we've had the head writer for Saturday Night Live. We've had Academy Award winners come to these events. The last boot camp, we had Liv Tyler. That's right, Steven Tyler's daughter. She starred in Pearl Harbor. Lord of the Rings. She was in the last boot camp, guys. That's the level we play at here at VIP Ignite. So the question is, our way works. So are you ready to do it? 10,000 success stories. So 2,997. Now, if you're serious about getting into this business, you have to go through an interview. It's not for sale. We will help you. We do have options, but you have to schedule. Okay, quick action takers, 2,997. Will we work with you? Of course we will. We have different options, okay? But it's $2,997 just for quick action takers. So we're gonna post a link right now. If you don't have the book, we're gonna post a link, buy the book and then schedule. Okay, you're gonna have to show us that you bought the book. Okay. And you only have till the end of this call to schedule. And if you don't schedule by the time we log off this call, not interested. Here's why. Tanya Kleckner, she submits talent for hit shows like Stranger Things, The Walking Dead, Grey's Anatomy, Outer Banks, All American, Tim Burton's Wednesday. She has actors right now, $60,000 an episode, $100,000 an episode. If you have to think about investing in yourself, even $3,000, if that's even a question for you, $3,000, $100,000 an episode. This is your dream. Going out to Hollywood, sitting down live face to face. If that's even a question for you, don't schedule. Here's why. You could tell me you want to be an actor, but what's going to happen when you actually sit down face to face with a casting director? And Cindy even said this, when I meet you live, I can tell if you're serious. I can look in your eyes. We could do the same thing when you're on a Zoom.
Yep.
Don't waste our time. If there's even a question that you're not serious, we're going to hang up on you. At the time of the interview, guess what? You're either ready or you're not. Your credit card's going to be in hand. We're going to either expect you to pay in full or be able to put down a deposit right there at the time of the interview. If you are not financially stable or financially can't even afford a deposit, don't schedule. Why? Just like going to a casting. If you're even high risk, you're not meant to be in this business. Go get your life together and come back when you're ready.
Buy a copy of Finding Fame.
Just buy a copy of Finding Fame. Learn what other people struggling did. Because if you're looking to get into show business, I need to know you can get to castings. Tanya even said it. No agent pays for you. You have to come to the table with photos and training and headshot. No one's going to do this for you. This business is competitive. You either want to do it or you can't. Stop making excuses. People find money for the craziest things. Think about it. So if you're serious, schedule. If you're not, don't. We're only looking for serious people to go to Hollywood. And again, Cynthia said it. Takes one person to ruin everything. If I put you face to face with a top agent, don't ruin it. Takes one person to ruin it. So again, we're looking for serious people to go to Hollywood with us. Will we work with you? Of course we will. So your friends and family don't believe in you? Who cares? You believe in you. That's what I care about. I'm not working with your friends and family. I'm only going to be talking to you. We had a cast member from The Sopranos. You're also going to get some amazing training with our company. Amazing training, 50 Cent's acting coach. We work with people from America's Next Top Model. We have the head of casting for L'Oreal, Estee Lauder, Tory Burch, Nike, Banana Republic. They're all part of our company. In 21 days, you're going to be going through a 21-day challenge. We're going to take you from where you are to where it is that you want to be in 21 days. Mindset training. Some of you guys need like recalibration of your mind. Some of you think you're strong, but what happens when you're dealing with rejection, jealousy, going on castings, dealing with the struggles? It's like Jedi mind tricks in this business. You don't know till you know. So again, only serious people may schedule. If you schedule and you have not bought a book, your appointment's going to be deleted. Why? We're looking for talent that could listen and follow directions. It's very important to us.
May Lisa, yes, this is different. So schedule. If you're, yes. Let's see here. I'm gonna go through some questions here. Is that okay?
Yeah. This is a roadmap to success, guys. We are going to hold your hand the entire way. There's no other company in the world like ours. And you guys see that. That's why we did a 2-day call.
Yep. It's totally worth it. Yep.
Yeah, you're investing in yourself.
Ryan Clapham, you're good.
Ryan Clapham, you're good. Feels a little scary.
Yeah,
You're
you're
good.
frightening, but you're good. Hold on. How can I show the receipt? Okay, if you want to show the receipt to that you purchased the book, you go to, I'll send it to you and I'll give you my email. We need that. Okay, okay, hold on. My email is Denise. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Thank you, internet. So what you're gonna do is when you buy the book, email me a copy. If you've already emailed me, like there are like 100 of you, you don't have to email me. But if you have bought the book over the weekend and you have not yet emailed me, email danina@viptalentconnect.com and then you can schedule. So send me a copy of the book, but we need both parts. Does that make sense? Yeah, and we're gonna be doing for anyone who's bought a book, and even now if you're buying a book, what we're gonna be doing is we're gonna be doing a special bonus weekend with Ryan. I think it's gonna be in 2 weeks. And it's gonna be Ryan Clapham, stop showing off. I don't have a copy of the book in hand yet. I'm so jealous. She has 2 books.
For Michael Funk.
I know it's not fair, but anyway, I digress. Yeah, we're gonna come drive to your house to get a book. Be prepared. But anyway, so email me the receipt for your copy of the book, and then I will make sure that you're on that call with Ryan Colby in 2 weeks, which is gonna be amazing. No, we don't want you to bring us one tonight. You're fine. Maybe we do. I don't know. I'm not going to ask you to do that on Zoom though. Anyway. Our address is everyone. Bippity boppity boop. All right. What is the secret word? The secret word is finding fame. Oh, how about that? Yeah. Right. Oh, and I know some of you a couple of you scheduled yesterday. It's okay. We could see the date. So if you didn't have the secret word, and I'm looking at you, Nevaeh, and I forget who else, but I remember your name because I love your name. It's so beautiful. I know you don't have to worry about. Oh, why is it every time I say your name, you're like hiding yourself? You remind me so much of my niece. I'm glad we're gonna be best friends. Anyway, she's like. I promise I won't look like this on the interviews this week though. All right. Does anyone have any questions or anything like that? So step 1 is purchasing, finding fame. Step 2 is scheduling. Step 3 is making sure that you're ready to hit the ground running. Oh, I have water over here, but thank you so much. I love cold water. All right. All right, guys. So I think Miss Alicia Kabak is hydrated now and she's going to be coming back. And she's all right. I'm going to step away for a moment. How's that sound?
I brought some notes that I think might be helpful. Hello, everyone. How are you? I feel like I'm doing the State of the Union. It's so weird being here with you on Zoom. It's never happens. We're always at live events together, but never on Zoom. I kind of like it. I miss my sidekick, though. I kind of miss Keaton.
Oh,
Not that I don't love you, but okay. So
how can I compete with a 3-year-old?
He's really cute. But I kind of want to say this, like, so many people, wait, the notes are here. Fantastic weekend. Hi, Yaz. And our circle, Yaz. How are you?
I'll be back.
Let me see. So I'm going to, there's so many like self-help books, and I kind of want to say this. And sometimes, after you've been in this business for so long, I get to do so many cool things. Sometimes I pinch myself. And, if you follow my Facebook, you follow my Instagram, my profile picture, even though I love my fiance and my kid, it's me and Al Pacino, right? And I'm never gonna take that profile picture down. And I have friends that follow me on Facebook and Instagram, and they're like, you're so lucky. 2 letters come out of my mouth. Do you guys know the 2 letters that come out of my mouth? Right? Whenever anybody calls me lucky, F you, right? F you. So I kind of want to say this for anybody that, ever thinks that this business is easy, right? Like, oh, I really want to do this, but, I don't know if I can, or, whatever apprehensions you have. So here we go. A lot of people think money is evil. I hear this a lot. Oh, money is evil. Depending on how you were raised, right? You're typically the sum of the top 5 people, or let's say your parents are those types of people. Oh, money is evil, right? Depending on where you grew up. And they think money is a bad thing. Money isn't bad. I can tell you, like, we've given back, as you know, we've saved 3,500 women and children from sex trafficking. That makes me want to vomit. Like, imagine buying a small child for sex or organ harvesting. Like, I can't even, right? Money is a tool for an exchange. So it's kind of like getting something bigger in return. Kind of like you're hungry, you go to the grocery store, you get groceries, here's my money, exchange, right? So it's well worth the cost. So imagine cutting a check for speed. Like, I want to get into show business. I don't have any connections. And these are like some of the top things I hear. I've done like hundreds of thousands of interviews over like 18 years. Again, we had 5 offices. And like when we first opened, it was Mike and I only dealing with hundreds of people coming into our office. Like, it was crazy. But it's always, I don't know anybody. My friends and family don't believe in me. I don't know where to start. I don't live in New York or LA. Okay, so who cares? Well, you don't need to know anybody. You know us. Think about it now. I don't know where to start. Well, you know us. I don't live in New York or LA. Who cares? Because you're going to go to LA, meet everybody you need to meet, and then you're going to go back home, be able to plant the seeds in LA, go back home, and now you're going to audition live on Zoom. Duh. You're going to have the best photos in the world because the former art director of Vogue is going to be working with you. Celebrity photographers in LA that Ryan Colby's personally going to introduce you to. He's going to cultivate the pictures so that they're perfect. Literally, he's going to write a prescription exactly based on what you qualify for: hair, makeup, styling. You're going to meet the top agents, casting directors. We're going to be working with you with the trainings, everything that you need to ensure success. Duh. Like, amazing. And I want you guys to think about this. You know, again, think about this. Time is something you can't get back. Time is a non-renewable resource. So if you're, you know, maybe getting paid every 2 weeks you get a paycheck, right? So there's a lot of people that I talk to, and again, I do a lot of interviews every 2 weeks. They know exactly how much money, and I've been there, right? Every 2 weeks you get a paycheck. Okay. Groceries, and you kind of have everything laid out. Okay, my groceries, gas, cable, internet. How many of you guys have been there? Car, whatever, right? Rent. You know exactly how much money you have. How many of you guys have ever, and it's a shitty situation to not have any money left over, right? How many of you guys sometimes, depression is real. You watch on Instagram, you watch on Facebook, and sometimes like you watch people living this life that you dream about. But when you clock in and you clock out and you get a paycheck, and every 2 weeks, it's not changing, you're on a carousel of insanity, right? How many of you guys have ever been on a carousel of insanity where every 2 weeks you're making the same amount of money and nothing's ever going to change? You're never going to get that dream car. You're never going to be able to go on that expensive trip you've dreamt about. You're never going to get that sick house, right? You're never going to be able to buy your mama that sick house, right? You're never going to be able to do something really cool with your kids. How many of you guys want more? And I think about this, right? Your head hits that pillow and you dream about a better tomorrow. And you wake up the next morning and you realize today is the same as yesterday. It's freaking Groundhog Day. Nothing has changed. If that's the life that you live right now, where nothing has changed, type Groundhog Day. It's one of my favorite movies ever. Long live Bill Murray, right? And it sucks. Again, when Mike and I started this business, it was scary. We had no money coming in. It was the scariest thing in the world. We had no paychecks coming in, all money going out. Everybody around us was telling us we were dumb, right? We barely had money for food. It was horrible. It was horrible. But you know what? We believed. We knew that we were going to have to cut back in order to move forward. We knew that it was worth it. We maxed out the credit cards. We did everything we could to get the hell out of the situation because we believed so much that in order to change our lives, we had to take action. We had to take big risks in order to move forward. This is show business. You already know what's on the line. There's tremendous opportunities. Ryan even said it. That opportunity right now, $5,000 for a single day job. That's some good money. Money. Right now has casting $60,000 an episode. Yeah. You get booked 10 episodes. That's pretty good. You don't have haters. You will by the time we're done with you. Your friends and family, they may talk shit now, but guess what? When you start booking work, what's the first thing they're going to say? Can you get me in? That's what they always say, right? Happens all the time. I want to say this. You all get paychecks. That money goes towards movies and going out to dinner, right? We all complain about not having money. Somehow we have money for Starbucks and Netflix, new sneakers, right? iPhones. We all got to have the new iPhones. We all got to have those earbuds all the time, right? I always love it when I take appointments. You working? No. You going to school? No. Well, shit. What are you doing all day? Nothing. Why? What are you doing? How do you pay your bills? Why would anybody book you? I don't even think you're going to show up on set. What are you doing to contribute? You going to your local shelter? You helping people? You doing community service? What are you doing? I want to know you're giving back. I want to know you're bringing good into the world. You're reading a good book right now. What are you doing to push the dial forward? Right? Think about it. He said poor people buy liabilities, TVs. Think about it. iPhones. Rich people, they invest. They hire coaches. They do things to get better. They know that by investing in themselves, they're going to figure out a way to push the dial forward. The question is, that's called a rich mindset. Again, time is something we can't get back. So many people will never pursue their dreams. Is it because they're scared? Maybe they're scared of failure. Well, it's easier to say I never tried. Yeah. It's sad. It's very sad. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah. Can I add something to that?
Yeah.
This is what I want you to think about. Literally, I said this before, and Ryan kind of made fun of me a little bit, which whatever, he likes to do that. But everything you want is on the other side of that fear that you may be feeling. So if you're feeling a little uncertainty, it's totally normal to feel that.
Yeah.
Alicia and Mike, when they decided to move forward and start VIP Ignite, it was scary, but they did it. How many of you are grateful right now that Alicia and Mike pushed through that fear and that you are sitting here on a Zoom? You had the opportunity to interact with a person literally who is the reason that Atlanta has a film industry. If you are thankful that they did that, type a 1 or 1 in the comments.
Tyler Perry wouldn't be in Atlanta. Netflix,
Yeah.
Marvel,
Yeah, think about
AMC.
think about all the people that have done things that have scared the crap
Thank
out
you,
of them.
Cynthia.
Thank you, Cynthia. But
It's the
thank
scary
you-
people that get shit done.
But thank you, Mike and Alicia, for doing this. And let me tell you something. We have over 10,000 success stories.
You could be
What we do
next.
works. So the question I have for you is this. If you're on the fence, which is normal, like I'll be really honest. I'm someone who I make decisions really slowly. I'll give you an example. We're going out to dinner later tonight. It took me 3 hours to find a restaurant. Okay.
We never let her plan.
Because
I'm always a planner.
she's the planner, but I was like, no, you know what? This is something I need to do. And this may seem silly to you,
It's a big deal.
but for me, it's a big deal because I'm a perfectionist. How many
That's why it takes you so long, because you are a perfectionist.
How many perfectionists do I have in this Zoom call? Okay, I don't want you to acknowledge that, but I understand. But this is something I want you to understand. When I first started working with VIP Ignite, I had a pretty decent life. Okay, I was working in a dental field. How many you guys have 9 to 5? I'm not going to ask you how many of you have a 9 to 5, because if you're still on this call, I'm assuming that you're here because you want this. I'm assuming that you're a go-getter. I'm assuming that you're someone who has the resources. And if you maybe don't at the moment, you're going to be resourceful before you get on that Zoom call. That's the assumption I'm making. Okay. But when I first started working with VIP Ignite, I told you I was petrified. I'm an introvert. This even like doing this makeup, I was like, do I have to? Mike was like, you're in or you're out today. I was like, okay, I'm in. But I'm an introvert. I knew nothing about the entertainment industry. I had a really good job, paid really well. I worked in a really prestigious dental office in Center City, Philadelphia. So, I mean, I had a good thing, but there was something inside of me that said, you know what, Deneen, you need to do more. My whole life, all I wanted to do is pay it forward. I've always wanted to help people. I've always wanted to benefit people. Every job I ever wanted growing up, I wanted to be a teacher. I wanted to be a doctor. I wanted to be a lawyer. I wanted to be a nurse. I wanted to be a missionary. My big goal right now is to be a public speaker because I know that I have a message. And that's why I'm here with you today.
Les Brown on the pond.
Les Brown every time.
And we're producing his new show, Deneen White.
I know, freaks me out. But here, the point I'm trying to make to you is I had every excuse in the book of why I shouldn't do this. Mike called me. He's like, hey, Deneen, I want you to host a podcast for my company. I'm like, what? He was like, yeah. I was like, Mike, I am an introvert. You've met me. Like, I barely talk to you and we're friends. He was like, uh-huh. I said, I know nothing about the entertainment industry. He said, oh, you can't learn? I said, Mike, I've never hosted a podcast. He's like, what? You're not up for the challenge? And I was like, I'm Italian and German. I was like, of course I'm up for the challenge. What do you mean I'm not up for the challenge? 2 days later, I'm sitting on freaking Colby.
Wait, tell the story about the time I told you to call Dan.
Yeah, okay.
This is a good story. You haven't told it in a while.
I haven't. So during the pandemic, we talked about this, and we've been talking about this a lot because I feel like this is the core of our story. During the pandemic, we literally kept Hollywood and Broadway
open.
Alive. We kept them alive. We literally fed them because there was no work. It was illegal for us to even do anything outside. So Alicia, like, literally going through the Rolodex. Oh,
like, who can we
like,
call?
let's see here. Yeah, I was like, from the Wonder Years? And she was like, yeah. And she was like, we produced a show with them. Yeah, no, it's just Dan Laurie. I'm like, but I'm Winnie Cooper. Like, you don't understand. Like, I watched every episode of the Wonder Years. So she's like, just go call him. I'm like, just do what? Just go call him. I'm like,
no, I said, Deneen, he's expecting your call because I called him outside. And
okay, even worse. She like, this is what she does.
Because I know that if I warm her up, I just push her. It's like a pool.
So
I'm not going to tell her to tiptoe. I just push.
So I'm like sitting. She has a picture of it somewhere, and like I'm like laughing and crying all at the same time.
I know one day we're gonna put it in like another book one day.
We are.
Face your fears. It's great. I love
it.
it.
That should be the title of my book. But yeah, so he's expecting your call. Like, so Dan Lauria from the Wonder Years is
from her favorite show that she used to watch pretty much in her living room with her family growing up.
Yeah.
She now gets to call his cell phone.
Yeah. And he's like, hi, Janine. I'm like, how do you know my name? She's like, of course, Alicia just gave it to you. But anyway, the point I'm trying to make.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
He knew she called from an 856 and he goes, hi, Deneen.
I'm like,
and she was like,
I'm still like that.
Imagine calling your favorite actor from your favorite show and he answers the phone. Hi, Deneen.
But like, I'm not telling you this to impress you. I'm telling you this to impress upon you that everything you want is on the other side of that uncertainty that you're feeling. Okay. And when I called him, honestly, I learned more. He did a call for us. And if you're a part of our company, you should definitely go in and search his name in the vault. I learned more from him. He did like he was supposed to talk for an hour. It was like a 3-hour call.
Wait, do you want to hear something really cool? Sorry to interrupt. So, growing up, one of my favorite people in the world who I studied in film school was Alfred Hitchcock. Do you know who his mentor was? Cary Grant.
Yeah.
Sorry, go on.
So I had so when I tell you, like, Mike's taught me so much about the film industry about script analysis. But I learned more. That was my first entree into script analysis, if you will. So now I can't watch a film without seeing how long the cuts are and doing all of this and that. But it was all because Alicia challenged me to make a phone call that even when I think about it, I'm sweating in places that I shouldn't be sweating right now, just thinking about it. But the reason I'm telling you these stories is because I shouldn't be standing here right now doing this. I should be like dreading getting up tomorrow morning to go into a dental office to plan someone getting a root canal. But I was scared to death. My father was like, girl, you have a 401k, you have insurance, you get paid every 2 weeks, you're able to pay the rent on your apartment. What are you doing? I was like, Dad, there's something more. I know that there's something more. And he was like, my mom was like, something for you, but I don't think she's gonna have to move back home with us. I don't know how she's gonna do this. But I took a chance on myself. And Mike and Alicia took a huge chance on me. And then so I did the first interview with Ryan Colby. You can go listen to it. It's like, I have to find the exact episode number. It's like episode like 13. If you go like way back in the VIP Ignite Live podcast, it was awful. But if I would have given up at that moment, a lot of you wouldn't even be sitting on this call, honestly. And I'm not saying this to impress you. I'm saying this to impress upon you that you're still here at this time listening to the sound of my voice, because you're not here to be average. You're not here to be meh. You're here to be extraordinary. So if what I'm saying resonates with you and you're ready to hit the ground running, if you're ready to be put to work, if you're ready to start investing in yourself, schedule, buy the book and schedule. And I'm going to tell you one more story about investing. Growing up, I never was someone who was taught to invest in myself. My family has terrible financial sense. Okay. Like if you want to talk about a messed up financial situation, call me, we'll talk. Okay. But right before Mike and I had the conversation about me hosting the podcast, I was consuming free content from someone who's now a really good friend of mine, who's a mindset coach. And I'd be on every one of her lives like, oh my God, I'm growing so much. And like, I'd be so excited. And then I wouldn't do anything. And then the next call, oh, so much. But I wouldn't do anything. She literally called me out one day. She's like, Denny, we need to talk. I'm like, yeah. She's like, what the hell are you doing? And I'm like, oh my God, I'm learning so much. I'm growing. My mindset is great. I'm like really growing. And she was like, girl, this is what you're doing is cute, but you really need to like invest in yourself. I'm like, oh my God, I do. I invest every time. I invest the time. I listen to you. And she's like, no, you need to invest in your mindset. And I was like, okay, well, how much is it? And she's like, $5,000. I'm like, it's what? She's like, yeah, it's $5,000. I was like, I couldn't even speak. And she's like, do you want to change, or do you want to stay where you are right now? And I was in the dental office and I was really unhappy there, but I didn't realize how unhappy I was until that moment. And I was like, I want to change. And she's like, okay, well, give me your PayPal. We'll break it up into this many payments and you start Monday. I was like, what? I was like, how am I going to do that? She's like, you're going to figure it out. And I was like, okay. And I did. I figured it out.
But you wanted change.
I wanted change.
But the change started with you wanting the change.
Yes. But then it also started with her reaching out to me and saying, listen, excuse my language, shit or get off the pot.
Exactly. So if
Should've
you've
get
been
off
on
the
this
pot.
call for 2 days and you enjoyed talking to a top casting director and you enjoyed talking to a top SAG-AFTRA licensed agent, everybody says, I want an agent. I want to be in movies. I want to be a model. I want to be an actor. Okay, well then let's do something about it.
Yeah.
So get the book, schedule an interview, book, schedule. But remember, if you schedule, we're moving forward. You're scheduling with intent.
You're
To join the
scheduling,
program.
you're scheduling with intent to change your life.
Yep. We can't want it more than you do.
So if that sounds like you.
Yep.
And my mindset coach said, shit or get off the pot.
2 full days. 2 full days. Change your life.
Awesome. I see Bonnie Bagby has her hand up. Do you have a question, Bonnie Bagby? Just ask on mute.
Guys, please don't ask questions about any other events we're doing. We're only talking about Hollywood at this time. Bonnie, you scheduled a meeting for tomorrow. So if we could answer your question tomorrow at that time? Yeah? Okay. All right.
All right.
Cool. All right, guys, let's post the link one more time. Because as soon as we hang up, the link
That's
is
it.
over. Just like if an agent called you for a casting, it's yes or no. So I'm okay, or do I need to schedule? Well, Soraya, are you going to Hollywood?
I think she is.
I don't know.
If in doubt, just schedule and we'll figure it out, Soraya. So yes, you should schedule. It's easier to say yes than be like, Soraya, why don't you
Schedule, and if you don't need it, then we'll cancel it.
Yeah.
But everybody on here, if you want to go to Hollywood, then schedule. That's how it works.
Yep. All right.
But make sure you get the book first and then schedule.
Right at the buzzer.
Exactly.
I like that. Evan, that's funny.
All right. Finding Fame. It is number 1. Woo-hoo. Beating Wicked. That's wicked. All right, guys. We hope that you enjoyed the weekend. It was amazing. A lot of great information. Thank you so much for being here. But the journey doesn't have to end. It's Hollywood. It is constantly evolving, and you could be our next success story.
Hold on.
What more?
Who is going to be our next success?
Oh.
Type success story in the comments. I want y'all to throw the gauntlet down. Who is going to be our next success story? Me. Success story. Success story. I love it.
Let me ask you guys a question. Who scheduled a meeting to go to Hollywood? Now, if you're already going to Hollywood, don't type it. If you just scheduled today, let's see, type scheduled. Who just scheduled today? Let's see, or yesterday. Let's see, scheduled. Who else? Who else scheduled today or yesterday? I know we have a lot of people on here already going to Hollywood. Good. April. Hello, April. Nice to meet you.
Whoops.
Evan, nice to meet you. Melissa, nice to meet you. Perfect.
Melissa. I got it right.
Cool.
Yeah. And also take a look at the Trello board. Jemima just shared the Trello board. Take a look at that. We have over 10,000.
Does Marjorie need an appointment? Marjorie doesn't need an appointment.
Marjorie, you're good.
Marjorie, you don't need an appointment. You're good.
You're going to Hollywood.
You're good.
All right, guys. This has been awesome.
Jemima, thank you. We
Yeah.
love you.
Everyone give it up for Jemima. Give her a round of applause.
Go team.
All right.
Awesome.
All right, amazing people. I'm going to call you to confirm your appointment, 856 number. Please do me a favor. Well, do yourself a favor. Answer the phone or respond.
Just confirm. Kind of like if we were your agent, we need to know, are you available? If you schedule a meeting, confirm.
We should get that on a
Yeah.
t-shirt. All right, guys, this has been amazing. Thank you so much for being here.
Jamie says, congrats again on being number 1.
Thank you for helping us become number 1.
Congrats to Michael Fomkin, Finding Fame. It's an overnight success, 18 years in the making.
Yes. All right. Confirmative. Okay. You could say confirmative. Just say something in that line. All right, guys. This has been awesome. We will talk to a lot of you. Well, I'll see I feel like I'll see most of you during the week as well on multiple calls. But I'll be confirming you tomorrow. Have an amazing night. Thank you very much for being here. And Alicia, good job. We get to do this in person now. Crazy town.
All right. Bye.
Love you too. Bye, guys.